Dobre utro, hello, good morning and welcome cricket lovers wherever you're tuning in from around the world. And it is finals day here at the National Sports Academy in Sofia. What a day we have lined up for you. We got the reigning champions taking on Sofia in semi-final number 1. This was the final last year where Indo-Bulgarian made it 2 wins out of 2. Can they complete a hat-trick of victories here at the Vasil Levski cricket ground, or will it be the outsiders Istanbul KSK, who have been in top form, unbeaten at the moment? They're up against the Spartans in semi-final number 2. I'm Rico Full and you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series, and the action starts
right here, right now!
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back. Well, I'm standing in the outfield at the moment of this Vasil Levski cricket ground here, the National Sports Academy, and as you can see, it's not looking good. We had a lot of heavy rain, thunder and lightning last night. You would have seen those in the scenes when we completed the only game that we were able to complete yesterday, and that was 3 over a side match. The rain hasn't stopped. It rained heavy overnight, and as a result of that, there are a lot of these puddles around the ground. It's been disappointing in a way. After not a bad first week here in Bulgaria, the second week has been hampered by heavy rain, and the damage has been done to the outfield. The work is being done at the moment to get the pitch dry, and then later on a lot of work will be done here around the ground. So one thing that I can tell you, that this first semi-final number 1 Indo-Bulgaria taking on the Medical University of Sofia will definitely be delayed. I cannot give you any idea for how long. We will keep you posted on that. It's really frustrating for everyone. It's frustrating, of course, for you, the viewers, and it's very frustrating for us, and of course all of the teams and all the players that really are so keen to play, especially, and that's the cruel thing, especially when the sun is out. But the good news is hopefully that when we can remove some of this surface water, then the sun, if it stays out, will do its job, and maybe we'll get some cricket on a little bit later. But it's not good signs. We've had 15 matches lost because of the weather, which is not good, and the only thing we can do is just look forward to hopefully a semi-final that will take place in Bulgaria, taking on, of course, the Medical University of Sofia. Medical University of Sofia and their captain Yusuf have been so confident this time round that they're going to win. They've said before, we've been runners-up before, we want to win this time, and why not? They've got some good players, haven't they? I mean, Manan Bashir, a centurion, he made a century in match number 1 right at the beginning of this series. He was outstanding all the way through, 340 runs. He's the top scorer in this series so far. They also got the likes of Isa Azaro, who's been very good, and also Zarek Chugtai, a lot of good players there, and Yusuf himself with the ball has been good. But Indo-Bulgarians, as you'd expect from the reigning champions, they've got better as this series gone along. Prakash Mishra, 150 runs and 5 wickets to his name. He's been very good. But then, of course, you've got the likes of Adrian Dunbar and also Mike Jones that have got better as the series has gone along. Mike Jones is in great form at the moment. Remember, he has taken a hat-trick and also scored 93 runs. And then you have the likes of Gagandeep Singh in there as well, and somebody like Rohit Dhiman, who the conditions like today when it's pretty wet, his spin, it could be quite useful. That is what we're looking forward to. We do hope to see those players and the others in the middle. But for now, all I can tell you is that the semi-final number 1 will be delayed. Once again, everyone will be working hard to make conditions playable, and like I say, just keep an eye on your screens and we'll keep you posted on what's happening and how the schedule is going to work out today on finals day. As you can see, the conditions are not great, but I can assure you that a lot of work is being done to try to improve those conditions so we can get some cricket on here today on finals day in Bulgaria. But we have always enjoyed watching some of the classic matches that we've been showing you. I know that you've been enjoying them, so we will give you some cricket. Why don't we take you back to Malta, back in time to the 7th of February 2023, when at the Marsa International Ground there was a match between Masida Warriors and Gozo. What a match this was. Vinny Sandhu was there and Corey Ruckus. Let's go over to that match.
Well, thank you very much, Vinny Sander. Thank you for bringing back a coffee and some lunch on the table. We'll get round to that shortly, but let's introduce the two lineups first. Gozo CC versus the Masita Warriors. Gozo, there's a big name missing. I don't see Mahboob Ali there, so they're going to be reliant on other players stepping up. Can Senith Raj, who's going to be keeping and opening the batting, can he have a good day? Jaren Jacob, Sindhu Jan, Stevie Roy, Ajish Anthony, Nintini Paul. Good luck to all of those players. On the other side, Masita Warriors, Tony Lewis, good player in the middle there. Devish Kumar at the top. Should be a good game, this. I think Gozo were a little bit underwhelming yesterday, it must be said, against Swiki United. How will they come back today? We'll have to wait and see. As we welcome back everyone around the world, especially those in India via FanCode. Hope you're doing well out there, and everyone on YouTube and via the YouTube chat. Welcome back. It's game 3 on this cloudy Tuesday. Pretty chilly, I must admit, out here in Malta. But the good thing is there's no rain. Don't mind it being cold. It's the weather with the rain's the big one. So hopefully, well, not hopefully, we will get 4 full games in today. We'll have to see how the rest of the week goes. The forecast isn't great, but fingers crossed. Fingers crossed we'll be able to get every match played as we slowly wait for the players to come out to the middle. And I've been good from Sadar in the chat, who's told me this is Gozo CC. I thought it was Gozo's Army. My mistake. That's why Mahboob Ali's not here. I asked Vinny, my co-commentator, just off air, and he looked at me puzzled, but now it starts to make sense. This is why we always say we have the most knowledgeable viewers in the world, because you recognise the names a little bit better than me. Gozo CC and Gozo's Army are 2 different teams. Hey, mistakes happen. It would have been a bit weird if Mahboob Ali came out and opened the batting then. So, Masita Warriors, they lost the toss. They'll be bowling first. They would have watched this morning's games and seen the scores in the 120 mark. And there'll be a little bit of pressure on them to score those runs similar to those morning matches, because I think when you start seeing opposition teams score so freely, you start to think we've got to be a bit like that as well. So we're almost ready. The umpires are out there. The players are out there. Ground crew are ready. Spring Productions are ready. Commentary team's ready, sort of. Here we go. First ball in the afternoon match. Swing. Just a tad, and it's miscued down the ground for a single. So 1 run off the bat. A few people in the chat saying it's a batting pitch. I think it has been all along. I think batsmen are starting to get used to the bounce. And starting to find what are the correct areas to score. As a little bit of rain comes down now. It'll make it a bit greasy out there. It's defended into the offside. They'll go through for a quick single. It's a wild throw that deflects. Oh, we could have a 5. No, he gets there in the end. They come back for a 2. Well, good intent in the field, but maybe a little bit too much. And Tom, the bowler, has cracked it. He's absolutely cracked it at the fielder. No bowler likes to give away any extra runs, and he's given him a spray. It was a wild throw, wasn't it? Yeah, it does look like a bit of drizzle coming over the top now. Nothing serious, though. Still pretty bright here. Edge 4. Cruel game sometimes. And it's gone away to the rope. It was always going to get there. It was an edge away and a thickish edge. It flew. Thanks for coming. Doesn't matter how you make them, just make them. 4 runs, 7 off 3 deliveries. Paulson on strike, Thomas with the ball. Beautiful shot, glorious cricket stroke. Well, if you're a cricket purist, and you like cricket on a mat, then this will bring you back. This is a lovely shot. It's a low fully. Oh, yeah. Have some of that. He absolutely smoked that. Bang into the Little concrete wall out there. Do like the vest he's batting in with the sleeves. Might be a bit chilly though. Head away into the offside. Could be another boundary, you know. No, he does good work out there. We'll have to check his feet, but I think he's reined that back in. So just a single in the end. Nice looking stroke. Splices away through backward point. And a good bit of fielding. Use your hands, kids. That's good. As Real Stewie in the chat says who's going to win. And well, usually the team that makes more runs wins the game. Nice looking drive again. Well, what a lovely start this is from Gozo CC. No slogging, no cowboy shots, just playing the ball on merit. It's a low full toss again. But nice drive. And the Australians is what they look like in their kit. Gozo CC, they're off to a very good start. 16 for none after one. As we take a look at the supercomputer, not as high scoring as we saw this morning, but I think that's going to change. I think the batsmen are starting to work out how to play on this pitch. As I welcome back good FanCode commentator, Vandy Sandu.
Nice to be back. Now look, brought you your coffee. I know your lunch is here as well. Why don't you have a little breather?
Do you mind that I can get into lunch so the coffee doesn't get cold?
Look, you're wasting away. So let's get you that hot coffee in your hands. I'll cover a little bit for you,
Thank
Corey.
you very much.
Nice job though in the first over. Tony Lewis is going to bowl the second. Hello to everyone. Just saw Sean Willis commenting a little bit before. Great finishes. I mean, getting a lot of messages. People really enjoying the morning session. 2 close matches. I suppose that's the thing. Maybe we haven't had too many close matches of late, but you'll sure see a lot of them on ECN during the year with this format. So Tony Lewis to continue. Over number 2. Paulson faces up and he whacks this one away for 4. Well, that's going to wake up the batting dugout. And Gozo CC, the question is always, where are the runs going to come from? I think they rely heavily on their top order. It's not the worst ball ever from Lewis, but Paulson smacks it through the point region for 4. Yeah, welcome back, everyone. Hello to James Stewart and to the robot as well, to Julian Dawson, to Marnus. If you'd like to get a shout out, why don't you go into our YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Sada asking where's Mobu Bali. Well, he's not here. It's not his team. I think I heard that one. And I was walking back, listening in. Yeah, well, I mean, both the Gozo teams, they play in a yellow strip, so I can understand that. I thought that when Corey was saying that, he was referring to the bartender behind me that made the coffees. He didn't really have the same build of Mobu Bali. Walking swing and a miss from Paulson. Shreyans is asking, do I have any other eyeglasses in my check-in bag? Well, actually, I have 3 different pairs of glasses with my prescription. And the ones I'm wearing today, slightly different to the ones I wore yesterday, slightly different to the ones I wore the day before, if you notice. These ones are half frames wide this time. The ones I wore yesterday were kind of the old thick framed glasses. The ones I wore the day before were frameless. For all of you glasses fans out there, very observant of you, Shreyans. Hello to Angry Wick. Hopefully you're well. Corey's just popped off to have something to eat. Middle of the day here in Malta. Lewis lures him into this spin, called a wide. Probably if I had to make an adjustment, like the umpiring, one thing I will say about it, it's been very consistent. Very consistent. Maybe they've been just a little bit too harsh on the full liveries waist high and on the wides. But, I mean, at least it's consistent. So you know what you're going to get, even if you don't agree with it. This one would have been a wide. Instead, he goes uppercut. Almost taken out there by Tom Thomas. Corey mentioned he was ropeable in the first over. Let's see here. Just went up and away. And yeah, he gets 2 hands to it. I suppose he was never really set. And when you don't get off your feet and kind of plan a dive, when you're trying to catch that far below your eyes, it's quite difficult. Just swings everything. In fact, he swings the tape off his back. Got this from side on. I'm pretty sure that Gautam swings so hard that he loses some tape. Have a look at this. Slow it down a bit if you can. And he's revealed he's a Jaron Jacob impersonator. I'll have a go at putting it back on, but the first time it's off, the writing's on the wall. That tape's probably not going to stay there. edged and just out of the grasp of Pierstein behind the stumps. It'll run away to the boundary. An acrobatic attempt from the keeper, but Akil couldn't quite get there. Lewis induces the edge. Gozo living dangerously. Oh, it was a good effort, wasn't it, from the keeper. He did everything he could, but he won't reel it back in. 27 without loss after 2. And Gozo off to the races. Have a look at the table. Bit of a gap, 7th and 5th here. Gozo, they could make up a fair bit of ground here. If they could win back-to-back, then they would just slot into 6th. Warriors, though, they'll be hoping to push up and kind of make some space between them and Royal Strikers and Gozo Salmi that are above them on net run rate. They could leapfrog them with a win even just here. So let's see what happens in the last over of the power play. I want to welcome everyone back as well. Now's a great time in the chat to have a word with us. Some good numbers today as well. A lot of people tuning in. Why not? Shriyan says these aren't the favourite glasses. Well, I like to have a bit of variety. I do like the blue ones I had yesterday. One thing is my eyesight is very, very bad without my glasses. Soman gets the ball in the 3rd. Bit surprised we don't see him opening. He can swing the ball around. In this game, they decided to open with Tom Thomas, who went for 16. Soman's a good player, though. I think that he'll just continue to work his way into the series. Of course, 18 matches for each team gives players a lot of opportunities to see what they can do. Oh, almost catches off his own bowling. Now a run-out opportunity, and he misses that too. Well, a lot of action very quickly here. Soman in the follow-through. You can see he doesn't have too much time to react. Kind of gets a finger on it. And they go on their hit, and this would have been out. 2 opportunities, none cashed in by the Warriors. Soman searching for the Warriors' first wicket. A short top edge. This is going to fly over the fielder. Going, and caught! What a catch that is! Incredible stuff. Divyesh Kumar finds himself in the circle at fine leg. A remarkable catch. It was miles over his head. He tracked it all the way back, ran with the flight. We have seen some incredible catches today on day 9, and really none better than this. He goes over the shoulder, tracks, actually has to turn his head at the last minute. He's looking over his left shoulder, and he ends up looking over his right. Well, I don't even know how you do that. Kumar has one that sticks, and what a way to go. It is Soman that gets the wicket. Data goes for 9, 28 for 1. What a catch. I don't know if you got that one more time, Elvira. What makes this so amazing for me, okay, running back, it's always tough to start with, but he's actually looking over his left shoulder there, and last minute he loses it, and so he actually has to take his eyes off the ball for a second. He puts out the hands. I don't know if it was in the middle of the hands, judging by the way he's wringing the hands. Oh, shaking it like a Polaroid picture. But what a catch. Jalebi fingers is what Rika would say. Yeah, that's so true. And, I mean, Divyesh Kumar took a remarkable catch earlier in the tournament. It was a sandwich catch where he actually dropped it. It got knocked back to him. Rocky Dianish knocked it back to him. And he caught it. But what a piece of fielding. Oh, taking your catch is so important. Oh, I don't think I've ever seen a catch quite like that, where he actually turns his head one shoulder to the other. Soman, the beneficiary of that. This one hits the edge of the pitch on the second bounce. It'll cost him 2 wides instead of 1. What do you think about that? Crazy stuff. See here, Pierstein. He was a bit worried about what it would do off the pitch, and he was right to be worried, I suppose. And now someone gets it right. Haven't got him away as yet. Got to say, a couple of really good catches today. Samuel Stanislaus this morning with a one-hand pluck on the boundary where he had to just pump the brakes as soon as he caught it, and then that. Julian Dawson says, like a contortionist. Jamie Dodger saying some great catches today. You're not wrong there. Soman continues to deliver. So let's just see if they can keep some momentum through the innings now. Because it's a bit of a danger time, isn't it? You never know. Get that pass score 90 odd. Goes OCC. They've defended 79 already in the series against Mudda Day. Mudda Day always with the close finishes. This is elevated by Paulson. He'll get 4 over cover. Last ball of power play. Decides to go aerial. And there's a bit more safety in that at the moment with just the 2 outfielders. This will be the end of the third over, 34 for 1. And very entertaining stuff so far, although the step ladder's coming down, isn't it? 16, 11 and 7. Soman with a very good third over. Now we'll head into the middle overs. It'll probably determine the kind of final pace of this innings. It's important. I've really enjoyed today's play so far. Hopefully you have as well. Let's see who they go for in over number 4. Looks like they'll go to Shijil Joy, the captain. He's a pretty reliable form for the Warriors as well. The Warriors, I still remember, they have the unfortunate record of failing to chase the lowest target here. They couldn't chase 64 against Southern Crusaders, so we know that sometimes it can fall apart in the second innings for them. But they're much improved, aren't they? They're 4 and 2 so far. Played some good cricket. Jaron Jacob on strike, captain to captain. Starts with a big wide. P10 just stepping up a little bit, making sure he gets it before the second bounce. Doesn't want another one getting away from him. Well, 2 matches today. 2 very close finishes. Shijil. This one's a bit closer to the batter who turns on. Jaron Jacob gets 4. Good batting. Didn't rush at that, Jacob. He let it come to him. He had a bit of length to work with. He just settles back. The weight goes back onto the back foot. And a pretty well executed pull shot. I think the key to that, he didn't try and hit it too hard. He probably spotted the gap at deep mid-wicket and knew he just had to get it into that gap. So smart batting from the Goes OCC skipper. Gozo have come such a long way. So have the Warriors, actually. Gozo OCC a bit more dramatic considering we all remember the first time they played ECN cricket where they bowled out for just 6. He's inside this one, I think. Doesn't want too much to do with it. Shriyans is asking, did I see his comments? Well, I haven't really poked my head in for a little while, Shriyans. Would I have any suggestions for Corey when he's in the commentary box? Oh, look, Corey's Corey. He's himself. That's what I like about him, actually. I know different people have different opinions. Skied. Well, this one really should be caught. Cover comes around, he drops it. Well, that is Jamshid Kudachirakal, who, well, it was always curving towards him, wasn't it? He just, I think, gets the hand position slightly wrong. You're pretty lucky as a batter if you get away with this. You can see, doesn't quite get that fingers pointing to the sky right. Bit of separation between the hands. Jacob has a life on 4. And now Paulson plays a really nice shot over cover point, 4 runs. That'll send the birds scattering. Gozo keep on keeping on. 4 carreras más. Nice batting, just nice easy free swing of the bat. Again, not trying to overhit the ball. I don't think you need to on a field of these dimensions. Julian noticing that Gary Balance on 84 not out for Zimbabwe versus West Indies. Former English player, of course. Nice to see him in international cricket again. I'm going to have a pop at him here. Oh, that might have been out, you know. Jason really wanted the second. There's 1 ball left in the over. Probably doesn't matter too much. Let's have a look at this on the replay because I've got a feeling that he might have been just short of his ground. All action all the time here in ECN cricket. Maybe we won't have time to have a look at it. As Jacob faces up, riding his luck. Last ball for Shijil Joy. And once again it's skied. We'll have another chance, Jamshid. And this time he catches it. Well, life doesn't always give you second chances, but it does in the 4th over. And Shijil Joy, well, he's happy about it. Jaron Jacob, once bitten, twice shy. He's going to have to go for 5. And that's also the end of the 4th over. It's 45 for 2. Well, only really cost them the 1 run, I think, when you look at it. And yeah, same kind of technique. Wouldn't say it's in the textbook, maybe right up the back somewhere. But it's good enough to get rid of Jaron Jacob. Shizil Joy with the breakthrough, and one captain gets another in the end. As we head into the 5th over, Paulson will be facing up. Here goes though at the moment, not a bad start, going over 11 and over. I think 100 plays pretty well in the matchup between these two teams. Puts a lot of pressure on the Warriors batting. Divyesh Kumar's been in really good form, no doubt about it, but he hasn't had a lot of help so far. I just wander back and have a look at the Warriors batting performance. And Sukumaran comes in. Nice to see him playing the first game today. Often has just been playing the second when they had the afternoon games. Oh, in the air, another poke. This is going down to the outfielder, and he takes the catch. So Paulson goes now, and the wheels falling off in the middle overs for Gozo CC. Sukumaran is the man that gets the breakthrough now. And Tom Thomas, well, we saw him drop one that was a bit tougher before. This time, the infielders were rushing towards him. But he knew that was straight down his throat. And he takes it. Fairly low down, but was kind of square to the ball. Takes in the middle of his body, so a bit of an easier chance as well. 45 for 3 in the 5th over. Sukumaran is such a handy player when available for the Warriors. Yeah, looking at the Warriors batting so far, they've scored 112, 94, 80, 74. That's in 10 over matches, and they had successful chases of 60 in 6.1 and 59 in 4.5. So, look, as far as those batting first targets, we've only cracked the 100 just once. That's probably a wide it is. Yeah, they're currently scoring 94 per 10 overs. So I think that's what you do as Gozo. You try and get that 90 odd on the board. I think 94 is pretty much a par total based on what we've seen here in Malta so far. Sukumaran continues to dig it in. This time they go on the hit. It won't be an easy backup stop, but the outfielder's got it. That's a really good example of just both deciding to run on contact. I think you take the hesitation out of it then. And look, if there's a perfect piece of fielding where they pick it up and hit one stump, so be it. But at least it takes that mix-up out of it. Sasi Kumar's out there now. Senthil Raj, definitely a useful batter. This one cuts back a bit, so umpire gives it to the bowler. I think the key is making sure what you judge that as an umpire when it goes past the batting crease. Senthil gets surprised, and well, see if there's a signal from the umpire here, because it did seem that the reaction was like there was an edge, and there was an edge. It's given a run. He just feels that and it burst through the gloves of Pearstein, who couldn't quite make the recovery. He was off balance. He was going to ground. So a chance for Senthil Raj. He gets off the mark in probably unwarranted circumstances. Sukumaran digs it in again. It's worked off the back foot. And, well, not the greatest bit of fielding that time from the double T. He just offers the boot at it, and it will go for 4. So 50 comes up for Gozo. Seen a bit of the good, the bad, and the ugly so far, haven't we, in the field for the Warriors. 52 for 3, though. Gozo not in bad shape run rate-wise, but those 3 wickets, probably the concern at the moment. Just a reminder that you can send us a message on social media at Mr. Maximo for me. You can also get Corey Rutgers at @CRutgers_28 on Instagram. And yeah, we'd love to get your feedback and let us know how you're enjoying the season so far. Obviously, a lot of people looking forward to what's coming up, with a lot of international cricket coming up, and also the Champions League of European Cricket starting on the 27th of February. Shijul Joy bowls the second over. Senthil will be a little bit fortunate to survive this long, but he'll be wanting to make the most of it. He's Very experienced player now for Gozo CC. Alex side. Don't think this gets anything. Maybe it just grabs the pad. Nope. It's called a wide by the umpire. And maybe it's a chance for us to do a bit of a lurker call out. Why don't we do that? We're into game 3 now. Everyone's settled in. If you're lurking out there, I know a lot of people are lurking while working. Please drop into the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. Let me say hello to you. Keep me company here. In the air. Oh, he almost pulls this off. I've got this from camera 1 because I feel like Scheduled Joy bowled this from a long way back. Yeah, look where he bowls that from. He's behind the stumps. So he's trying to create another variation. So using the crease, we talk about it as a batter, but you can see Schedule using it as a bowler. Just where he lands this time. So he's more back towards the front line. This is up and in the air. Down to the outfield. It'll just be 1. Santosh asking Marnus, how's practice going ahead of the test tomorrow? Is it Wednesday or Thursday? Is it tomorrow or Thursday that the test starts in India? I know a lot of people looking forward to that, myself included. And thanks to all the lurkers, to Santosh as well. Drop us a message. Let us know where you're watching. We'll just do this once a day. Shijil knocks this down. It's going to cause confusion. Picks it up. Misses the stumps. So Sasi Kuma gets a bit lucky. You see, I don't think the batters are expecting Schedule to get a hand on that. Corey Rucker's back from his lunch. Corey, how was it?
Yeah, good chicken salad, and they added some pieces of halloumi today.
Halloumi, yeah.
And quite a big lunch, which was good, but I've been watching from the sidelines, and once again, the batting's improving today.
Yeah, all teams kind of above that 10 and over. Gozo will get 1 here, you'd imagine. Well, they'll get 4 here. He was hit along the ground and just... We talked about how this outfit is, it's 2 pace. I think when it goes on the ground, it skates pretty quickly. Exhibit A,
I think he's a little bit distracted by his mate at the wrong time.
Yeah, too many cooks, eh?
Yeah, too many cooks in the kitchen. What is the maximum amount of cooks in the kitchen you allow, Vinny?
3.
I think even 3 is too many.
He's speaking metaphorically still. Hello to Wayne. And I want to say hello to Nigel Faulkner. He's lurking while working hard at retirement. Just did a bit of a lurker call out. Well, Corey's been lurking. He's just come back.
Who's been on the lurker call out? How are all the viewers doing?
Yep, going well. And Gozo, people's favourites. Come a long way, like we said, right now. 6 overs down, 61 for 3. Why don't we talk a bit of ECI since you've come back and jog my memory?
Well, yeah, sure. You want to put my squad in the link? Go on. Give them the good news.
So, what, your squad?
Yeah, put it in the chat and people can critique me.
Okay, I will.
They can spray me.
Talk about some of the new players to the international team, though, in this tournament for you.
Yeah, let's talk a bit of ECIs. I think everyone's excited. Austria and Malta as well will pose certain challenges in the T10 arena, and we came up against Austria a few times last year, and it was more bowling-dominated games, actually. And Malta in their home turf can't be underestimated, that's for sure. They're going to come into it a bit hotter than we will.
Sukumaran has been digging it in, and now he's going to get a wicket if it's held, and it is. Yeah, it's right off the end of the bat. I don't think it's in the middle of the gloves of Pierce Steen, but he does well. He gets down, gives himself a chance. He clutches it to his torso. Sasi Kumar is going to go for 7. Well caught behind. Sukumaran has the second wicket, 61 for 4.
Yeah, look at that. It's so wide, and he gets a toe ender, and the keeper, it doesn't hit right in the middle of the gloves, but he does well to roll with it and sort of wedge it between him and his body. And he takes the catch in the end. But yeah, I think the ECI is a fun concept, new, wasn't expecting it. I don't think anyone was expecting it.
International cricket throughout the year, so I think it's good. We get to see some of these players, and also allows you to pick a team for the ECC with a bit more T10 international experience behind them. And, of course, some countries that we don't visit for ECN, like Norway, these kinds of countries, we'll get to have a look at some of their players and give them some more T10 exposure, which I think is fantastic. Sukumaran is going to continue.
Well,
gets another one past the outside edge.
Off the top of my head, I think there'll be 2 or 3 spots that are pretty much open for whoever takes them throughout the year and to get themselves into the ECC squad. We probably wouldn't make wholesale changes, but if you play well throughout the year in the local T10s, there's no reason you can't get into one of those few remaining spots.
So I'm going to put your link in the chat now. People can check that out if you like. See a nice, beautiful photo of Saeed Shafat Ali and also Matthew Rahman there on that web article. Slower ball. Sukumaran's a clever cricketer.
Oh, no.
I reckon it doesn't cost him a run.
Whoa.
Just costs him a bit of
He got them.
social capital.
Maybe
with
it's
you.
just a little bit too cold for him to bend down and use his hands. I do understand it is fresh.
It is. I'm pretty happy with my wardrobe choices today. I've gone heavy jacket over my coloured suit.
My worry is I don't have much more I could put on. I've gone to my limit.
Are we going to go back to, to you bringing a blanket to work?
That was needed.
Yeah, full toss, knee high, and dispatched by Senthil Raj. Well, he was dropped first ball behind, a ball that flew, but now he's settling in. And not a good delivery. Warriors have fought back pretty well through these middle overs, but that wasn't a good one, and it goes to the fence. So yeah, we now know that you'll be playing in the first ECI match, 2023.
Yeah, early morning start.
8 o'clock in the morning.
Ooh.
How do you feel about that?
Not great.
Oh, gets away from the keeper. It kind of yorks him. It'll be a bye, I think. Yeah, I can see your team talk. This is you the night before. Now, guys, you come this far. It's up to you. So we're going to try something. Tomorrow morning, you'll go there without me. 7 overs down, 67
Well, I
for
just
4.
hope everyone makes the team bus in time because I showed them the hotel they're staying at last night. And there was a few big smiles in the chat.
Is that right? 20 days to go to the ECL as well. So there's multiple countdowns going on at the moment. So what are we? We're 11 days from the men's ECI. We're 13 days from the women's ECI. And we're 20 days from the ECL, which will bring 30 champion clubs plus the European champions together.
Yeah, but it's a fun concept. And what a great way to see new players and some old players, and wearing the national colours is always an honour.
Well, they're going to take it on. I was kind of talking about this earlier. Oh, no, there's hesitation. I was going to say, when you hit and run, you don't hesitate. It forces a perfect piece of fielding to get you out. Now, there is a chance if they hit the subs, it's out. But I think it's smart and it's kind of on the balance of probabilities. Statistically, you should probably be taking those runs, and they do. Yeah, so yeah, we've had a bit of fun, obviously, here, but the early start, because 5 games a day.
I'm sorry, but that is...
It starts an hour earlier.
Can I be a coach and not a commentator for a moment?
Go on.
That is a ridiculous... We're going to be doing warm-ups at 7 a.m.
The thing is, you can blame astronomy because we've got to use the sunlight. The sun comes up at about 7:30, and we've only got just over 10 hours of sunlight. So,
no, it is what it is.
Well, it means I'll have to have my breakfast the night before, so I know that as well.
Yeah, it might be a very early leave from the hotel. It's going to test some of those unworked bodies.
Soman is going to put this down the ground.
All of a sudden, the red zone for an injury on that Saturday morning's rather large.
But also, I hate to break this to you, but we're going to have to probably make up some games. For example, the 4 games that were washed out. And there's every chance maybe the ECS will start an hour earlier while we try and make some of those up. Your eyes look like saucepans there. Get down the ground.
At what stage do we call a max on the amount of games per day?
We do what we can. We're trying to bring people the maximum amount of entertainment. Okay, hold on. 2 things. First thing I want to talk about the keeper positioning. And I'm going to tell you why it's a bit tough for Pierstein, because he's been yorked on quite a few balls, which makes him feel like he needs to move forward. But he's also had a few edges fly on him, and he hasn't had enough time to react. And so, well, this will be called a wide. Pierstein can't believe it. I see this on the replay. Senthil Raj looks pretty cool about the whole thing. See, that one, maybe it's a wide for height. When you look at how he's trying to hit that, it's probably why it's a wide.
It's a big wide.
But yeah, that's why it's tough. He's been yorked by a couple of balls. On the second bounce, he's had to take a couple of balls, and that pushes him forward. But then he's had nicks that have pushed him back. I have hotel questions in a second for you, Corey.
Oh, sure.
Fancy footwork from Raj, who then just carves it to the offside, and that is going to be 4. What a shot. Senthil Raj. And look, he makes this shot a bit easier by getting that back foot back across. For all the foot movements, the back and across, last one actually put him in a good position to play that shot. Good batting.
It's like he predicted early that he was going to play that shot. Nice batting.
Off a good bowler too, Soman. He's got 1 more ball left in this over. On for 16. Raj survived a scare on 0. He's still there. Gets a slow ball. He hits it, and he hits it straight and out of the ground. Maximo! Senthil Raj moves into the 20s. Given him opportunities, cashed in. Takes him into the 80s. 82 for 4 after 8 overs. Okay, Corey. So where are the Spanish teams staying? And the Austrian team, I guess.
The Strand Hotel 1115 with us.
Yeah. So they're staying with us. Oh, I better get that jacuzzi down while I can.
I'll be peeking through my window, make sure that CCM and DDC at home curfew, 9 p.m.
I was going to say, you might have to put the trackers on your players. Because it is going to be Friday night in Malta when they come. And I tell you what, it is a bit of a party town at times. It's not really the season for it at the moment, but pretty nice place to be at any time of the year.
If you find the right place. You know what it is tonight on a Tuesday? Taco Tuesday at Tex-Mex. 3 cocktails for the price of 1 and 4 tacos for the price of 2.
Uh-oh. That spells trouble. Here's Vipin Mohan. He's going to bowl the 9th. It all happens in the 9th. He's going to start with a skied ball. Mohan, he's called it, he wants it, and he's got it.
Yep.
So Kanathiel comes out and can't really do too much with it. Just skies that one back to the bowler. Mohan with an immediate strike, 82 for 5.
Yeah, big wicket, isn't it? He digs it in short, and Mohan, good catch off his own bowling.
I'm going to go to Pista. And I think...
Who's Pista?
Pista Bai in the chat.
Is that from Gibraltar?
He's just asking about the Corey and Shriyan's situation. But, yeah, Pista, where are you watching from? Let us know. Just remind us. And he's saying Shriyan's always asks unique questions. He's a big ECN fan. Yep, we love Shriyan's. We love all of our viewers, really. Especially the ones that keep it positive and keep it interesting. Keep up the good work.
Absolutely.
Sven saying, Corey, not seeing Kamran and Hamza in the lineup.
Oh, the Hamza is in the lineup. Open your eyes. His name's there.
All right.
And Kamran is coming back from a very serious injury.
How about please open your eyes?
Please open your eyes.
Okay.
And Kamran's coming back from an injury. And we have a T20 series the next week, so we're sort of coddling him a bit.
We saw Kamran looking sore and sorry, like he'd been beaten with a sack of doorknobs, really.
I think he bowled the most
ECS.
overs last year out of everyone I know.
Mohan.
Oh.
This one's let go. Again, PST gets it on the second bounce. I don't think this is quite a wide. No, I think that's a good call from the umpire. It was the angle that made it look wider than it was when it got to PST.
There's probably a few names, like Yasir Ali, we've not tried, but we want to give some guys a go and availability and whatnot. It's a good time to experiment a bit, I think. So expect crazy batting lineups, and nothing is going to look the same 2 games in a row.
All right, you heard it here first. Short.
And I can't believe I'm going to say this.
We
might even look into
Go on.
DDC bowling seam up.
Oh dear.
Oh no. We're going to give it a go.
You'll break him. There's hardly anything to him.
I hope he's listening.
Mohan to Raj, who gets the top edge, hangs in the air, and his luck's going to run out. Really, it was a Gandhi ball. It was short. It was outside the length stump at centre. Couldn't catch up with it. Pretty nice catch. Divyesh Kumar took one of the most amazing catches that I've ever seen. Well, firstly, the other day with a sandwich catch. And even in this innings, he took one running back over his shoulder where he looked one way, then looked the other way, and it stuck to his hands. This one's a bit more regulation. He's a pretty good fielder to be in that position. And it will be the end of Stevie Roy, who can't stick around too long. He's the 6th wicket to fall. 84 for 6.
Yeah, 84 for 6. And you sort of feel that Gozo just haven't been able to get away in the last few overs.
Yeah.
Still looking at 110. But no, what a cool concept. What a fun way to play international cricket, go on tour. You bond a lot on a tour.
Yeah,
you know about that.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I think when we had our little movie night the other night, it reminded me what it was like to be on tour.
It was emotional.
Kind of pre-smartphones all the time. A little bit short here from Mohan.
Yeah, smartphones have ruined the world.
Yeah, I think that...
No one socialises anymore.
Yeah, so I think you just got to make an effort. I think I'm happy that we got to spend that quality time together.
I was pretty...
And actually find you 25% less annoying since then.
I'll take that. How annoying am I then? We do have
75%.
We talk to each other all day, every day.
I'm aware. Last ball of the over. Short.
Gone.
In the air. Gone, yeah. Well, actually backed back originally. And, well, Jamshid couldn't Chirako. He dropped an absolute goober earlier, but 2 out of 3 ain't bad, as Meatloaf used to say. He's taken 2 catches now, and after 9 overs, 85 for 7. Raj, he's going to have to go 85 for 7. And Fagozo, they looked on 100 pace this whole time. As it is, maybe they'll drag themselves into the 90s, but it's been a good comeback from the Warriors.
Yeah, good comeback. So a nice catch taken. And he has to go. Just steadying along here. Masita Warriors doing a good job.
James Stewart watching from Estonia. Nice to see you, James. How
Hello,
are you going?
James.
Hey, one thing I want to talk about, a lot of chat about umpires and all these kinds of things.
Really?
I mean, a lot of umpires here are umpiring for the first time in the ECS. And one thing in Malta, a lot of them are just players from other clubs that aren't playing in the tournament. And I think one of the big things in ECN cricket is we are trying to get more local umpires and upskill local umpires. So I think you have to cut them a break sometimes, even if they make a decision you don't agree with. I think it's super important to the infrastructure of the game that we have more people that can do that job. It's a very important job. So for those of you commenting about that, just please bear that in mind. Last overtime, here's Tony Lewis, and he gets hit pretty hard. Should be a one-hopper down to Shijil Joy, the captain who does the fielding up to 86. This is Ajish Anthony who's out there, and Sindhu Jain is about to face up for the first time.
Yes, it's a single down the ground just to start this last over. They need some boundaries, don't they?
5 to come. Jen trying to get that 90-plus score. It's a fair bit on this, but, oh, that would have been incredible. Well, he's back to 50% now. They think of 2, but it's not there. Kiran Jarakal stuck up the Statue of Liberty hand, but didn't stick.
He made good ground. He really did. And then he does stick it up. It just doesn't stick. And it's one of those ones that either hits perfectly in the palm and you just grab it, or balloons out.
Yeah. Tony Lewis could have had a wicket, doesn't. Needs to go forward at the stumps here, I think. And Anthony, happy just to tap it away for one.
I've got a random question for you.
Please.
And I hope I'm saying the right things. But a lot of Asian players play in European cricket, right?
True.
A lot of the last names here are more English.
Yeah, more.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah.
Is there a reason behind that? Like Paul, Paulson, Jacob, Anthony? I don't know.
Swing and a miss.
Is that...
No, that's a good observation, actually. Yeah, I think.
Why is that?
Yeah, I mean, often you get, obviously, it relates to the family name of the of the people.
Oh, Vinny.
Oh, by the way, he's gone. I thought it was playing a miss, but he's gone. He had me pondering about that.
He must have got a feather edge because I didn't see it, hear it, and then he just started walking off.
Sindhu Jain's going to have to go now. So another wicket. It's going to be 88 for 8. Yeah, I think I've got past all of us, to be honest. Yeah, but I think that often, obviously, people from similar areas will often immigrate to similar countries. So that's probably my only suggestion. But yeah, I don't have too much information about that. But it's a good observation for sure.
Yeah, just a lot of last names.
You've got names like Tom Thomas on the score sheet.
Yeah.
Seven Joseph. Tony Lewis. Couple to come here. All the 8s. Going to run hard here. I think they'll only get the 1 off the stumps. They won't get an extra, so 89. Pretty good comeback from the Warriors. I mean, if I'm going to do the first half, second half splits, the first half, 52 at the moment, just 37 in the second half with the ball to go. So let's rock and roll. Anthony gets some bat on it. I'll probably go for 2 here. It is the last ball. And well, I'll go to the keeper. See, I'd like to see him going for that. Might have even beaten the throw because it kind of rolled back in. But they do settle for 1. And we'll never know if they would have made a second or not. But it's an even 90 for Gozo CC in the first half of this match, match 35, after winning the toss and electing to bat. They made a pretty good start to the innings. You can see there the openers coming out. And it was Paulson out there along with Gautam Datta, who were trying to get them off to a good start. I mean, nice to see the Warriors again. They certainly have improved a lot as a cricket team as well. This one didn't stick to the hands of Tom Thomas. And yeah, Pierstein, he didn't quite know where to stand. That one flew away from him, just didn't have time to react. But well, speaking of catches, have a look at this. Over the left shoulder, over the right shoulder, sticks to the hands. Divyesh Kumar, take a bow. He's caught very well during this series. Kiran Jarakal had a bit of a blooper there, but he got a second opportunity in the over. He took a catch. I think when it all comes down and all the dust settles, I think the Warriors, they bat well. They should get this 91. But if they don't, real opportunity for the men in yellow.
Yeah, I feel like the Masita Warriors have done a very good job just to rein it back in and not let the runs get too far away from them. They fielded pretty well. There's a couple little clangers out there, and we sort of expect that from time to time. But overall, they threw their bodies around for their team, and that's all you can do. And for Gozo CC, they sort of just kept losing wickets at the wrong time and lost a lot of momentum at the back end. They ended up finishing on 90 for 8. So unfortunately, not a score in the 3 figures like we saw this morning happen so often. This man on your screen did really well. Mohan, he got 3 wickets in the over. Not always the best of bowling, but it doesn't matter. If you get a wicket, you take it with both hands. And this was his 3rd one for the over. And overall, Gozo CC, they'll rue the fact that they had a good platform but couldn't capitalise. And in the end, lost 8 wickets. So disappointing end for them. And you can see batsman was a little bit disappointed with that feather edge through to the keeper. So it takes us to the halfway stage as we quickly have a look at the scorecard, shall we? And Gozo had a decent start at the top from the 2 men, Paulson and Raj. Paulson made 26 off 17, 5 boundaries in that. Nice innings, 24 off 14 for Raj, 3 fours and a 6. But everybody else struggling along and not really getting themselves in. And that's why we only see 90 runs on the board. As we take a quick look at the bowling scorecard, shall we? And this will be a slightly better reading for the Masita Warriors. As everyone sort of chipped in the wickets column. Slowly wait for the scorecard to come. Like it's a slow old Tuesday afternoon. Bowling scorecard, come now. Now. And here it comes. So we have a quick look. It was pretty well shared around. Mohan 3 for 2 off 1 over, 2 for 12 to Sukuruman. Everyone else chipping in with 1. Thomas unfortunately didn't get one. But in the end, 90 for 8. Great bowling effort, and we'll be back in 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you. Hello and welcome back for the second half of this T10 match. Looking forward to seeing how this pans out as Masita Warriors require 91 runs to steal the points and to start their day the right way. Good to be back with everyone around the world, and hello to everyone out there in India. I'm sure you're watching via FanCode. Good luck for your Dream 11 teams, and welcome back everyone on YouTube and the YouTube chat as we get into this afternoon session. No rain around, which is fortunate. Some ominous looking clouds in the background, but nothing to worry about for today. We'll get 4 full games in, then we'll be off to Gibraltar where Rico Full and the crew are kindly waiting to bring us more cricket. As the question is in this one, can Gozo CC get a couple early wickets and get themselves back into this contest? They let themselves down a little bit with the bat. They had a good platform, but unfortunately couldn't continue on. As you can see, the umpires and players have slowly made their way out to the centre. So we're almost ready for the first ball in the run chase. It is a pretty cool sort of day here in Malta, 11, 12 degrees. So well done to the players for getting on with it. Can't always be easy to play with a hard grizzly ball in these sort of conditions, but they play for the love of the game. Let's have a look at the field. Looks like a deep third man and deep mid on are the 2 boundary riders. Everyone else situated somewhere in the inner ring. So we're almost ready to go. And there's a horse. I do like the racetrack. Maybe I'll go there soon enough. Here we go. Ball 1 in the run chase. Umpire says play. Here we go. Pretty gentle to start. Bit of a loosener as Dinesh just blocks that into the offside. So a single for him. Brings Joy on strike. Looks like Sasi Kumar will come around the wicket now to the left-hander as fielders run absolutely everywhere. Lefty-righty causing havoc early. As that's pulled gorgeously through the gap, and well, Joy will have a lot of joy about that. It's a 4 off his first rock. It was short, it was an off-cutter, and he beautifully pulled that away. Gordon Greenwich style, one leg up in the air. Nice start for the Masita Warriors, who I think will go into this as hot favourites. Not the most gorgeous looking drive you'll ever see. That'll be a dot ball. Key to success for Gozo CC. Couple early wickets. Got to get the main men out. Get yourselves back into this game. So the umpire at square leg doing a bit of a jig and cover and point. I think it's gotten very cold out there for some of the players. Nice looking shot. Will it hit the gap? It won't. Nice mopping up also from Paulson there. That mid off, so just a single. As you can see, the fielders on your screen running left and right and everywhere. It's almost as if they all run to the opposite side. Less said about that, the better. Big wide. Steady start. Pretty quiet out there. I think the fielders just getting into their work. Shot. Yeah, nice shot. Width on offer, and he reaches it, does Dinesh, and he hits it over extra cover for 6. Well, that wakes everybody up at the ground. That's one for the postcards. A beautiful shot. He just check drives it, and that's a big Maximo to start this game. So this over already now on 13, and they haven't really broken a sweat. This time just catches up with it a little bit underneath part of the bat. So a dot ball to finish, but a good start for the Masita Warriors. I'll be happy with that. 13 for none after the first. As we look at 127 on the golden ball meter, and you know what that means. It's darts time, baby. I would go pretty easy this one. Triple 19, 20 bull.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I agree with that one.
Welcome back, Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, sorry, I'm back. And how close did we get to a golden ball last game? We literally got that close. I'm making the little pinchy.
Nah, he was already in.
No, but I'm just saying, if that ball had hit the stumps.
I think he's in.
No, if hit the ball hit the stumps, he's gone. For sure. That was in the Mudda Day versus Pachiba Blasters match. We had two real close finishes there. Two epic chases. Chases for the ages.
Chases for the aces.
Chase the Ace, pretty popular fundraiser in some parts of the world.
We won that once. It was a great feeling.
Really?
Yep.
Bet it was. It's a lot more lucrative for the establishment if there are no aces. Anyway, here we go with Stevie Roy. And he's going to start. Bugging worked away for a single. Pretty good at first over for the Warriors.
Sounds like he should be the lead singer of a band, Stevie Roy.
Definitely. Fleetwood Mac.
Good band.
And Stevie Roy. That was in relation to Jason Roy. That's Stevie's one guy. He's the opposite of a box of chocolates because you know what you're going to get. You're going to get two consistent overs.
You're going to get plain chocolate. No flavour, nothing different.
He's a brilliant bowler in that he's just consistent. And he's got a pretty good record in ECM cricket. This time, bowls a bad ball. It's a little bit too short. It's going to go to the boundary. Right on cue. Rocky delivering the punch as it was just short of a length. Just getting it slightly wrong that time. It's only slightly short, but I think Rocky's not too much of him, and he rocks back onto the back foot, hooks that away for 4.
Yeah, on a bouncy track. It sits up perfectly, doesn't it? Nice batting from Rocky. He looks good this morning, or this afternoon, I should say. What's the time, Vin?
It is 2 p.m. here in Malta. What do you think about the temperature right now?
Well, you ever see Titanic?
I have.
I feel like I'm Jack right now, holding on to the wardrobe, and I'm just dipped in the cold water.
I'd let you sink to the bottom.
That's okay. I'd rather die than stand here.
Good to know. Slow ball. Here's the thing. It's 11, but
feels like.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to my weather app and have a look at the feels like. They're saying it's 10 actually. Feels like 10. Well, I've got something to tell you, iPhone. You're way off.
If this is 10 degrees, no way.
Yeah, and we can't even say we're not in the sun or anything today because no one's in the sun today. Yesterday that was an excuse. We were in the shade. Yeah, it's real hands in your pockets day today. Shijil, the captain, decides to go out there and open. Has a go at hooking. Doesn't really work out. It's probably the one for the over. Stevie pulls out the upstairs ball. The Warriors chasing more or less a par score. I think 94 is par at the moment in this series. Gozo just fell away. They looked like for most innings they'd make the 100, but losing a few wickets in the second half. Shijil goes across the line. Long chase for the fielder. He goes your favourite. That's Rafiq, who uses the outstep to stop the boundary, but he can't stop 2.
He has to take that baggy green hat off right now. I don't care if it doesn't have the Aussie logo. You can't field with your feet with that type of hat on.
You bring up the baggy greens, and they do look magnificent.
They are. Except the keeper doesn't have one.
Yeah, notice that. Accental Raj. Anyway, Stevie has gone for 8. Last ball of the over. The cutter just dabbed away from Shijil. It'll be the end of the over. And so, slightly better one for Gozo. 13 and 9 so far. It's 22 without loss after 2. Let's have a look at the table, shall we? We talked about the top 5, bottom 5, but really we're looking for a top 8 at the end of match 90, which will be the group stage. You can see that with this goes OCC. They'll have 6 matches like pretty much everyone else. A couple have 8. But yeah, they're hoping that they can kind of leapfrog Mudda Day with a win here. And then with another win, they could maybe get within a game of those 3 teams. Gozo's Army, Strikers and Warriors that are on 8 points. So, yeah, I mean, Gozo OCC, they do defend pretty well. They defended 79 against Mudda Day earlier in the tournament. So they'll feel this is not beyond them at all. Looks like this is Abalash Kanathail who's going to bowl. Here comes over number 3, last over of the power play.
Oh!
And that is wild. Get me Rick Vaughan. That one has gone completely wrong for the bowler. 5 runs.
That could be the worst ball I've ever seen.
He just kind of explodes to life off a short run up. Bit of Mark Wood about it. Only potentially if he just spun around 10 times. That's probably a bit of nerves there from Kanathail.
Well, I don't want to judge too soon. Let's see what the next ball's like. But that was a sight to behold.
It was wild. I mean, hopefully.
Now look, the keeper's saying,
Yeah.
here I am.
He's overcompensating. And Kanathail has 8 wickets in ECN.
Oh,
cricket.
no. Oh, he does brilliantly.
Great keeping.
I was thinking he was standing a little bit wide of the off stump. Oh. It's like a Malinga with less control.
Yeah, but Kanathail, I mean, he's bowled in 9 matches. He's got 8 wickets. His economy's 7.5, and he takes a wicket every 10 balls. So it's not like he's not a bowler. I just think he's got a lot of moving parts, and I think over the wicket is probably a good idea. Much better. And out. Well, there you go. Your luck can change in an instant. Shijil Joy just hits across this. Stevie Ray in the baggy green takes the catch. And from 0 to hero to Kanathail in about 2 minutes. It's 28 for 1.
Good figures. 1 ball, 1 for 6. Pretty difficult to do that. Yeah, good catch as well.
Well, I said 0 to hero, but yeah, should be really 6 and out in a way. You concede 6, but then gets the out. Shijil Joy can't believe it. Nice catching by Gozo.
A little bit of sprinkles around now, Vin.
Yeah.
What's the forecast for the rest of the afternoon? It's just picking up a little bit.
The weird thing is we have had little showers that haven't been in the forecast. I don't have any rain in
No?
the forecast. Just says windy.
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow, the forecast
Give us a look. Ooh.
is...
Ba-bow.
well, maybe we'll get through the morning tomorrow, although it's an island. It's highly unpredictable and it can change quickly. So there is some rain forecast tomorrow, Thursday and Friday. I know they've got the covers, they've got everything, do everything possible to get the games on. New batter out there, Divyesh Kumar. He's one guy you're going to have to get through if you're going to defend this score of 90. So we'll certainly keep our fingers crossed for the rain. Rain tomorrow is...
I think we'll be okay tomorrow as well.
Yeah, tomorrow, with a bit of luck, we'll get through. Thursday, not looking great, but things can change quickly, like I said. Kanathail gets the batter, Rocky, to edge onto his pad, no run. So, wicket just slowing things down at the moment. And I think, well, Kanathail's learnt something there. I think he's got the kind of action. He should pretty much always be bowling over the wicket, I think. Oh, this one would have been down leg side. Instead, it's popped up in the air. It's a catching opportunity, and it is dropped. Sindhu Jan, who had time to read a book while that was in the air, but he found himself just half a step too far back, and he drops it. An opportunity to get rid of Rocky.
Please, sir, hand in your baggy green as well. That'll be confiscated off you after that drop.
Catches win matches.
Look at the poor umpire. Looks like he's freezing.
Maybe we can show that. Camera 3. The umpire's been bouncing around out there.
I'm talking about the standing umpire.
Oh, you're talking about standing umpire there?
He's got his little shoulders up.
Well, this would have been LBW, but he gets some bat on it, and he's going to get 4. So Kumar just taps that ball on the head. It takes a lot of skill to play that shot, but he tucks it away. A boundary, useful one. Good runs for the Warriors.
Yeah, good shot. He'll get 4 for it as the rain does pick up a little bit more here. It's going to get tricky for Gozo out there. I guess the question is, when you've got rain and you've got covers available, at what stage do you protect the following game coming up?
Maybe. I mean, it's only very light, and because it's not in the forecast, I imagine it will pass, but you never know. We need to get through this ball to...
Constitute a match.
Yeah, to constitute an official result.
For us.
We'll take anything, but 3 overs is a minimum. Divesh Kumar works this away for one. They'd be well ahead in the DLS at the moment as well, probably by 8 or 9. As it is, I think we'll be okay. It's 35 for 1 at the end of the power play.
Yeah, 35 for 1 goes OCC. They've picked up the 1 wicket. They'll be hoping to get a couple more. We'll take a look at the comparative Manhattans, and if you can't read that, you can't read anything.
Bit more variation in the Manhattans now, aren't there? Seen a few overs go less than 6, which you normally get a couple in a game, but pretty solid scoring through the first half of the day. Manus asking if I had the option, what car would I buy? BMW, Mercedes, Audi, Lexus or Jaguar? His current car is a 2016 BMW 420D. As with his last car, they have a different feeling. Well, thanks for the tip, Manus, but believe it or not, I don't drive a car at the moment. So, I don't know, maybe I'd go for the Lexus. I don't know, this is called a wide.
Slightly getting heavier, Vin. I know we said there wasn't anything forecast now, but this does make it more difficult for Gozo CC. Holding that ball, fielding.
It also makes the ball a bit heavier, but I mean, it's very light rain. That's all I could say, but yeah, it's uncomfortable conditions for everyone, really.
I think always when it's raining, it's slightly more difficult for the fielding team.
Now, I'm visiting the office in Zurich next week, the ECN office. I think it'll be a bit colder than this. Better be ready for it. Rafiq. Let's get some stretching. This one's another wide.
I mean, I look around at all the fielders, hands in pockets, and hoping it doesn't get hit to them.
Did you bring your hand warmer today?
It's on my neck.
Yeah. Solid. Good choice.
Thanks, mate.
Ruffy. Gets a bit more on target, but it's just leaned on by Kumar. Oh, he's having such a good series. That's a sign of a class batter. He barely moves, and that one fairly races away to the boundary.
Yeah, what a nice shot that is. Just a bit of touch, a bit of guile, a bit of finesse, a bit of panache.
Kumar's a class act, isn't he? And he's one guy, we've seen bursts of what he can do, but he just seems to be getting a bit more consistent.
Do you follow the Formula One?
A little bit, yeah. I don't get...
You got a team?
I'm pretty neutral. Like I am in everything. I like when the races are close. Hooked. And straight through the hands. It won't be 4, but guess who? Sindhu Jain has the ball following him.
Oh, Sindhu.
They're going to check the boundary, but I think he does get it in time. But he'll be disappointed because this was a real opportunity to get rid of Divesh Kumar.
That's 2 in the 2 overs for Sindhu Jain. And right now, he just wants to bury himself under the ground.
I think we've got that one more time when he picks up the ball.
I don't think so.
I think that's what the umpires are checking, but yeah, it's no problem there. And we'll come back to the live action then, because we're going to continue here with Rafiq.
No, he picked it up in time.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
There's always, as soon as you drop one, it just has a funny tendency to follow you, and you got to feel for Sindhu Jain right now.
Divesh gets dropped on 10. Just remember that, because he has been the form batter for the Masita Warriors. I suppose you also got Sukumaran to come. Probably he'll come out next. They're the 2 you need if you want to defend this score. No disrespect to Rocky, who's also a batter that packs a punch. But yeah, you mentioned the conditions, the light rain not making these catches easy at all. Oh, it goes after this and gets plenty of it. Maximo! Well, Rocky's saying, don't forget about me. He's 20 off 9, and that's what he sent up the order to do. This one just kind of angles into him, and he goes with the angle. Maximo, 6 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. He gets a big piece of it, and it is 6. And right now, Masita Warriors, they're going to get to this in a canter unless there's a couple of wickets that will fall.
50's up. They'll be hoping, Gozo, they can do what was done to them in the second half of this innings. Michael saying hopefully 20 days is enough to get the heating going. Well, I do have some information about Kartama. I saw a video this morning. Yeah, one of the issues with the Kartama Oval is that it's basically cut out of a side of a hill, basically. And as we get to the end of the 4th over, it's 51 for 1. So yeah, it does hold water, and it kind of floods very easily. I know a new drainage system has been put in there, so that has improved the drainage. There's been a bit of rain there at the moment. I saw some pictures where still, you know, the draining system, it gets us so far, but you know, hopefully we don't get too much rain, because there's always the issue with that ground taking on water. It caused a few issues for us in the ECL Championship week around about 10 months ago. Anyway, right here, right now, Ajit Anthony
Can we-
is about to bowl.
Can we get a heater for our little com box out there this year? I really think it'd be worth the investment.
I agree, but now one of the issues is anything that heats, it uses a lot of power. So every time we get a heater or something like that,
Oh, okay.
there goes the broadcast. So we have to choose to be warm or to be on the air. What would you choose?
Warmth.
Oh,
Oh, it's the greatest catch ever! He's caught an absolute screamer! It's flown off the keeper's gloves. He's read it and he's gone with one hand. What a catch, Finny!
unbelievable stuff. What is it about teamwork in this series? Teamwork makes the dream work. Well, I thought once it hit Raj's gloves, that was all over. But it flew. First it flew to the keeper, and then it flew to the fielder. Just get a load of this.
Wow.
We're going to have some great angles of this as well. So, first, he deflects it away.
Oh, that is an absolute pluck.
As good as it gets.
That's as good, yeah.
From Gautam Data. And yeah, I mean, I was impressed. Oh, you're keeping me warm.
You didn't see it at first, did you? I happened, sometimes we watch the screen. I was watching live.
Yeah.
He moved left as soon as there was an edge. He just read it perfectly. Give me replays, Elvira.
Yeah, well, I mean, it hits the keeper first, but in a way that goes a fair bit to the right, and then he comes out of
Oh,
nowhere.
that is unreal.
Great athleticism.
He's already moving left. That is an absolute snare. That might be the best catch I've seen on the network.
And look at where he takes it, between the thumb and the forefinger. So he only just...
Oh, man, guys, is that out?
I don't think he
Oh, I
actually
should have done it.
Well, they need to get Divyesh. Anthony's trying to get 2 wickets in one ball. Everything going on here.
Give me more. I'm never not watching this catch.
This is
I
what we
can't
love.
believe he snared that.
We've seen 3 amazing catches
Nah,
today.
The other ones are good, but this is stupendous. This is... Give me another superlative. Give me something. Say something.
Phantasmagorical.
Oh, orgasmical. That is unbelievable. That is the greatest catch you will see. He has read that so well. I'm not over it. Elvira, give it to me more. I need to see more of it. He's read it perfectly. He's quite wide there.
Yeah. And
Oh,
what was
it's-
amazing is he was already kind of taking
Yeah.
a step that way, and then he just accelerates. And look.
Look at the umpire. Okay, we need to see the umpire's reaction again.
Wait for after this ball.
Watch, that's chopped down. That'll be it. Watch the umpire here. This is one of the greatest reactions from the umpy. Watch this. Watch the umpire.
Yeah.
Watch. Oh!
He can't, and then he gives it out for good measure.
That is, look at you. That is a serious pluck.
I was probably just saying I would have caught it the first time.
Nah.
But, I mean, if you want to be dramatic. Sukumaran comes to the crease now. So these two are really the engine room.
Oh,
And
yes!
He's
That's
going to
it.
be gone here. They'll have a look at it.
Rate it.
But I think, yeah. He already gave him a warning, to be fair. And Divyesh has been caught napping here.
Yeah. See you later. Silly boy. Silly boy. It's a man cat, and I'm a big fan.
Yeah, well, we'll see it again. Maybe we'll see it from camera 4 as well. But
He warned him.
the question is, at the
Show it
moment,
again. We need to show it again. So
Divyesh is laughing. I don't think it's that funny. Yeah, he's out. He's definitely out. And he does it before he swings his arm over it. So this is fine. And I think we'll go back to the field of play.
that is out. He's
Yeah.
definitely gone.
It's poor concentration from Divyesh Kumar. He's not watching. He's not watching at all. And all you got to do is watch the bowler and you won't be out.
I don't know if they might give this. They might think he rotated his arm.
He didn't, though. Let's go one more time. Look, the arm, he's not even close to going over. So there's no doubt about the legality of it.
Yeah, he's gone. And, well, we've seen a crazy catch. We've seen a run out, not a man cat.
Well, it is a man cab, but it's type of run out. And Divyesh.
Why does he laugh? He's laughing.
He's laughing
It's
at
the
his own
greatest,
stupidity.
it's the greatest reaction to being man cat. He did get warned in the over.
In the over, he got warned, and so that's just a bit of fundamentals gone wrong from Divyesh. What do you think about this 5th over so far? It's been crazy. So it's gone rebound. It's gone wide rebound catch 1.1 run out before release, and plenty going on. And Divyesh Kumar, he's a key wicket. He'll learn a few things there. I don't know if you got it one more time, but his bat's in the wrong hand. He's not watching the bowler. It's fundamentals. He gets punished for for basically a technical error, running between the wickets, or running when he shouldn't have been running, or just moving when he shouldn't have been moving. So, that's good awareness by Anthony. To be fair, he warned him earlier in the over. I don't think he was even under any obligation to do that. This is 2023. It's a brave new world, and that ball's in play as soon as the bowler starts his run-up. Non-striker can avoid that dismissal very easily just by watching the bowler's arm.
Yeah. I'd love to see another one.
Yeah. See, look, here, his bat's in the right hand. He's daydreaming, really. And you're still in the game. You're still in the game, even when you're non-striker. Divyesh.
He took it well.
I think he's grinning to hide the pain, I think, because it's a crucial moment.
This is the longest over in history.
Could be.
What a catch.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Even those that are kind of I think that's a bit not spirit of the game. He's already been warned. So, I mean,
No.
it's on Divyesh Kumar, so they don't really have a case there.
Oh!
Oh, this fifth over is quite incredible. Sukumaran goes. Both players go in one delivery. And what is going on here is 54 for 4. And Gozo, they've got their tails up.
I've seen enough. I'm out of here. What is going on? 3 wickets. We've seen an incredible catch. One of the best we've ever seen in the network. We've seen a man-cad. Now we've seen the middle stump get poleaxed.
And Sukumaran, he had more responsibility after losing his partner to a concentration lapse. He basically yorks himself there. Gets on the front foot. And Anthony, I don't know. He's now dancing. He's doing a bit of wiggle, and why not? Gozo CC.
Is he on a hat trick?
Well, technically not.
Well, what do you mean?
Because the run out doesn't go to the bowler.
But
he does have 2 wickets in one ball.
I mean, if he gets this, I'm calling this a hat trick and some sort of hat trick, and I want it on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and Richard Harrow saying bowled him straight through the gates. Yeah, for sure. I will just mention, and I think it's non-cricket people that have a bee in their bonnet about the run out backing up. It's a very easy dismissal to avoid with the modern rule, which says that the bowler can't basically go through the bowling action.
Hat-trick ball.
Not really.
Yeah, it is.
Unofficial.
No, it is.
End of the over.
3 in 2 balls it counts to me.
Okay, so it's 55 for 4 at the halfway point. Plenty going on at the moment. Dave says, what an over this is. 1 for the history book. So there was a lot happening there, that's for sure.
Oh.
And plenty more happening tonight. Entertainers, they're back on the park. Pirates.
Okay.
They pulled off a couple of big last overs.
Moving on. Show me the catch again, Elvira.
6:30 GMT, 7:30 in Central Europe. That's midnight. So a little bit of a gap.
I just want to keep watching that catch. Honestly, this is...
Bang.
Oh, that is such a good catch. We're
good.
cricketers, so
Especially
you can feel that.
in these conditions as well. You kind of see the slight rain falling. And this is back to live action now. Starts with a wide. Anthony takes 2 for 4 and a run out.
He's read that so incredibly well. It's remarkable.
So you know how opinions change with the times? I can feel the tide turning with run-outs backing up in the last 12 months or so.
Obviously.
And rightly so.
That's world news. Oh, he's shelled it.
Do you reckon that's a nick?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, no.
It's gone wide otherwise.
Yeah, it's gone straight through the breadbasket.
Central Raj. A ball that would have been a wide steps in.
Yeah, it's a big deviation, but still. Whew.
Yeah, so the tide's turning, and as usual, we're kind of ahead of the curve at ECN because we have so much short-form cricket that we're broadcasting. Rafiq gets one past again. This time it is held, but no nick. Look, it's so easy to not get out that way, and it involves having your bat in the inside hand, just like Mohan does right now. That's the correct hand. It allows you to watch the bowler, and as soon as the bowler reaches its point of release, then you can do whatever you like, but just don't go before that point. See, Mohan is doing something what I'd call slightly wrong in that he's taking his eyes off the bowler before he bowls it, but he is being quite careful to not leave his crease until he sees that ball heading towards the batter. It's as simple as that. It's no different to getting stumped or something like that.
They're back in this game, more importantly.
Game on.
I can't get over that catch. Wow.
Yeah.
I
I like it when you get excited.
That's in my top
And
that's in my top 3.
And those of you watching our reaction shots, that's because I was excited on the inside, but also I wasn't actually sure what had happened because I saw the ball get past the keeper, and I thought you were just applauding the effort of the keeper to get a glove to it. And then
this is why you shouldn't watch the screen all the time, Vinny.
I don't all the time. Do a bit of a mixture. Oh, it's well bowled. See, I don't think this is wide if you break it down. Let's show that one again. They've been consistently harsh on these, but for me, when it passed the crease, it was just inside. But they have been consistent. I will say that about the umpires. They can understand the call. This time he brings it back a little bit. It'll be a dot ball. So Gozo, you're doing a bit of a number in the last couple of overs. I can't wait to see more of Anthony. What do you think? He's probably going to bowl the next over.
Well, they've pegged it right back. They're in this game now.
Well bowled, squeezed out, slightly mishandled, but they don't concede a run. That's the man of the moment. That's Gautam Datta, who took that ridiculous one-hander. Bit of a behind-the-wicket specialist, Gautam. This takes us to the end of another over. And the score is, well, I actually thought there was one to go there, but maybe not. 59 for 4 after 6, makes it 32 required off the last 4 overs. Game on, 8 and over, I think with 2 freshies at the crease. Anyone's game. Ajin Soman, he's one guy I think offers a lot with the bat. We haven't quite seen the best of him so far. He's facing up to Anthony, and if you're Mohan here, watch the bowler's arm. See how he turns his head? A bit early.
Meh.
But he's not leaving early. That's the key.
Who cares?
This is what I'll say as well. Anyone who gets out that way, by definition, they are stealing ground, knowingly or otherwise.
And it was 2 overs ago. I'm over it.
Hey, you're not over the catch yet.
We're going to see it. We're going to see it again. It's just part of the game now.
What do you reckon? Spanish players going to practice that training?
We have actually spoken about it.
Oh, wow. Wow. Straight over middle stump. Ajish Anthony has really
what a spell.
He's turned this game around in just a few minutes. Don't know how this misses. Straight over the bails. 2, now really 3 close games today.
Oh, good carry. Yeah, there's just spots on this pitch sometimes. It takes off.
I've never seen anyone so good-natured about getting out in that fashion,
That was pretty funny.
As Kumar.
Just giggling to himself.
It's almost like he had a cheesecake ready to go in the dugout. Is that all right? Get me out of here. Driven wide of the infielder. Just get one run. Run's hard to come by at the moment.
Yeah, all of a sudden, it's like they're bowling a big brick ball to them and they can't hit it off the square.
Rain's eased up a bit now. Maybe the odd sprinkle, but nothing that's going to pause proceedings. Geesh. One of the more memorable spells we'll see in this tournament. And now he gets launched, and he gets launched out of the ground. Maximo! Things can change quickly. Soman said he was a lurking danger, wasn't he? And he just takes a half a step, 1 or 2 steps down the wicket, and he swings straight through that one. Middle of the bat, 6 runs.
What a shot out of nowhere. That's a bit of a steadier for the Masita Warriors. They needed that.
Sure did. Anthony with the comeback ball.
You might want to just mention the scores because the graphic's been down for a couple of balls.
All right, we can tell you right now, 68 for 4. So that makes it 23 off 19. That 6 makes such a big difference. In these double-digit games, 6s are even more valuable. Geesh, love to finish with a wicket here. Oh, that was uppish. Back towards him. It doesn't carry. Dot ball, though. That'll help. I think they're going to get through Soman to win this. It's the end of the over now. So that's 7 overs down. The score is 68 for 4. 23 required off the last 3 overs. This is what's coming up in the last game of the day. We've had some real humdingers here in Malta on day 9. I expect more of the same. Gozo winning the toss and electing to bat first. Gozo CC in the last match of the day here in Malta. The Warriors, well, they'll have to chase again. Stay tuned. Of course, Corey, the exciting thing is we've got the 1 hour break now, so that'll start in around about 1 hour. It should be about a 45-minute break by the end of this game. But let's get going.
Well, it'll be an hour break for me, Vinny, just to let you know.
Good to know. Kanathale, he sprayed the first ball of his spell. He's back to bowl his second over. Can he get it right to the left hand? He's over the wicket, which I think is smart. missing leg, which means it probably would have been a wide if he'd gotten across. But
Decent
dot
size
ball.
appeal. Yeah.
Yeah. Stop the batters running anyway. 23 off 17 at the moment. Apologies for lack of score graphics. 23 off 17. Minus. I like that reference, and I get that because I was in Australia recently. Oh, he spoils another wide, but he will get out the way this time. Mohan. 1 run. And this is where the rubber hits the road for me, Corey. It's now 22 off 16.
You don't need to panic too much if you're a bat. You hit 1-6, you're in complete
I'm
control.
not saying panic. I said this is where the rubber hits the road. Soman versus Kanathil. This is going to be a key battle.
I think the batting team still is ahead. You hit one good shot, you're basically there.
Around the wicket then to the right-hander.
Ooh.
This is called a wide. I'm going to replay this one.
That's a wide. That's too wide.
It's not as wide as you think because of the angle, because he's also really round arm. We might have a few connection issues at the moment. Maybe the replays have dried up. But anyway, that makes it 21 off 16. Now slightly ball. What a catch. What are we watching here? Everything coming up Gozo. I don't even think he realised what had happened there. Jaron Jacobs sticks out a mitten and sticks. We've seen 2 of the most amazing catches you'll ever see in an innings right here in Malta. It's 70 for 5, and the skipper pulls off an absolutely unthinkable catch.
It's about 1 degree out there, raining, freezing cold. This has been laced. He crunches this, and he plucks it. That is a snare. What a catch as well.
2 hands initially, then it pops out, and he just plucks it with the right hand. Goes OCC. Wow, what a turnaround we are seeing. And that's Soman, who I said, you know, was the man they had to remove to have a chance. They do in dramatic circumstances, and now it's 70 for 5.
Yeah, 70 for 5. Unbelievable. Fielding wins you games.
Soman, he'll be shaking his head wondering what has happened. Yeah, social media people are going to be pretty busy after this game. Yeah, the entertainers, 21 off 15. Tony Lewis comes to the crease. Now it goes 50-50 for me. I think you got Mohunt 1 off 7. You got Lewis coming in at 7. This one's called a wide.
Well, he's running in front of the umpire as well. He's not helping his own cause.
That's probably true as well.
Yeah, look, he's telling him, go off the pitch.
Yeah, nice to see them have that conversation. 20 off 15. 5 wickets in hand. It's kind of similar to the first innings, the way this has transpired.
That's a wide.
Has he hit this? No.
Yeah, it's a wide.
Got pretty close to it with the leg glance, but it's called a wide.
Yep, definitely.
19 off 15. Tense moments ahead. Almost spoiled this. See, it looked like it may have taken a little deflection, but it didn't.
Once again, telling him, get off the pitch.
What should we bring in for this?
Yeah, no ball. You no ball him after a warning. Simple.
I don't think a warning's necessary.
Yeah, warning's okay.
So I feel about when that warning ball, the umpire's supposed to make a mistake and they look silly. Speaking of silly,
I think it's kosher when anyone's running down the wicket normal cricket, you get a warning. So you just go,
Yeah.
look, you can't go through there. If you go through again and I get blinded, I'm going to no ball you. And I guarantee it stops it.
yeah,
It will stop it. So no ball's pretty costly with the free hit.
Yeah, but it's not like 5 penalty runs. It's not as
No.
dramatic. It's just the right amount of penalty, I think. No
Yeah.
ball free hit. Yeah, I agree. All right. Abalash. Goes after this. Doesn't get it. Bottom of the bat. Doesn't carry, though, to Paulson, who's a good fielder. Just a single. What about, I'm just thinking out loud now, I'm spitballing. You know how you have 1, 2, 3 warnings and you're off for high no balls? Maybe you should have something similar for this. If you do it 3 times, don't bowl anymore. I'm just thinking. Oh, big woof from Lewis. No run into the over. 74 for 5. Good to see the scoreline back.
No, if you, welcome back. Yeah, if you did it 3 times yourself, that's 3 no balls. I think your whole team would be screaming at you. You actually have to teach these guys out of bad habits. They have to learn.
Yeah.
If you just swap them out, they'll do it again the next game.
Yeah. Well, they might
it is a good rule, though. You should bring it in because it would stop this huge issue of people. But you don't want umpires to get overly strict on it. You want it to be people that are really going across.
Yeah, like 100%. I think Daniel Weston actually had a good conversation with me about this when he was commentating Barcelona. And then you say use the middle stump as a line. If you cross that middle stump, then it's going to be a no ball. So you can be a bit black and white about it.
Yeah.
Because you should, unless you're fielding the ball, that's fine. But if you're not fielding the ball, then there's no reason you should cross the middle of the pitch.
And the marginal ones you shouldn't cause. Those real obvious ones where the umpire's blinded. Anyway, 2 overs left, 17 required, 16 for a golden ball.
Let's go. Game on is Stevie Roy, I should say. Stevie Ray, I think it's from something else. But Stevie Roy's going to bowl over number 9. Mohan, 2 off 8. Needs to get moving. He won't have to do too much here. Makes it 16 off 12.
Just these extras that have been sneaking through as well are doing a good little job for Masita Warriors because they're staying with it just enough.
Neville, similar thoughts to me there. Mana's saying the Gozo CC might lose this game, but they produced some of the most entertaining moments on ECN in this match. That should give them some momentum for the rest of the tourney. Stevie in the 9th, crucial over. Oh, he slips in the follow through, and now he's got to get up. He doesn't because the throw doesn't come to his end. Well done by Senthil Raj, who dives to stop that going for extras just to run. Everything's tense at the moment, Corey. Cold and tense.
Cold and tense, the way I like it.
Great work by Senthil Raj.
Sort of feel any wide and any time they get bat on ball is going to be at least one. They'll take this close, you'd imagine.
Wayne's mentioning you can't get an LBW if you're in front of the umpire, but I think in this form of the game, sometimes the umpire can't make those wide calls that are really important because I don't get a view.
I think I'd be having third man back here for these guys.
Because they're on the dab, aren't they?
Yeah.
This 15's looking a long way away at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah,
Warriors.
if there's a couple of extras, the odd one, but I'd be worried about a little edge for 4 here or something like that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Can't really see him lacing one over long off for 6, can you? Sasi Kumar's in that position. Deep backward point kind of goes back. Anyway, I think you've got to keep third man up in the circle in case we get another one of those catches. Yeah, well, they get something here. If they run hard, they might get 2. They decide against it.
Never 2.
Probably
No,
not.
I like the intent.
Yeah, the intent was there and ran quick, had a quick turn as well, Tony Lewis.
These two have faced a few balls now, so you're backing them in. The time, they're just inside the 2 minutes. They'll get there.
Yeah. Look, if you score off every ball from here, it's very hard to lose. I think you probably get a wide or 2, probably get the odd 2. Maybe if you're lucky, you get a boundary. You don't have to go looking for trouble when you're 5 out. Mohan, though, he's found it hard to get runs off the stick in his 9 balls. Now tries and just has a big windy woof at that one.
That's exactly what you're saying. Any bat on ball, every ball, you're taking it deep. These 2-dot balls this over have hurt now. So now you need a boundary, or you'll feel like you need a boundary.
Yeah, the pressure builds in real time. See a little bit of a chat there saying, look, maybe don't panic. Look, if it's there to hit, then hit it. But if it's a good delivery, I think maybe you just take your medicine, get 1, keep the score moving. We are down in the middle of the lower order now for the Warriors.
Wouldn't want to bowl a few wides with 90 seconds left.
True.
Closest we've been.
Good point. Well, that's one way to do it. He said, why don't you do the same thing, but this time hit it? And he sends the bird scattering Maximo into the car park. Well, Mohan, he's taken eternity getting his eye in, but he gets plenty of that, and he swings the game back towards the Warriors with 1 swing of the bat.
1 swing of the bat, and they're in control again. And they're almost 1 hit away from winning it. That's Stevie Roy just a bit full on that one, and it hurts.
Dave's right in the chat. He's saying, just look how much Gozo have improved over the last year or 2. It's fantastic. Exactly right. Sometimes we see one-sided games earlier on. You know, the Lions, they're having a hard time in this series. But, I mean, Gozo, a team that bowled out for 6 the first time we saw them. Just look at how they're going now. But it's an uphill battle. 8 off 7 now. Mohan steps away. This isn't a wide either.
Well bowled.
And so, not a bad over. Just 1 ball got away from Stevie. It's the end of 9. Everyone, put your golden boots on because we're heading to the last. And they need 8. It's 83 for 5.
Yeah, need 8. 2 men have been there for 16 balls collectively. I think the batting side just ahead. A wicket, though. A wicket brings them right back in it.
Yeah, I agree.
Need a wicket.
I agree the batting side's just ahead, but just. And they've got Sasi Kumar, who's a pretty consistent bowler to bowl the last. Look at this innings, 18 runs in wides. That hurts, doesn't it? Sasi Kumar went for 13 in the first. But it's a different ball game now as Lewis faces up. 8 required for the Warriors. Here comes over number 10. And he hits it straight and he hits it long. Maximo! Sasi gets it slightly wrong. It's in the slot. He was going for the Yorker. It wasn't quite there. Then despite all the dramas, Warriors They look to have this game in the bag now. That means just 2 more for victory.
I honestly think with the way T10's going, even when we see scorecards and teams need, say, 25 off 18 or 20 off 15, the batting team's winning more often than not now because everyone's able to clear the rope at least once.
That's true, but I mean, when you've got a bat and you're out in the middle of the field, it feels a long way away. Any score ties it to a win it, and there's a dot ball and no call. Yeah, so this is the thing. These things on paper, 8 and over looks easy on paper. But if you think it's just a doddle, grab a bat, walk out into the middle of the Masters International Cricket Ground right now.
I think it's just changing a bit. I think batsmen are just getting more natural ability to clear the rope.
Need another dot, trying to beat the bat. Thick edge, gone.
Good catch.
Well, that's nice catching. This one's a bit more orthodox.
Game on again.
For Gautam, 2 off 3. It'll bring a new batter to the crease. So Lewis goes large, but now he's got to go home. And the Warriors, they are so close, but they're not across the line yet. It's 89 for 5, 89 for 6 now.
Okay, so with that wicket, it opens up a slight door. You've got to be clever here. If you're the Masita Warriors, you're running no matter what. You get any bat on it or it goes to the keeper, run. It's a free. It's a freebie.
Force the play. I think batters are dispensable. There's no real set batter. I know Mohan's just smoked a 6, but he's also missed a lot of dot balls. So I think you've got 4 wickets in hand. You're not going to be bowled out, except if you get man-catted out. But let's see who's coming out. It's the keeper, Pierstein.
Oh, looks good. Yeah, you're running no matter what here because a 1 will tie it at least.
And I'd rather over-attack in the field than under-attack with those short positions, and that's kind of what they've done. All right, here we go. 2 to win. There's 3 balls remaining. Pierstein on strike. And he gets the ball. It doesn't beat the keeper.
Great
Wants to go to bowl. It's smart. And he's not out.
I don't know if the ball hit the stump first.
Let's have a look at it. We're going to look at it, but I actually think he breaks the stumps with his hands. The ball was going to hit the stumps, but I think he knocks them over with his hands first.
Great work by the keeper.
Great work by Central Raj. It was a good option, but look, we'll slow this down now. Look.
Just wait.
Well, does it hit the stumps first?
Oh,
it's out.
I reckon that's out.
Let's have a look again. Well, this is a super important call. I know that he knocked him over with his hands, but I think the ball does. Look, there. We'll try and slow it down. Really slow now, really slow. See there? Oh, back a bit. You see here, for me, the ball hits the stumps first.
Yep.
And then...
To be honest, I can understand if the umpire doesn't give this out because it's so tight. You're going to have to show it again a few times.
There's doubt. Yeah, maybe they want another look.
Zoom it in. Zoom.
Oh, yeah.
Time for zoom. Zoom it into that ball.
Let's see, because...
Zoom.
What's the hand doing?
Oh, that's out. That one there, I reckon, shows that it's going to be out. He's dropped it onto the stumps just. Maybe.
My feeling originally was that he hits the stumps over before the ball has a chance to hit it, but now I can see that the ball's hit the stump. So I think this is going to be given out. There's a great zoom. I think it's gone. It's a really tight call and a crucial call because if it's not out, it ties the scores. What's your call at home?
Actually, my call's not out.
I suppose the other question is...
There's too much doubt for me. That top of his hand actually is touching right next to the stump.
And I'll tell you something else. Let's say the ball does hit the stumps first, but maybe he's knocked the stumps over before the bail has had a chance to come off.
Oh, he's been given. Yeah. He's gone. So it saves the run.
Yeah, I toed and froed over that several times. And
just quietly, that is unbelievable keeping. The fielding.
Yeah.
Go back and watch. He plucks it with one hand, throws it with the glove on.
Yep.
Look at this.
And he does the right thing. He's just trying to throw it back to the keeper.
And he throws it to the bowler.
Michael's saying why is he in front of the stumps, but the reason is because he's in his follow-through. So if he takes that clean, it's easy. Sandeep knows the ball's hit the stumps, but also his hands did hit the stumps. It was a tight call. It makes the game very, very interesting because it's going to be 2 off 2 now. Line ball calls.
Great keeping.
Wayne saying also he's running pretty wide there. So it does get the set batter back on strike. Mohan needs 2 to win the game, 2 to left. I think this is going to be a wide, and it's going to be a run out.
I don't know if it's wide. I don't know if it's a wide.
It's been called. I saw him pre-signal, and well, let's wait for it.
Hasn't.
I saw him pre-signal a wide. Let's see on the replay. I think they maybe want to have a look at this too. Well, so maybe slow it down there.
That's good. See where the bowler is though. Once again,
that's why the umpire's asking, is it a wide or not?
No, he's not saying it's a wide. He's like, I can't see. It's not, is it a wide?
Yeah, gotcha.
I can't see.
Let's get another replay up then. Let's see if this is a wide or not because he's referred it because he can't see. So we have to see this, and it is going to result in a run out. The question is this a wide or not? And we'll stop it about there. I think it's a wide.
I don't know.
I think if you go on
I
how
don't-
they've
I don't
umpired
think-
the whole game, it's a wide.
But I don't think you can refer a wide because we haven't referred it
The
the
only
whole
time you can refer a wide is if you have no view of it.
We haven't been doing that much though, have we?
That's how they do it. You just don't notice most of the time.
I don't
'cause
think
it's
the
not
wide.
so
I don't
crucial.
reckon the wide's been given. He's not signalling why they're saying I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure the wide hasn't been given.
What a crazy game.
So now it's 2 off 1.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I've never seen him signal the wide at any
Well,
stage.
guess what? That's not wide. And Zishan
Yeah.
says not a wide. I will say,
What is
I
go-
agree with
it's
you
another
in
run,
theory.
It's another run out. Anyway,
I agree with you in
Golden
theory,
ball.
but I'm saying, yeah, it could be. Now, 1's a golden ball, 2 for the batting team to win. No score, and Gozo win it in regulation. Let's go. Last ball coming up. 1 for a golden ball. They're not going to get it.
why aren't they running?
And he's going to be gone. He's probably run out. He's just wandered nowhere, and it's all over. He wants a wide, but wow. What is going on today in Malta?
Why didn't he run?
He doesn't. Well, he wasn't going to make it, I suppose. And
But it's the
then-
last ball.
yeah, he's run out. Whether he's run
Well,
out or
stumped.
stumped, probably. Well, if he's not attempting a run, it's stumped. But regardless, dramatic scenes, and Gozo do it again. A last ball finish, and well, hold
That's-
on a second. It was. Hold on a second.
Is it given? What is going on? Was it given a wide?
That's been given a wide last ball. Well,
What? No.
What at the moment it is.
Wait, what ball's a wide? That can't be a wide.
This is all over the shop.
Wait,
now.
hold on. Look, what? This was given a wide? That's not a wide. That can't have been a wide. Are you sure the ball before wasn't given a wide?
Everyone, relax. I'm
I'm-
going to go deep into the archives. I'm going to work out what's going on here.
It's a golden ball. No matter what, we've got a golden ball. That means the ball before.
The ball before was a wide, so that means
That's just out, and now it's a golden ball.
well, it wouldn't be because they'd have to have their conference if it was a golden ball. So I think, yeah, the ball before was given a wide.
And wide and run out, and now that's just a run out, and now it's a golden ball.
So no, so that wasn't their last ball. It was the second last ball. So right now scores are tied.
That was the last ball, wasn't
No,
it?
because it was a wide. There was 2 to come. So now, okay, here's where we're at. It's 90 for 9. So the scores are tied at 90, and this is the last ball. So now any score wins it for the Warriors. Otherwise, it's a golden ball, and he misses, and it's golden ball, and they're bowled out. So Seben's going to have to face the golden ball, and the golden ball drought is broken in dramatic circumstances. 90-90, and well, here comes Tyrone Peters. You can probably see him on the left of the field, and Gozo is saying, well, we're bringing the drama. We had no idea what was going on, and Tyrone,
This is the craziest last over we've ever had.
it's been the craziest innings in a while, hasn't it? And look, they're walking off, but they haven't lost yet.
So this game has ended with 4 run-outs and a wide run-out. This is just
This is the last
farcical.
ball. Now, who's out here? We'll try and
Well,
definitely...
the striker. The striker's
Yep.
out.
So that means Seben Joseph, who I don't think has faced a ball, he's going to have to face because this is the only battle left. Because even if you're bowled out, you can face the golden ball.
What is going on? So
So-
just to get this right, we've
Yeah.
just ended with 4 consecutive run-outs, but one of them was a wide run-out. Yeah?
Something like that. I mean, it's been absolutely
Yeah.
crazy.
Run-out, wide run-out, run-out. And they've golden balled it.
I think one of them was given a stumping. Tom Thomas was given stumped because he didn't actually try and run. He just was out of his crease. But now,
Oh, wow. Well, we got a golden ball. I have no idea how we got there.
look at number 16, Seben Thomas. Penny for his thoughts because he is about to go and he has to face up. He's the only player that isn't out. So one of the rules with the golden ball, maybe we can bring up the golden ball graphic.
Give him a good bat.
He's saying, give me all the bats you got. And he hasn't even faced a ball in this game. So in the event of a tie, and we're tied 90-90, the match is decided by golden ball. And the batting team needs 2 to win, otherwise the fielding team wins. It's got to be advantage Gozo at the moment, surely.
I need a moment because all they had to do was hit one ball and they had 4 wickets and we got wicket, wide, wicket. And somehow we've ended on a golden ball.
So 127. 127 is the streak, and it's broken here. And I've got to say, you can see it's 13 to 24. The bowling team have had a long run of of success in golden balls. Batting teams won the first 5. You know what we've never seen in 6.1 overs of golden balls? We've never seen a wide or a no ball. This is the actual last ball.
Okay, this is the last. No, this is the 4 wickets in the over. There's the first one, which was super contentious. This was the one that we believe is a wide run out.
That is a wide based on how they've been umpiring.
Yeah, so that's a wide run out.
Yeah.
And then this was run out to make it 3 in a row, or stumped, or whatever. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. That's 3, and then that's the highlights of the third one. And then we had the 4th one, this one also. So that's 4 consecutive wickets with a wide, which then took us to the golden ball.
It was actually 5 in a row, it says here on my scorecard. So we had 5 wickets in the last 4 balls, according to this.
No, I don't think so.
I forgot the first one.
No, that's 4.
Yeah, I've got
maybe the catch.
6 dot wicket,
I don't know.
run out.
Yeah, the catch, 5. There you
Yeah,
go.
there you go.
Elvira's on top. So 5 wickets in 4 balls.
to finish this game. And they're bowled out. But this is the only time in cricket you can be bowled out and you can still stay alive because the golden ball isn't part of the 10 overs.
So now they need to put the field back. They're all in trying to save one. What are they doing?
So a 1's fine for Gozo, a 2's not. Seben Joseph hasn't faced a ball in this game. What number did he bat? I'm totally lost. He came out at number 10.
What? They're keeping the field tight. They need 2 to win, not 1.
Total gamble here.
No, that's not a gamble. It's idiotic. They need 2 and they've got everyone tight. Just move everyone back 5 metres.
Look, if you can keep the ball in the infield,
no, Vinny,
you're doing it.
Don't justify it.
I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying I'm a little bit...
They need 2 to win, not 1.
A little bit wound up. So we're into golden ball 0 once again. And who's going to run with him? So they've gone for Rocky. So Rocky, who opened the battings, back out there as the runner.
They need 2 to win, and everyone's in the inner ring. Oh, no.
This is crazy. Well, Seben, you can swing for the fences. What's your play here then? Do you just try and make good contact?
If you make any contact, you've won, basically.
Not if it goes in an infielder. You've got to get 2. 1 isn't enough for the Warriors. Golden ball drama. The golden ball streak snapped. Our first golden ball since the 24th of November, 2022. And the Warriors made a meal of this. 5 wickets going in the last 4 balls of the game. It's golden ball 38 before your very eyes. Live from Malta. 2 to win. And it's Seben Joseph. He's LBW. He's gone. And so Gozo win it in a golden ball. Drama. Sasi Kumar. He comes up with the goods. And with the golden ball, he gets it right on line. Seben can't get any bat on it. And Gozo win one of the most memorable matches you'd ever want to see of cricket right here on ECN.
So, in theory, they've taken 6 wickets in 5 deliveries to win the game.
Well, this is where we said it'd have to be something dramatic for Cedar Warriors to lose, didn't we? They needed 2 of 5 balls and they only get 1 more run in the match. And that was a wide. And this is an easy decision for the umpire. And I think even if it wasn't given out, there's no way they were running 2. So high drama, Gozo CC, the entertainers, they get a big win. Once again, they have a close one. Their 2 wins have been by 1 run and by golden ball. Corey Rutgers.
Oh, I love they kept the field in when they need. It's a bold strategy, God. Let's see if it pays off. I have no idea what's just happened in the last 10 minutes. That is unbelievable cricket.
Absolute drama. You know, going back to that wide call, I think it's a wide based on how the wides have been called all day.
But we never saw a signal, which is what's confused everyone a bit, I think. We never saw an official, but hey, in the end...
In the end, well, Divyesh Kumar getting man-catted. I'll come back to that in a second. Let's go back to the highlights. As plenty was going on here. And if you are a lover of cricket and you're a lover of entertainment, you love this. Stevie taking a nice catch at square leg. But this really is what ECN cricket's all about. It had everything, and it had one of the most dramatic finishes you could ever hope. But let's not forget what happened earlier in the innings. We had a pretty dramatic 5th over as well. Rafi came out and... Well, you know, he's been a good pickup for Gozo CC as well. But they had to get through the top order first. That was the key, even though that one didn't go to the boundary. Every run would prove crucial in what turned out to be about as close as you can get.
Yeah, and this was the moment for me. That catch changed the whole game. That catch is the best catch I've seen in a long, long time, and it completely flipped the script. They started to get back into the game. The umpire was in shock. I was in shock. Vinny was pretty calm. And overall...
Looked like I'm about to score down Fantastic.
The rest of the game was just crazy.
Everything was just a blur. And he said, look, I gave you a friendly warning. I didn't have to. Now you're gone. And look, he signals away. I mean, you have to be brave to do that as a bowler as well because you risk polarising opinion. And Anthony had a bit of the shabba about this, a little bit of the body wiggle because the next ball just blasted through Sukumaran. Yeah, Gozo, they just fought back. They need to do something dramatic to pull off a victory. That's exactly what they did. I mean, Soman, he looked good while he was there. Then he went to this catch, which he absolutely blasted. Now, I don't think that Jaron Jacobs saw it, but he caught it. And this one was the only one that Mohan really got away. And then Sasi Kumar would bowl the last. And you really felt with that 6, it was 2 off 5. There's no way they could lose. And then the wheels totally fell off.
So that's 1.
Yeah, 6
That's
wickets in
1.
5 balls.
This was super close, but the right decision. 2.
Yeah, I think you're right as well.
2 wickets.
We may or may not see them all. There was a lot
So
happening here.
I think that's the one that was a bit of a wide / run out.
Yeah.
So that's 3 in 2 with a run.
Yeah.
And then this is the 4th one where we don't know why they're not running.
Yeah, true.
And then this is the 5th one to take us to the golden ball.
Yeah.
So there's 5 wickets in 4 legal
and there'll
balls.
be a 6-1-7. He wasn't the one run out there, so he became the man on strike in the golden ball.
Oh.
He had the selection of any bat he wanted, but he didn't use it. He was plumb LBW, and the run out for good measure was attempted, but they were never getting 2 regardless. And Cedar Warriors. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Sofia here in Bulgaria. Well, firstly, what a classic match that was. A golden ball between Gozo and the Masida Warriors. I can't believe that. I mean, watching that again certainly brings back those memories. It was quite chaotic, wasn't it? They only needed 2 runs off 5 balls, and in the end, we saw them losing 6 wickets there, including that one from the golden ball. What a match, and well, go Gozo. Certainly looking forward to being in Malta later on in the year and seeing the likes of Gozo improving all the time. What about here in Bulgaria? Well, we're improving slightly. We've seen a lot of work being done around the ground. Of course, it is finals day here, and at the moment, no matches have been abandoned. So the reason for that is that we've got a little bit of extra time. Remember, today we've got 4 matches scheduled, not 5. So we've got that extra time, a little pocket of extra time there. So time is being used to try and clear a lot of the surface water off the pitch, particularly the outfield, and that's been done by manual work as well as some machinery. I mean, you may be able to pick up in the background that there's some machinery working behind me. We've got an industrial pump which is being used to take a lot of the surface water away. So all I can tell you really is that everything that is possible is being done to try and dry the ground and make it safe to play. That's the key thing, to make it safe to play. So a lot of work being done by the blue crew of the European Cricket Network and also the Federation. So, you know, shout out to them. They've been doing really, really well. Other than that, really, there's nothing else I can tell you. So the news is that no matches at the moment have been abandoned. So the first semi-final was going to be that. Well, it was an all-out encounter, wasn't it, between Sofia we're going to be taking on Indo Bulgaria, and these are 2 teams that have met in finals before. And then semi-final number 2, that would be between Istanbul KSK, who finished top of the standings unbeaten in the group stages, and they are taking on Sofia Spartans. So those matches still are scheduled to take place, but efforts are being made to make conditions good and playable. I mean, looking around at the weather at the moment, remember early this morning when I was talking to you, there was a fair bit of sunshine around, which was good, because that, of course, helps our course. Right now, as I speak to you, there's some more of those dark clouds, and usually the pattern has been here in Sofia is that in the afternoon that we do start to get these dark clouds come across and they bring some rain. Yesterday, of course, there were thunderstorms, there was lightning, and there was a lot of rain. We're hoping that doesn't happen today. Of course, we don't want to lose finals day here, and I know the teams are very keen to play. They're all here, the players helping out as much as they can. So I suppose what I can tell you is that we'll continue showing you some cricket. We can't show you cricket from Bulgaria at the moment, but we can go back in time, and I want to take you back to the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship in Spain at the Carnival Oval. It was the 17th of September 2022, and this match I really did enjoy. I was commentating it along with Vinny Sandu. It was a fantastic match. And why was it fantastic? Because Spain were playing. And, you know, I live in Spain, so it was, you know, got a soft spot for the old Spanish. Spain were taking on Ireland. This was the Group A final. So which one of these two teams was going to go into Championship Week? It was an absolute classic. I'm going to leave you to enjoy this one. But like I say, we will always bring you any updates as and when we get them. Keep a lookout at the bottom of your screen as well for those updates. Let's enjoy this classic. Ireland taking on Spain in the European Cricket Championship. And we go back to September, the 17th of September 2022. And I can tell you that Ireland, we're going to have a bat first. Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo there, Vinny Sandu, giving us the insight to this, the Group A final. It's going to be absolutely sensational as we have a look down at this beautiful Cardamom Oval. And as you saw and heard Vinny say there, we will start with the anthems of both the teams, starting with the anthem of Ireland and also then followed by the national anthem of Spain. Teams are ready to come onto the field of play where they'll take their places for those anthems. But look, before they come out, let's just remind ourselves of how these two teams had booked their place in this Group A final. Ireland and Spain finished 1 and 2. Ireland top of the group, Group A, Spain second, which meant that they had the right to have this first qualifier, and it was gave them the right to have two bites of the cherry, if you like. Ireland only needed one. They thrashed Spain in the match early this morning, chasing down the 86 required in, well, once again, record time, thanks to Seamus Lynch, who is in the form of his life at the moment, 69 off 18, and that got him the player of the match performance, which meant that Spain had to wait to see who they would play, and that was to be between the eliminator of Austria and Portugal. Austria, well, they were victorious after scoring 151 runs, losing 6 wickets in doing so. Portugal were beaten by 38 runs in that one. So it was Austria and Spain with the right to take on Ireland in the final. And it was another close game, wasn't it? Spain held on, didn't get many runs on the board once again, so the batting will be an issue for Spain. They got 91 for 5, but they restricted Austria to 84 for 9. It was a win by just 7 runs. And it once again, when Spain needs somebody to perform with the bat, is that man, Daniel Dolcaye. 40 not out from him of 23 deliveries. That ended up being the key. And well, Mohamed Cameron was on top form again with the bowling. You see there that the players, they are getting ready now for the anthems. And first up will be the anthem of Ireland. Now we'll get ready for the national anthem of Spain. There you go, touching moment. Corey Rucker's there, and he'll be hoping that he'll be smiling at the end of this as well. The two teams are ready to do battle in this, the Group A final. And as we heard from Vinny Sandu, who was out there in the middle, it will be Ireland that have elected to bat first. Now, I know Vinny was a little bit surprised, but one of the things, and I think this is the key here for me, I think Ireland, they would have wanted to bat in these conditions. I don't think they fancied batting in the when there was no light at all under the floodlights, which is what's going to happen part way through especially when we go deep into the second innings. So I think it's a case of going out there, batting, even though it's not what they prefer to do, batting out there while there's still a fair bit of natural light, trying to get the runs on the board, and then try and create the pressure on Spain, because likewise Spain haven't batted in the night, and they will know that. And I think Ireland and their captain, Gerald Wilson, fancies that they'll do better with the ball than with the bat when it comes to the night conditions. Well, Spain, they've had a tough couple of days, haven't they? Remember yesterday they lost both their matches against Portugal and also against Austria, and this morning didn't go well for them again when they were beaten easily by Ireland, but they came back strong, didn't they? They went back to winning ways in a tough and well, it was a bit of a wrestling match with Austria. This is what the bat versus ball wall says. Ireland 114 to Spain's 100. So Ireland, I mean, they go into this as favourites, and I know when I was speaking to Corey Ruckers yesterday, he was very much the same. He accepted that they probably are the favourites and the better team. Only lost just the once in this championship, but that one defeat was to Spain. We get ready to go here. The umpires are out there ready for this one. Sullivan Saeed, the Italian stallion, and Shubh Navjot Singh. Sullivan is at the bowler's end. And speaking of bowlers, it's going to be Mohammed Cameron, and how instrumental he was once again in defending that below par score for Spain against Austria. Picked up 3 for 9. Mohammed Cameron, he's taken 13 wickets in this championship, just one behind the leading wicket taker, which is Mikey O'Reilly, and also joined up there by Atif Mohammed of Spain as well. But these two batters, well, they've been on another level, haven't they? Max Burton, he's going to be the opener here, but everybody, well, Max Burton was the one who started things off for Ireland, and I know that he had Vinny Sandu drooling. He ordered the shirt and everything, and then, well, Seamus Lynch came into his own, and he's been absolutely extraordinary. Remember, 69 of 18 in that win early this morning in a player of the match performance against Spain. He's the one they need to get out early, but look, there's been the likes of Melly and also the captain Wilson, as well as Matchett, that have been in good form as well. So Spain know it's a matter of picking up. If they can do what they did against Austria and pick up, well, 3 or 4 wickets in that power play, then they'll be well into the Irish. And then I think they've got to contend against the like of Mikey O'Reilly with the pace, and also Catherwood and the spin of Humphreys, and maybe that of 1 or 2 other spinners. It looks like Scott Macbeth has been picked in front of McCulloch, and Jamie Forbes will be key as well. It's going to be an exciting finale to the group, and I think nobody can argue. I mean, though Spain have done it the hard way, 1 or 2, most people would have expected them to do it a little bit easier to get here, the route to the final, but I think most people would agree that you've got the 2 best teams in the group in the finals. I don't think anybody can begrudge these teams being here. And though Ireland are the favourites, this can go anyway. We know that. Just a slight delay there at the moment as we get ready for the start of the match. And the 2 batters there in the middle just having a chat. Mohammed Cameron deciding it's an opportunity for him to just have a little sit down. He's going to be tired, isn't he? I mean, the Spanish team, I mean, because of they've been in the war slightly, haven't they? They've had to do this. They've had to do this the hard way. So they've been put through the tracks. Mohammed Cameron has had to bowl pretty well. I know he was given a match off in the process of this, and well, 1 or 2 others. I think Atif Mohammed as well. You see that plenty of people around the ground waiting for this. Well, there's a shot of the Portuguese team as well. They're excited about it. Max by there, part of the European Cricket Network. So it looks like we are getting ready here now to start. So the official timekeeper and a proud partner of the European Cricket Network, Frederique Constant, looks like they've given a thumbs up. So we are ready to go. Mohamed Kamran composes himself. He needs to be at his best. Burton to face the first ball. Here we go. It's time for the Group A final. This is guided away. Well stopped on the boundary by Hamza Salim Dar. First runs off the bat straight away from Burton. And this is the moment. This is the man. Thomas Lynch. How will he go about things? Will he just bat the same way he's batted so far? He's been ruthless at the moment in this championship. Can he continue the sort of form that he's been in? Well, they will be hoping so. Good crowd here as well. Combination of Irish and Spanish supporters in the fan zone. Goes for the shot and he gets this. Well, this is what he does so well. And just for a moment then with this hit, I thought, well, maybe he hasn't got enough height on it. But he's got the power, he has got the height, just does a little bit of stretching when maybe he's feeling a little bit stiff himself. You see what I mean? He doesn't get a lot of height on it, but it's a good shot to play in the power play. He's off, he's up, he's running. 6 runs, big hit, and a good time to welcome back into the dream box Mr. Maximo for the Group A final.
Wow, how's that for a start? Is that the T10 version of a forward defensive? He just, I think for Lynch it is. We were calling El Machina the machine. Started pretty well there. Kamran though, be a big wicket if he could get it. Here he is, goes short, and this could be gone. I think it is gone, it's off the glove. Well, he's not going anywhere. The umpire's waiting now, he gives it. So big moment in the final. Lynch takes it on the horizontal bat shot, and he's just beaten for pace. It hits the glove, it balloons up. The keeper takes the catch, and Spain, they're away. Kamran, you can't catch him now. And what a start to this final. Ireland 11, 7 for 1.
Yeah, well, this is brave bowling, isn't it? I mean, he goes for the short delivery. He says he knows he's going to take him on. He gets a short one in. It's quick, it's fast, and it's a little bit too spicy for Seamus Lynch. He gets a bit of glove on this. The catch is taken behind. And the batter doesn't want to go. He says the umpire's there to do a job, let him do the job. And the umpire does the job, puts the hand up in the air, and he has to go. No mistakes there from Ishan. He knows he's got his man. Mohamed Kamran knows he's got his man. And there he is. Well, the hitman does it again. And that's the first wicket, and it's the big one.
I mean, it kind of felt like it had to be off the gloves, didn't you? That was the instinct anyway. Isan gleefully accepts the chance. So how about that, Kamran? His day has had pretty much everything. He is one of the kind of cult heroes on the European Cricket Network. Seamus Lynch gone for just 4. Here comes John Matchett. He's a bit of a mixed week, actually. Certainly looks very, very capable. Now, he is the oldest of the Ireland 11 batters. He's 25 years of age. Let's see how he handles. Cammy in full flight. Is this nicked? Oh, it's caught. He's got it. Yeah, he got it.
He's got it. It's 2 in 2. Mohamed Kamran, he's off. He's off to the races. This is what it's all about. Well, when the big players have to step up to the mark, well, this is what they have to do. This is an absolute juicy delivery. John Matchett has gone first delivery. Mohamed Kamran is quick, he's fast, he's electrifying, finds the edge. Vamos, chicos, España. 2 in 2 for Mohamed Kamran. This is absolutely amazing. Well, I tell you what, Mohamed Ishan's, his heart was in his mouth. I don't know how many attempts he had at this, but eventually he takes it. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, well, I mean, Isan's kept to Kamran a lot, so he should be able to handle the pace. But I think, he almost didn't handle the moment there. But if he dropped that, that could have been a huge turning point early in this final. But Kamran's on a hat trick, and it is crazy scenes here at the Cardamom Oval. This is what ECN cricket is all about. And here's the guy, Kamran. He told me he could barely walk, but he's finding another gear here in the final. Ireland 11, 7 for 2.
Well, he may have been feeling a little bit lethargic, and maybe he couldn't walk. But now, after picking the first wicket up, he is firing in. He's already taken 1 hat-trick in this one. Remember that? 4 for 7. That was against Portugal. Now he's eyeing up another.
Well, this is certainly cricket like you've never seen it before. We say it all the time, it's cricket on steroids. Everything's happening here. We've had a 6, we've had 2 wickets. Cameron, and the thing is, he's full of confidence. He's still got 1.2 overs he can bowl here. He really wants to get into the middle order. That's how Spain knocked over Ireland 11 the other day. And here he is, bowling a hat-trick ball.
And, well, Melly just lets this go by. And don't forget, though, look, I know this is a great start from Spain, but Cameron Melly, he was in very good form yesterday. He cracked a cracking half-century. So it's not done yet, but this is a sensational start. It really is. Unbelievable.
Really like what I've seen from Melly. I think he's the kind of guy won't mind being in early.
He beats him again. Good pace from Mohammed Cameron, and that is the end of a cracking over. And 7 on the board, but look at that, 7, 2 wickets down. And well, puffing and pluffing, there is the coach, Ruckus.
What a journey. I mean, where are we going with the leading wicket takers now? I mean, Teef Mohammed, he's got to be right up there, and so is Humphreys for the Ireland 11. But I mean, Daniel Dorkayet, head and shoulders the best batter for Spain. We haven't seen him really up the top or in the top 3 ever. But Mohammed Cameron, I think with that wicket, might have just overtaken Teef Mohammed with it because he's got 2 in that first over. Seamus Lynch, though, he's a big man to be out. He's either daylight second, you've got Burton and Melly, they're second and third. They're pretty close together. What a week it's been. And no matter where you're watching from around the world, it's great to have your company. And I'll say it, I said it before, I'll say it again. I am so impressed with this Ireland 11, the way they've handled this week. Such a young team. Let's see if they can do it in the final. They're in a bit of a hole at the moment, and well, this will help because it's not a good first ball from Prince Demand, who comes on, gets a little bit short at the body as well. And I just had a feeling, I said it in the introduction as well, Maxi Burton is due. I think he's too good a player to stay down for too long, and that's a pretty confident looking shot. 4 runs.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm thinking the same thing. You know, remember it was Burton that started things off. He looked to part early on when Ireland first introduced himself to this championship. Is he going to finish well as well?
Off cutter this time, let glance, but straight at the fielder. Have a pop, and Isan making full use of the padding. Yeah, so Lynch going early. I mean, he is a guy who we've seen bludgeon attacks. I mean, almost in a way like we've never seen before on the ECN. So what do you make of his early dismissal? Do you think that'll shake the Irish, or do you think they're pretty confident they've got other guys that can step up? I mean, they do have a lot of guys that have made runs this week.
Yeah, I think I mean, look, when you've got a team like this, carry on after this delivery. Lovely shot. They take the single, making them rush. Look, they are a team. And, you know, there's no I in team. So they're not looking at it an individual. They're looking at them as a team getting to a score. Yeah, they will look at something like Seamus Lynch to be the main contributor. But if he goes, they'll be looking for somebody else to stand up. So I don't think, I mean, look, the pressure is on them. If they can weather this early storm, I think they'll still get a good score on the board.
Goes upstairs this time. Thing is, 2 balls away from Cameron coming back in the third. Prince Demand. Most players bowled pretty well. Don't think he likes that one. Seemed like a bouncer to me. You only get 1 of those above the shoulder and over, but it cannot be above the head height. Hit really well.
Smashed.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good shot by Burton. I just think he's on here. I know it's early days, but he kind of picks that one from Demand. Looked like the rolling off cutter. And almost like to a spinner. He was down the pitch quickly. He kind of made it into a half volley. That was a powerful strike down the ground. Cuatro, carreras más.
Yeah, remember when Spain got that victory over Ireland? Remember their strategy was to short ball. Just remember that.
This one goes back at Prince. Shakes to throw a ball that he's not holding. And he does hold the stare though, doesn't he? End of the over. Game on here. It's 17 for 2. Once again, it's been a big day in action. It'll go into the night. Big day of action, I should say. You can see this is what's happened so far. Ireland 11 smashed Spain to smithereens in the first game of the day. And Austria beat Portugal, but then Spain beat Austria. So that meant that Spain, they are back. It is a rematch. To be honest, it's the final I think a lot of people wanted to see. I know that Austria got close to Spain, but they never really overtook them this week. They got close to grabbing second spot last night. But obviously, very entertaining stuff, and it's not going to slow down now. Here's Cameron. And the first ball goes to mid-on. And it'll That'll be just a single. So now Cameron, let's see if his second over is as effective as his first, you know.
Risky shot to play there. I mean, it's a good ball. It was pitched right up. It's an unusual technique and style there from Burton. Gets a single.
I want to say a quick hi to everyone that's tuning in, the viewer comment section as well. I know Oktay Galami's watching from Sweden. A lot of people are watching, sending in messages. Okay. I don't think we've really seen the genuine Yorker yet from Cammy. And one thing that interested me is he seemed to be bowling a lot less Yorkers during the week. And I think that they've wanted to kind of keep it as a surprise tactic. Because if you're playing 9 or 10 games, there's not too many surprises left if you show everything straight away. We saw it in the previous game when the game was on the line, right?
Yeah, against MSP, yeah.
Yeah. He's got a very slippery in-swinging Yorker, Mohamed Kamran. Wow, this one, is there a touch on this? They like it, and he's gone. Little touch, tried to get funky, now match it goes. And so Kamran, it wasn't the Yorker, it was more of a kind of length ball. In fact, it's Melly who tried to kind of angle away. And so, unfortunately, he is the third man to go. Ireland 11 lose 3 in the power play, 19 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's one of those. I mean, if it comes off, it looks good. I think when you consider the match situation, it wasn't the right shot to play. He doesn't execute it well, and it ends up being a really soft dismissal. But the good thing about this is, and this is where class and experience shows, he sees what Melly is trying to do, so he follows him. He makes it difficult for him to play the shot. Melly still wants to play it, gets a touch on it. It's another catch taken by Ishan. This time, no mistake from him at all.
Yeah, Melly shaking his head, not sure if that's about what he feels about the decision or maybe just disappointment. Of course, you can imagine that. Said it so many times. I've been so impressed with this Ireland 11 team, and especially this man, Jared Wilson. I think that he has led the team very well. Only 22 years of age. He's actually going to play in Australia, so if they do make the championship week, he won't be here. They'll be searching for a new captain. So that'll be the furthest thing from his mind right now. He's out there, and he's out there in the power play. Kamran with a third wicket, 3 for 9. And here's the thing, I mean, with Mohamed Kamran, so often it's theatre, right? And he'll kind of say, oh, I've got this injury, I've got that injury, this injury, and whatever. But when it comes down to it in a big game, we see him fire, don't we? We saw it at the club level for Pakai Care earlier this year. Now we're seeing it here. He's got 3 for 9. He's got 3 balls to spend, and he's bowling to the Irish captain. He plays and misses. So, well, right now, I mean, Ireland 11, they chose to bat. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I didn't really consider the lights as a factor, but I think that is why Ireland 11 wanted to bat first after winning the toss. I think typically they've enjoyed chasing. They've enjoyed kind of knowing what they had to do, and they've made the chases look so easy.
Yeah.
They haven't really been under pressure a lot of the time. There's only one that they messed up, and that was against Spain during the week when they couldn't quite chase down 103.
This is the big partnership now. Wilson and Burton, the last of the two recognised batters, really.
Shot. Really good shot, but also good fielding. But you've got to say, the man has been outstanding. He's just kind of a Jonty Rhodes-like figure with go-go gadget legs and arms, isn't he, really? Covers a lot of ground, has a good pair of hands. It's the end of the over coming up after this ball. Look, Jared Wilson is out there right now. He's got his hands full with Kamran. But I did manage to have a bit of a chat with him before the final. And we'll get a chance to hear what he had to say. But first, my eyes are locked out there in the middle. And Kamran has one more ball to spend here in the final. How will he use it? He goes too short, I think. Is this a wide? Well, I've got to say, have a look at this. Oh, wow. Not sure about that one. But anyway, it's the end of the over. And like I said earlier on, I had a bit of a chat with the Irish captain, Jared Wilson.
That's right, I'm here with Jared Wilson, the Ireland 11 skipper. Only 22 years of age, but a very mature cricketer in my opinion. Well, Jared, how's the experience been? I mean, you guys probably had no idea what to expect when you came here early in the week.
Yeah, no, first of all, thanks to the organisers for inviting an Irish team to this tournament. It's obviously our first year, so yeah, very grateful to be a part of this tournament. Again, we didn't know what to expect. We've obviously watched a lot on YouTube and on the TV, so we did come here a bit open-minded, but it's been an absolute first-class tournament, and yeah, we're glad to be in the final.
Now, look, from Monday to today, obviously you've played now 9 matches. Kind of, what are the key takeaways? What have you learned during the week?
I think Yeah, obviously it's a new format for us, and we had to adapt to the format very quickly. So if you can see from the games we've been playing, we've obviously chosen to bowl first, which has worked really well. And then yeah, I think a big thing with the batting group is don't be afraid to go out. So we've literally gone out guns blazing, and if you go out, it's not the end of the world. And back your shots and back your skills, and hopefully it pays off.
Now, it sounds like you've had a good time. What would it mean to you to come back in week 5 of the championship week to play for the trophy?
Yeah, I know it would, of course, be unreal. Unfortunately, I'm going to miss it because I'm going to be in Australia. But all the boys are buzzing here, so hopefully we can take a win today and come back in week 5.
Well, Jared Wilson, captain of Ireland 11, good luck to you. Let's get back to the action.
It's in the air. Oh, chance goes down. Well, that's a big moment. And, well, the man who's been on fire, he hasn't done a thing wrong here today, especially with the ball. He's picked up 6 wickets today, 3 and 3, and a big 3 wickets in this one. That's an opportunity that goes begging. How important will that be? Oh, well, that is big. And that is Max Burton that gets put down. Well, Cammy started this championship dropping a dolly. That's not quite a dolly, but you'd expect him to take it. And this one has been smashed. Adios, Balota. That is big. It goes all the way. Balle, balle, kinna sona, shakalagia.
Well, how about that for a pretty comprehensive reply? Well, he certainly had all the answers, didn't he, in the interview? And Wilson had the answer to that one. Gets off the mark in style. Now he wants to go again, and this is going to go the same way. Maximo! Oh, Jared Wilson getting the opportunity here. I mean, we've already seen Burton drop during the over. He got dropped on 11. And now Wilson goes back-to-back sixes, and he tries to turn the tide of the Irish way.
Yeah, I mean, this is such important. But look, you heard what Wilson was saying there, that look, just going out there and tap, that's a philosophy. If you lose a few wickets, they don't mind. That's the way they're going to play. And, well, he's demonstrating it, isn't he?
Teeth went for 36 in his only over this morning against the Irish. It was close-ish, but I think the pitch is outside the leg stump. But, yeah, Cameron, riches to rags there for him. Where's this pitch? Yeah, definitely. Probably wouldn't hit anyway. Regardless, definitely pitched outside the leg stump. Mohamed Atif, though, good young player. Oh, gotta say, a lot of feeling in the air. You can feel the tension. The lights are going to take over. We've never had a final under lights here at Kartama. Last ball, the 4th over coming up. Goes for it again and gets it again. Really good batting from Jared Wilson. Maximo! That's the way to finish an over. 38 for 3 after 4.
Yeah, this is what they wanted. This is what Ireland needed. They needed something to just to give them a bit of positiveness, just to put those 3 wickets at the back of their mind for a moment, and that will do it. And it is the captain that does it. But look, you've got to focus on that drop catch. How important could that be? Max Burton being put down by Mohamed Cameron when he was on 11. But, well, this is how it's looking here at the moment. So Jared Wilson, 18, and those 18 coming just in 3 shots, 3 sixes. But, well, it was the Mohamed Cameron show once more, wasn't it? He's 12 deliveries, and in those 12 deliveries, he picked up 3 wickets and only conceded just 9 runs.
It's quite an incredible start to this game, but it just shows me the Irish 11, they're so smart because they know they still have to attack. They're not going to take a backward step. Here's Hamza Saleem Dar in over number 5. And this one's flat batted down the ground and should be stopped. See there, Asjad Butt putting his body on the line. He had a few issues in the field under lights last night, but he does make the stop on that occasion.
Yeah, Hamza, he's had a bit of a mare, didn't he, with the ball against Austria. But he did come back well in his 2nd over. Let's see if he can keep the momentum going here and go back to his best.
They get 2 there. Burton on strike again. Full straight. Now, interestingly for me, they've abandoned that kind of 3 outfielder straight field, the Southern Cross we were calling it, where they had a man really straight. Now they've got more or less an orthodox field with kind of deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off and deep cover. So all of the outfielders are in front of the wicket, all the infielders are behind the wicket. I feel like they need a wicket here. Spain to get the momentum back. They almost get one here. Big swing and miss from Wilson. I think that was a bit too premeditated on that occasion.
I'm not sure which ball Wilson was seeing here. It's certainly not the one that we saw. I mean, he's played the wrong shot, the wrong line and everything there. But you can see what's on his mind. It's attack, all-out attack.
Oh, he really pins his ears back on this one. He's going to get 4. And once again, I think Wilson's kind of dabbling between the aggressive and the reckless, but he's getting away with it here in this over. You see, this time it's a heave from a ball outside off stump, but he does get enough bat on it to get it racing away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, 4 runs, and well, stronger together. That's what Ireland have to be here at the moment, just to regroup after those wickets have gone. And remember the key wickets: Lynch gone, Machette gone, Melly gone, all batters that have performed from Ireland. These 2 are the last 2 remaining ones that have performed for them in this championship.
Pitched up, really good shot, picks the gap, and well, that one just misses the cue, but it doesn't miss the boundary. Wilson is having a heater here in the final after some early wobbles from the Irish. They're away. He's 26, they're 49 for 3.
Yeah, he's starting to get going here now. Well, that one was right in the slot for him, and look, this time not trying to hit this too hard. It's an authentic cricket shot through the covers, 4 runs. Slight change in the field here now.
Yeah, game running away here, and the run rate is back over 10 and over for the Ireland 11.
Oh, well, hang on a minute.
That'll be a dead ball.
Well, it's just been picked
Well,
up.
if it's not, it could be out, so that'll be...
I was going to say, he should have waited here.
He drops
I think
it
he
early
sees
here,
the
though.
signal early.
Yeah, that's the old backyard one.
Yeah, there's the dead.
Your dad always bowls that one at you. You had 2 options there. Do nothing. Or...
I would have liked to see him whack it. Why not?
Get the shine off it.
Nothing would have happened, would it?
Last ball of the over then. Should be bowled this time. Oh, shot.
Oh.
Really good shot. Not a good ball, really. Slot length picked and dispatched. Maximal. Jared Wilson, when we just heard that he can't come back for championship week, but he's making the most of his time here. He's 32, and the 50 comes up, and at the end of 5 overs, it's 55 for 3.
Oh, wow, this was absolutely awesome, wasn't it? Boom! Shakalagea, what a lovely shot that is. Sweet! Out of the middle, off the bat. Well, that one is as sweet as a bowl of glove jumbo. What a lovely shot that is.
Wow, halfway through this final. Jeez, it's all happening so fast here. And if you want to know the structure of this tournament, okay, we already have one team that we know will be in the championship week. It starts on the 10th of October. That is England 11. They will be joined by the winner of Group A, and that will be written in after this game, of course. Then next week we have Group B, the week after Group C, the week after Group D. They are the 5 teams that will have the opportunity to play for that fantastic trophy thanks to our partners at Local Lifestyle. So nothing is for sure. 55 for 3 after 5. Ireland back to even Stevens now, I think, and they're building. Maxie Burton, he's not doing badly. He's 16 off 12. I suppose what he is doing at the moment is getting the single. Wilson comes on strike now, and let's see what he does with Mohamed Babar. Well, there's the Austrians, and they've had a bit of a rough day, but they also know it's been a big week. They need to let their hair down a bit. Shot. Really good shot. That's 4. Wow, Wilson's batting so well. We've seen glimpses of it, but this is something else. Next level stuff. You know, big players, they perform in big games, and Wilson right now, he's untouchable.
Oh, this is a shot. This is a shot of class. And look, to play a shot like this, you've got to be seeing the ball big, and you've got to be playing it with loads of time. Great shot.
Had a lot of great fans in as well along the way. Babar, he wants him again. This is into the gap. It's kind of that really straight man again, so he has to do a bit of work to get there. It's Christian Munoz Mills.
They're trying to encourage each other. Look, you can see Mohamed Ishan, 1 or 2 of the others. Hamza Salim, good bowling, very good bowling. I think the good thing here about is what Babar, he'll take some of that pace off, but he's just got to get the right areas with his line and hope for a miscue from either one of these batters.
Well, there's ECN founder Dan Weston. He's enjoying the action. Once again, this is hit hard. Should just be 1. I've got a question for you,
Tell me.
and it won't be an easy one. What do you think is the maximum Spain can chase down here?
Okay, I think they'll struggle for a score around about 125.
Yeah, I was going to say 120, but I'm thinking the same. It's pretty well bowled. Just a little bit at the end and dug out by Wilson.
I mean, that's just based on what we've seen in, say, the last 5 innings. Don't forget, they do hold the record of the highest score being scored in this championship, 166. So we know they can go big, but they've had issues, but they can bounce back at any time.
Last ball of the over, Burton. Let's see if he can get going as well. Wants to. Oh, that's good. Well, watch out, cameraman, because that's coming your way. Maximal. Ireland 11 have been so quick to pick up this format. They've lost early wickets, but they've been counter-attacking really well, to the point that right now I think they're ahead in the game. That 6 overs down, the score is 69 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely brilliant. And you know what? That 6 there, that takes that to a 50 partnership. 50 partnership already. They were 19 for 3, and just like that, well, that 50 has come on the board in no time at all.
Well, you take out Cameron, and you've basically got 60 off 5 overs. You know, 60 off 4 overs, I should say, right? Because he had 9 of his 2. So they're going 15 over if you take out Mohammed Cameron's bowling. Atif's coming back, but Atif has struggled against these Irish batters. Is he going to struggle again? Because this one's disappearing. Abracadabra, that one is gone. Maximal. Well, Ireland 11 will have to do the fielding as well as the batting on this occasion. Mikey O'Reilly gets a warm-up throw. Right now, lots of smiles over there on the Irish bench.
Yeah, well, the smiles are coming back. They weren't all smiles earlier. You see John Matchett there. I mean, he came and went, didn't he? He went for a first baller. But look, these two, they're taking the attack now to Spain. But really, Spain just have to believe one more wicket can change everything here.
This time, Atif gets one past him. But here's the thing with Atif. I mean, he's been really effective with this kind of a length because it's hard to drive because he's tall. Hello to everyone in the fan zone. You see us over there. And we're loving the fact that you're here to enjoy the action live. Yeah, but people have struggled to drive Atif straight. But the Irish, I think that maybe just a little bit more technical now, so they seem to be able to handle it. It's been very expensive against the men in green. Once again, they want to launch him. Well, that has gone absolute miles. It's across the road. Well, look both ways before you cross the street, Iggy. That's another one. Maximal on 11, turning it on here at twilight.
Oh, lovely jubbly, what a hit. And the captain, Wilson, he brings up his half century with an absolute monster 6. That is huge, and what a way to bring it up, just off 17 deliveries. Wow, what a hit, what a shot, 6 runs. Massive.
That had some... Look where that landed. That is an absolute monster. Now he just wants to go after everything. And you see Atif Mohammed pushes it a bit wider. Wilson can't reach it. 50 off 17. I mean, Wilson, I don't think we saw the best of him with the bat earlier in the week. You know, it probably didn't look in as good touch as some of the other guys in the top 3. But, I mean, this has been something else so far. That last 6 was an absolute...
Watch his movement. Watch the movement. Watch here.
Here he goes. This isn't... Oh, he's called a wide here. To me, this goes straight over the line. And so, I think you look at this movement, he gets outside off by about 2 stumps.
Yeah, see, I don't give that.
I don't like that one, but...
Because of that initial movement, that's what I was saying to you, watch the initial movement.
Yeah.
It's a little shuffle across, and for me, as soon as he does that, because he's done it before the ball's bowled,
but you know
that
what?
line moves.
That swings and roundabouts. Remember that one that went over his head that wasn't called a wide? That's cricket, I guess. Now, this is also cricket, and it's going to go over cover. It's going to go over everybody as well. Maximal! Wilson says, don't worry, be happy. He's looking happy. He's building, but dare I say, the C word, the century word here, because right now, it looks like he is absolutely unstoppable.
Well, that one crashes onto the side pole there, I think, of the floodlights. That ball will have to be checked. It comes back, 89 for 3. What a recovery this has been. What a knock it's been from Wilson.
What a partnership this has been. Non-Cameron bowlers have struggled tonight. Now this is high. Now someone's got to catch it. Can anyone reach it? No one reaches it. That's unbelievable, really, when you consider how high that went, but you had kind of Aljo, who was right back on the circle. I guess Atif is out of the equation because of that injured right hand. He doesn't want it, the bowler. And Isan, he couldn't get there either. I mean, that's quite a break when you hit a ball that high and no one gets near it.
Yeah, I mean, also, when you think how high it went, it would have, if anybody gets there, it would have been some catch as well. So get a little bit lucky here, get a break on, and 90 for 3 balls to come in this one. And, well, Spain, they will just got to keep believing one wicket here could change everything.
Atif has gone for 40 here. And he's going to go for more. And you can bet your bottom dollar. They're loving the offerings of Atif here. Maximal! Maxi B gets in on the action. So after 7 overs now, Ireland 11, they're 96 for 3. And right now, wow, I mean, what can you do? You sit back, you watch, you enjoy it, because this is a masterclass of power hitting. Well, don't forget, we have more cricket coming up. Well, not only tomorrow, but on Monday, we'll be back with more ECC action. And we have 5 teams in Group B. It's the same format. You know, one of them ultimately will win in a week's time their way through to the championship week. Denmark and Sweden, Hungary and Finland, and also the Netherlands 11. They'll be the 5 teams that we'll see. So join us 9:30 a.m. GMT, 11:30 in Central Europe, 3 p.m. in India for more ECC action. Here's Hamza trying to stop the bleeding. I think this is what they haven't done enough. Okay, they've missed short of their block hole.
Yeah.
You know, that one's fuller and it's not really a good ball, but I think it's harder to pick that up for 6 than a ball that lands a metre short.
Yeah, when you look at the shots that are being played, especially that from Wilson, Wilson is taking a couple of steps to outside of the thumb. In fact, he's charging down the wicket and hitting. That tells you that the length isn't there. The length has to be better from the bowlers.
This one is a little bit shorter, hit into the gap, takes some stopping, and well, a secondary stop, and that sums it up. Spain, wheels are off at the moment. Wheels are off, and then it was stopped. It was kind of deflected towards another fielder. Kangador Kaya couldn't change direction. That brings up the 100 as well for Ireland in the 8th over.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate. I think you're going to say, I think that Christian Munoz-Mills, the captain, gets there. But this one, look, he gets the slide in, but it ricochets off his knees, and he wrong foots Daniel Doyle. Kaya, 4 runs.
Rare miss. That's better, though, from Hamza Salim.
You know, one thing I haven't seen too much of here from the Spanish team is variations.
Yeah.
We haven't seen the slower delivery. We haven't seen, I don't know what it is, rolling your fingers around it, the knuckleball. Whatever it is, we haven't seen the variation.
Yeah.
And I think it might be because they're a little bit afraid, because they're afraid, well, if it goes wrong, I'm going to get back to the boundary. You've got to try it. You've got to try something different.
No Tom Vine in the lineup. You know, they went all pace last time when they beat them. That's what they're trying again. This is hit, but it could be a chance. Fielder comes around and catches it. So it's Asjad Bat that stops the bleeding for now anyway. And Max Burton, well, in the end, it's a pretty decent contribution from Maxi, I think. He goes for 33. Asjad skates around the boundary, and Hamza Salim Dar gets the wicket. On 11 now, 101 for 4 in the 8th over.
Yeah, this is massive. I'll tell you why this is massive, because now, really, with that wicket going down, and I know you got Wilson, who's well set, who will probably want to try and take control of most of the strike here, but now you get into a stage where batters are coming in that haven't particularly scored big runs or performed. So this is where I think Spain had to be a little bit intelligent. This is where they've got to try and make sure that they can manipulate who's on strike. So the fielding here becomes very important. It's a case of try to keep Wilson off strike and try and get the new batters on strike, because these are now guys here that haven't really gone big with the bat.
I mean, just thinking, my ears are hurting from how loud these cracks are off the bat of the Irish batters, particularly Wilson in this innings. I mean, it's been deafening. It's been just unreal ball striking. I've got to hand it to the Irish. I mean, a lot of people said, okay, they're young. They wouldn't have played this format, but they've got all the skills to do it, and they've got the brains to do it as well. That's what I've noticed today. Hamza comes in to Scotty Macbeth. He's happy to dig the first one out, take one.
Yeah, Macbeth, I mean, this has got to be the role, surely, of somebody like Macbeth now. While Wilson's still out there, just take unless it's a ball, a shot that you can fancy hitting to the boundary, take the single and just keep giving it to Wilson. Wilson, though, I think he's got to realise there's still plenty of balls left in his innings. He'll want to bat all the way through and trying to get past that 125, 130 mark.
Last ball of the over. No full toss. Nailed down the ground. Wilson will get a single. Time to take a breath. 8 overs into this final. On 11. 103 for 4 and climbing. Oh, here's the thing, though. I mean, if you can somehow get Wilson, if you can kind of do what you did last time against Ireland 11, if you're Spain, you can still, I know it sounds crazy, you keep to 120, which is kind of what we said. You know, we felt it was kind of the maximum that they could chase, but we're saying that based on what we've seen. But what we know is they've got some players that can also, really turn it on. They will attack the game. They'll take it on. It won't be easy, but for sure, I mean, Ireland are batting very well here, but they haven't batted Spain out of the game just yet.
Yeah, the other thing worth pointing out is when Spain have scored big runs, they've scored them batting first, not when they've chased.
That's a good point you make there. Here's Babar in the 9th. In the block hole, squeezed away. Atiq Mohammed do the fielding.
Yeah, and the other, I mean, Spain, they've got to stay focused. I mean, the first thing is just finished these, the 11 balls to come here. Try to keep that score to around, I mean, even if they can keep it to 124, 130, and then they've got to say, look, guys, look at that batting order. Look at the class and the talent we've got to line up. Let's go back to batting the way when we were winning 1, 2, 3, 4 on the spin. If they can do that, they've got in this. But they need the likes of this man who's bowling now to get back. Oh, they could be out here. This hits, he's gone. If this hits, he's gone.
Yeah.
Well, Mohamed Ishan, he misses the stumps. And, well, that could have been the end of Macbeth because he thinks Wilson is coming. Wilson then says no and sends him back. And Macbeth, well, he was stranded in no man's land.
Yeah, you see here the fumble. I think they see it late and they think about it. And then he says, well, hold on. Again, no eye contact there from Macbeth. And when he does, it was the wrong time to look. 10 balls to come here. It's been good from Baba. Don't often see him bowling this late. So I'll bounce over him for one, but I've got to say, Baba is someone we associate with opening the bowling with Mohamed Kamran at club level here in Spain, but they've kind of changed his role. I think because Prince Demand has bowled so well, and you know, it has been a bit experimental, more than a bit, from Spain this week.
Yeah.
But as far as their bowling goes, Baba seems to have been turned into a bit of a death bowling option.
Wilson's going to go after this. Whatever this is, he's game for it.
It's well bowled again, and he boots it. So, got to say, I mean, for what we've seen, it has been something else, but it's kind of just been Wilson that has been that dominant. I think, you know, Maxi Burton played some nice shots. I think the other batters haven't quite been able to replicate it. So the net result here is they're on 121 pace, which is just a few above par. Fake ramp, proper straight hit. Maximo! Oh, I've got to say, big fan of this. Jared Wilson is toying with the bowling, and Baba, he goes full. But this is a proper cricket swing, holds his shape and gets 6.
What a lovely shot this is. First of all, he does the old dummy, and Babar just bolts it straight up there. But it's the way he executes it. He knows he doesn't lose his shape, the batter, even though he gets that the early bit of gamesmanship then, and then just punches it straight over for 6.
I don't think Baba changes his game. I just think he misses his Yorker there. He misses 2 full. I don't think he's bothered by what Wilson's doing. He's just trying to land the ball in the crease. Oh, no ball called. That's the front foot no ball, and that hurts, doesn't it, at this point?
Can't be bowling that at his pace. I mean, we'd like to see just how far over he is here. Oh, a long way over.
Too.
Great call from the umpire there. Suleiman Saeed, the Italian stallion, spot on. So free hit coming up. Now, this would be interesting. I reckon Macbeth is going to try and get funky here.
You think so?
Yeah. Look at the field, the way the field is.
The thing is, Baba would have been out of the over. Kind of out of the game, but now he has to bowl one more. Will it be costly? Macbeth, what's going through his mind?
Babar
more
is trying
time to
to
think
play
about
with
it.
his mind here.
Big hello to Ryan Macbeth. I'm sure you're watching. Ryan played for Brigade earlier on in the season in the ECL. Free hit time. Yeah, well bowled. And for the most part, he's got this right. They want to get him back to the bowler's end, but I don't think they will because it's the end of the over. So Wilson won't have the strike. There will be Scotty Macbeth on strike. 9 overs down, Ireland 11, 114 for 4.
Yeah, you see, this is what I was talking about. This is what I was saying. When that partnership was happening between Burton and also Wilson, Spain needed that one more wicket. And, you know, I know it's always hard to reflect on these things, but Burton being dropped on 11, just think at that point, if he was out then at that point, that's when Macbeth would have been in, and I think Spain would have been able to control the strike of Wilson a bit better. Probably made the difference. I mean, you saw Burton, he was dropped in 11, made 33, but I think also Wilson was put a good partnership on together. I think there could have been about 25, 30 runs less at this point if that catch was taken.
So how big is this over? I mean, if you have an absolute blinder, I mean, Baba's over turns out to be a pretty decent one. You can maybe keep it low 120s, but it could be a lot more. And it might be a lot more because Prince misses and Scotty hits. What a good straight hit. Maximo, big hitting, and Ireland hit 120.
Where does that come from? There's me thinking he just wants to take a single or something. Wallop, that is big. What a shot that is.
Tremont, I knew he was going for it here. I mean, you can try and hit a 6. It might turn out as a 1, but Prince just doesn't get his Yorker here. That's what Baba did so well, probably with the exception of 1 last over. 5 to come. Slower ball. Does he get enough? Dortkaya goes back and he misses. Maximo! Back-to-back 6s. Well, I said low 120s if he can bowl. You know, a really good over. Right now, we're past that. That ship has sailed and we're looking 130 plus. Maybe even 140 here, Rico.
Yeah, hit strong and hard and gets enough off this. Goes all the way over. 6 carreras más. Boom! Shakka lag gaya. Eso es una grande, una Ariana.
Got to get it right. Goes short.
Oh, well, that's a let-off as well,
Yeah.
because that just means that they're able to rotate the strike. And Wilson, will get an opportunity to face, well, at least one, but maybe he'll be hoping 3 balls. He'll be looking to dispatch all 3 to the boundary.
Here's the thing, I'm really impressed with Macbeth. I mean, to me, they're equally dangerous at this stage now, no matter how many they've made before. Macbeth has already taken Prince down twice in this over. Here's Jared. He doesn't quite get it. He'll get one here. Got to say, though, you know, I really love the format of this tournament because, okay, this is just week 1 of 5 weeks, but every week, I mean, this is a final, right?
Yeah.
We are deciding which team has a chance to come back, and it's a big experience to come back, and we're deciding which team doesn't. We get one of these every single week in the ECC. Shot, all hands here, and that's going to beat Cameron to the boundary. So Cuatro Cadetas Mas, there's the 130, and they've still got 1 ball to play with. Ireland 11 putting a big score on the board here in the Group A final.
Well, big score and a big smile on the face of Macbeth. This is a really nice shot. He doesn't move his feet at all, but he knows exactly what he's doing here. Finds the gap, finds the spot, hits the right lines. Lovely shot.
Here's the thing I'll say, though. We've seen some big chases in finals here in Kantama as well. We saw 149 chase last year in the ECC final. They want 2 here. And they might get it, you know, because they're just disorganised, Spain. So I don't know how they get 2 there, but they do. And there's a vote of confidence for Macbeth to face. They'll just take the extra run if it's on offer. And in fact, it's the last ball, of course. So it's 134 for 4 of 10 overs. And Ireland 11, I think they'll be pretty happy. That last over goes magical. And yeah, Prince just couldn't quite get it right, could he? And you can see there, probably a bit upset that he couldn't quite execute the skills under pressure, but the lights are going to take effect. And Spain bats, well, this is why I said I didn't mind them batting second, because I still don't think they've got a set order. For me, I'm sending Daniel Dorkaya out there, and I'm sending whoever I think are my best batters out there to try and do it without losing any wickets. Anyway, right now, let's give a hand to these guys. You see Scott Macbeth, Jared Wilson. Well, Wilson really took the game away. He got the momentum back, didn't he, very quickly. He finishes with 68 not out. And Ireland in the Group A final, 133 for 4. Well, it was time, a very special time, when you walked down the steps in the final. The anthems were sung, but then it was liftoff. And we know how dangerous the top 3 for Ireland can be. And that was just a little push for 6. And you thought the machine was in action, but malfunctioning next ball. He gets the glove. He's got the first of 3 early wickets.
Yeah, I mean, that was Mohammed Cameron, the hit man. Well, he's a little bit of a firecracker, isn't he, when he gets going? And, well, they set off the firecracker. And, well, he was off. He was running. He was explosive. He was knocking down the Irish. Because not only did he get 1, not only did he get 2, he got una, dos, tres. And it was all about Mohammed Cameron early on. And the Irish, they were in trouble, weren't they? But, well, there was still some lovely shots being played by that man there, Max Burton. He was the one who's going to be dangerous. But this one, well, he'll look at this again and say, look, he shook his head there. Did match it, but he had to go. He was given the marching orders, but then became the partnership. And look, have a listen to this. 19 off 3, right? That's what the score was. That means that the next 7 overs, 115 runs were scored at the rate of about 16.5 per over. That's quite amazing.
Yeah.
The split, 55 and 79.
Yeah, it really got going towards the end, but really, I can't say enough how impressed I am about how quickly Ireland 11 have picked up the tactics of this game. I mean, they said they'd watched a fair bit of the ECN kind of cricket on the television, and you can see they probably know, and it's something I say all the time, if you lose early wickets, you can't go into your shell. Okay, you can come back. Okay, if you get in your shell, you're just kind of digging a bigger hole. So if you lose more, the batters coming in then have nothing to work from. So, you know, Wilson gambles a bit going so hyper attacking. But I tell you what, also I think the Spanish bowling was just a little bit off. They lacked a bit of variety. I don't think they kind of executed the Yorkers very well. I mean, Baba was probably the best of them at times at kind of hitting that length. But apart from that, you know, after Cameron departed, there are a fair few balls flying out of the ballpark.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, you can see the length here, and unfortunately, somebody who's bowled really well all the way through the championship was guilty as well. Atif Mohammed, just a little bit too short, and that allowing the batters to go, look, once again there, that's too short, that's not the line, it's got to be fuller. I mean, there's going to be some tired bodies out there, maybe that's what it is, maybe just feeling it. And there was that fantastic half-century from the captain of Ireland. I mean, that was absolutely brilliant from Wilson. Didn't he bat well, and he was well supported by Burton. But look, take credit as well, Scott Macbeth. I think when he came in, things could have got bogged down, but he didn't. He played some lovely shots himself. It was a great comeback from the Irish.
It really was, and this kind of summed it up as well. The stop was made, but just deflected away from the secondary field, and that one went to the rope. And Nile at 11. They are in the box seat here, but like I said, there's a bit of a precedent of big runs getting chased in the final. England 11 did it twice last year. They did it in their group final. They did it in the overall final. But right now, you'd say the way Spain have been playing, it's hard to visualise it. But one thing I know is that if their best batters get going, they will very much think that this total is within their sights.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, they're going to go back into their tent there, into their group, and it's going to be, I mean, Corey's going to be saying to them, and Christian, I know him really well, they're going to be trying to G up the batters, and it's just very simple. They're going to say, look guys, if you want it, it's there for a taking. It's not a 150 score, it's not a 160 score, it's a doable score. Look back at the scores that we've posted in the championship so far. We've scored 140s, we've scored 160s. If we want it bad enough, if we can get into the right frame of mind, if we can be positive, assertive, and attack the Irish like they attacked us, do exactly what they did back to us, then we can go and win this and book our place into championship week starting on the 10th of October.
But here's the thing, the best that Spain's done against Ireland in 3 goes is 102. So they haven't made this many, but having said that, they have batted terribly. There's probably no other way to say it. They've batted terribly against the men in green for the most part, probably with the exception of DDC. As far as the bowling went, well, it certainly was the Cameron show, if you ask me. He finishes with 3 for 9 off his 2 overs. All the other bowlers went to a ball or worse. You can see that I think Baba finishes with 25 off his 2 overs, but I thought he kind of executed his skills reasonably well. But a couple of exceptions, a front foot no ball, and they didn't help. The other wicket went to Hamza Saleem Dar, but I mean, Prince went the journey, and Atif Mohammed, well, he just had a shocker against the 11 today. No other way to say it. In fact, his 3 overs today to them went for 82. So Rico, we'll take a break. It won't be a big one because we'll be back. And on the other side of this break, we'll find out which will be the second team that qualifies for Championship Week. We know England 11 are there. They were the champions of the ECS last year, and one of these 2 teams will join them. So don't go too far. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me, and back shortly with the final innings of Week 1 in this Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
Hello and welcome back to you all, our global cricket family. Welcome to the middle here for the final time of Group A, the final time of this week in the European Cricket Championship. This is the Euros of cricket, and it is Spain that have to try and chase. And once again, it's a fairly high score. The game for 134 is being put on the board by Ireland, courtesy of a fantastic knock from Wilson. It was a game of two men, wasn't it? First it was Mohammed Cameron who picked up those 3 wickets, and he rolled over some of the key Irish batters. He got Seamus Lynch, he got John Matchett, and he got Cameron Melly, all that were in good form. But it was the captain, Gerald Wilson, who was 68 not out of 26, and a great cameo from Scott Macbeth towards the end as well. That got them to that score. Well, Spain, they've got a bat like they haven't in a while, and I'm liking this. We are seeing Daniel Dolkaya out there right at the beginning. Mohammed Baba is also there. Can he get going? Can he hit these balls big? Can he give them the start that they need? O'Reilly with the first ball, and yes, he can. This has been hit like a laser beam. 4 runs. Well, Mickey O'Reilly just getting his line wrong, and Baba is onto it as quick as a flash. This is what they need to do. They've got to be assertive, they've got to be positive, they've got to believe, and that's a perfect start. Not the right line though from O'Reilly. So Mikey O'Reilly, he's been good, hasn't he? But he won't be happy with that start, and he'll be wanting to get that line right straight away. In he comes again, and this time goes down the ground, and it's going to be 6 more. Beautiful shot. And this is what Babar is all about. And when he's hitting the ball like this, this is it. He's up and about. Look at him, Corey. Come on, Babar. Come on, he's saying, get back to your best. Beautiful shot. Look at the way he plays this. That is Mohammed Baba at his best. Vamos, chicos, vamos. Eso es 6 carreras más. Ay, ay, ay. Tengo mucho que ganar por ese partido. Adelante, adelante. And this one's in the body, and they don't take the run. So Riley gets the comeback. So after being hit for 2 boundaries, a 4 and a 6, he gets the dot ball in. You can see the rate that they need to be going at. I mean, they started off with that rate being, of course, around about just under the 14 mark. But as long as they keep picking up these boundaries, this is game on. A lot of the players from the other teams. You see the Austrian 11 there. This is another one. Balle. That is huge. That is a monster hit. 6 more. Mohammed Baba is in the house, and he is in the mood to party. Well, the sun goes down and the lights come on. Well, maybe here's a little bit of disco fever about Baba here. He wants to party, and he's got 16 off this over already. Well, half-hearted appeal, gets the dot ball, and well, Baba, he's one in the wide. Come on, leave that alone. You've been doing pretty well with the bat. Let the umpires make the decision on that. Baba suggesting to the umpire that maybe this one should be called. Let's have a look. And nah, I think it's where he may end up there, but the ball wasn't there. Holds this one back slightly. And once again, I don't think Baba knows his whereabouts. Look, don't focus on that. Focus on hitting the ball. 16 off the first. It's the start that Spain needed. So Baba needs to keep going though. He needs to go all the way. Matches without a golden ball, 53. Well, would that be something if this Group A final goes right down to the wire and scores are tied 134 to 134? We will get the golden ball. Sun is on its way down, and well, what a lovely picture there of the sky. And pretty soon it will be complete darkness. Well, it's sticking with pace. It looks like it's going to be Catherwood comes in now. In the air, and this will go all the way as well. What a cracking shot this is. Daniel Dolkaya, toma, adelante, sí puede. Well, this is why we've been calling for him to be opening the batting. We think that he is the best batter. We think that this is where he should be. And the first ball he gets, it wasn't a bad delivery. It was right up there on middle stick, but this is as clean as a whistle. That is out of the middle, as sweet as a bowler. Rasmalai, 6 more. Catherwood. This is right at him. So gets the dot ball in straight away. Rico Full here of the European Cricket Network, and joining me, my partner in crime, the one, the only, the legendary Mr. Maximo. Welcome back into the Dream Box.
Well, to quote a famous saying, where have you been all my life? Daniel Dorkayet, he's been in the middle order. I got to say, we've been probably rubbing out or scratching our heads about a few things today, but this to me makes perfect sense. You want to chase down a big target, you gamble, you put your best players at the top and hope they click. So far, it's working well for Spain. Here's Catherwood, and this is a little edge, and it's going to go for 4. That's in the cube, Rico.
There's an ice cream. Claim your reward afterwards, but at the moment, it's also 4 runs. Okay, there may have been a little bit of luck involved in here, but it doesn't matter. Fortune favours the brave, and you have to be brave. You have to play your shots, and if you do, you're going to get the rewards. Cuatro más.
Yeah, 10 overs. Anything can happen. Well, no, Ireland 11 aren't undefeated. They lost to Spain earlier this week, but you remember Carlton, the Scottish champions, went undefeated. Didn't win the final. Can happen. And this time it's going to be 4. And it's very uncharacteristic from Lynch, who gets a bit of an awkward bounce here. It was an awkward length in front of him. So really a boundary from nothing. It kind of counteracts one that happened in the first innings where Dorkayet couldn't take a ball that was deflected away from him. Yeah. And so, well, luck's of fortune right now. All the momentum with Spain.
Yeah, this is what it's all about. No para, sigue, sigue, no para, sigue, sigue. Keep on going, keep on going. Everybody on their feet. Wanting this, aren't they? They're wanting this. 30 on the board already. Catherwood, he comes once more. Fuller, and hit straight. This is going to be 6 more. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Así me gusta. Well, this is it. This is what it's all about. The fight is on. And Spain are hitting back and hitting back hard. What a shot that is from Daniel Dorkayet. Beautiful. Both these batters, both these openers have started in scintillating form. Manos arriba, Vidro, porque eso es 6 más.
Well, Catherwood's gone magical now in the second, and he still has 1 to spend. Lights taking effect, and Spain lighting up, and this is going to go in the air. The fielder comes in. It's on the bounce, though. And thinking of 2, no need to throw it away right now. I mean, that's a bit of luck as well, because that could have quite easily carried. Instead, it didn't. And so the second over goes for 21 from Catherwood. And the score now is 37 for no loss. What a start to this innings.
Yeah, what a start. I mean, if I'm Wilson here, you're going to go with the spin of Humphrey straight away.
Now, here's the thing. If you are watching us and you're enjoying what you're seeing, we will be back with the ECC on Monday, but before that, tomorrow, we will be back with the T10 from Spain on this ground. So it'll be from this very ground, but it is the domestic teams. We have 3 teams this weekend: Madrid United, we've got Getafe, and also Sevilla, who are here. They'll play 10 matches over the weekend. Same starting time as well, 9:30 AM GMT, 11:30 in Central Europe, 3 p.m. in India. And it may not be on the channel as you're watching it from right now, but it will be on FanCode in India, and it will be broadcast live on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Also gives you a chance to jump in the live chat during the weekend, and we can probably talk a little bit about the ECC as well while we talk. I know, Rico, you're going to have the weekend off. You thoroughly deserve it, but I will be here tomorrow morning, ready to go with match 1 of that ECT10. Right, they've gone to spin an over earlier than I think they normally would, and it's going to be Matt Humphrey. So I think it's been one of the bowlers of the week. So they've kind of won the battle against the pace. Can they get on top of the spin from Ireland 11? Dorkayet facing. Has a careful one first up.
Yeah, he's happy to just plod this away. I mean, that rate is still around 12, so even though it's got off to a cracking start, it's still over 10 and over required. But I think this is where they can afford to be just a little bit cautious. But I think this is about Daniel Dorkayet saying, okay, Baba, you're the big hitter of spin. I'm going to give you this. Remember, both mid-wicket and mid-on are inside the 30-yard circle. So Baba will be eyeing up going over the top here.
Will he get away with it? He will get away with it. And not just that, new balls, please, because that one's out of here. That'll never be found, Rico. That's gone miles.
That is a monster 6. That is brutal. This is massive. This is the biggest 6 that we've seen in the week. This is the biggest one of Championship Week here for Group A. This is thunderous. This is almighty. Lovely jubbly. That has disappeared.
Well, that might be the first time that the new balls arrived before the old balls bounced, because that was an absolute monster from Babar. right now, Ireland 11. They're playing at the Spain team. They're batting without fear. And I think you're spot on. I think you said to me off air in the break that you think that Spain have more chance of chasing 130 than 90 because they just will bat freely. Now, Bubba misses, which is a funny thing to say, but I kind of see where you're going with that because I think you said they won't, if they chase 90, they'll bottle it. Was your exact words.
There's no fear. It's go out, play your shots because, look, and that's exactly what they've done. Look at Bubba. He looks a different player, doesn't he?
Flat out, and he's got this one wrong. Now it's going to have to be caught. It's going along on, and it's taken. So Bubba holds out, and spin works. Both openers get to 22, but the catch has been taken, and Humphries does it again for his country. What a final this is, and it takes a turn now towards the men in green. It's 44 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big play, isn't it? Getting Humphries to bowl this one, the third over. You're still in the power play. You can't have more than 2 men back. And both mid-wicket and mid-on were inside the circle, but because he doesn't get this right, look, he's on the back foot, isn't he? The ball creeps up. That's what Humphries has done all the way along. He gets the ball to bounce and bounce up, so it's very difficult to play that shot on the back foot. Doesn't get the power in it, but what a good catch this is. I mean, it's that time right now where it's not 100% darkness, so you've got still a little bit of this hazy, growy sky. You've got the floodlights out there as well. That's not an easy catch. He takes it really well. But look, he makes a start. He does what he needed to do. And really, look, he goes for 22 of 8. That is the moment Barber that we know. That is what he's got to do. And the captain, he takes the responsibility now to come out there at number 3.
Right. So, I mean, this will be the question now because, they list a batting order, which is kind of provisional, but I have no real idea who they'll go for when here, Spain. But the other thing about chasing a big target, I think you have to gamble with your big players at the top. I wonder if they would have done that with a lower target. And so the fact that DDC's up there, it's working out well. Here's Christian Munoz-Mills. Jams down on this one and will get off the mark. Let's see how Daniel Dorkaya goes against the spin. I mean, I think if you ask him, he actually kind of prefers playing the spinners. Obviously, he's pretty proficient against all kinds of bowling. He's had a good week. So this is his chance to really play a breakout innings. And so Christian Munoz-Mills, once again, he's out there in the middle. And I was fortunate enough to have a word to him earlier. First, let's watch this ball. This will just be knocked into the gap. This will be 4. And I've got to say, Daniel Dorkaya, this is all about the placement. 4 carreras más. Nice batting from DDC. Goes to the rope. And like I said, a few moments ago before the game, I did catch up with the Spanish captain, Christian Munoz-Mills. Yes, I'm here with Christian Munoz-Mills, the Spanish captain. Well, Christian, congratulations on making the final. It was a bit of an up and down journey, but you got here in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a hard tournament because we've been winning games and losing games, and yeah, it's been good. It's been a good tournament.
Obviously, you got kind of the home ground advantage. We know that. I mean, you were born in Spain, obviously. You played most of your cricket here. What does it mean for a homegrown player like you to play on a stage like this?
I mean, it's amazing. As I said the other day, I would have never imagined to be playing a tournament like this. So it's a big thing for the country and for me.
Well, I'm sure that all the Spanish supporters are very proud of you guys. Now let's talk the Ireland 11. I mean, you've played them twice. You beat them once, they beat you once. They really thrashed you this morning. Do you think you can come back from that and get through as the qualifiers from Group A?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, we have to believe in ourselves, believe in our game, be confident like we were in the first game, and we can trouble Ireland. Sure.
Well, Christian, it's always a pleasure dealing with you, of course. And now let's go back to the commentary box. We'll have to see if Spain can do it as we get ready for the next over.
Yeah, lovely to hear Maximo speaking to the Spanish captain there, Christian Munoz-Mills. And he's been instrumental really for Spanish cricket over, well, many years, and seeing cricket grow. And he must be a very proud moment for him. As Wilson, well, Wilson goes the distance here. This is a cracking shot. And it's 6 more from the bat of Daniel Dorkaya, just showing his class as he goes into the 30s. It's quite incredible, the 2 power plays. And, well, it was 19 for 3 for Ireland, and Spain, they were 49 for 1. So they were, at that point, 30 runs ahead of where Ireland were. And this is another one that goes to distance. So it all looks like they're taking on the pace here as we welcome back into the dream box, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, what I will say is to chase this down, you feel like one batter's got to get a lot of them. I don't think you can get this with bits and pieces, if you know what I'm saying. Ireland
11 had Wilson, who's bowling now. Jumps a bit. Daniel Dorkaya misses out on it. So I know that I get this approach of everyone's going to face 6 balls that is going to get 12 to 14. I get that.
Yeah.
But I think that's rare that you see 130 plus with that kind of a scoreline. I think you need somebody to go big, and for me, there's no doubt who that man has to be. Daniel Dorkaya is 32 off 10 at the moment. I mean, it's a lot of pressure on him, I know, but he seems to eat up the pressure. But this is a good battle, isn't it? As he faces up to Wilson, goes after it,
Oh,
he opens the face. Well, this one is a tree topper. Maximo! Well, Spain, they've been high, they've been low, they've been upside down, they've been inside out. Nobody knows what's going on with them, but we know they're capable of something. And TDC, well, can he bring it home for his team in the end?
What a hit. Look at this. This is incredible. That is huge. What a strike that is. Well, okay, I'm going to say it. We've been saying it all along. Daniel Dorkaya has to be opening the batting. Well, maybe this was just a master stroke from Corey. He just was holding him back for this particular moment. But, Vinny, I like to know that we know what we're talking about.
Yeah, well, I mean, save your best for last as far as batting orders go. But, I mean, this morning's game was so important. I think that was a nonsensical order they sent out. Anyway, it's off cutter this time. He goes for it. Does he get enough? You bet he does. That's in the fan zone. Maximo Dorkaya back to back. He's 44.
Oh, this is sensational. This is sensational. We have seen some batting in this Group A of this European Cricket Championships. And, well, this man has been good as any. That was absolutely huge. And he moves on to 44 of just 12 deliveries. And now it's time for, well, Gerald Wilson. Well, he was hitting them all over the place when he was out there, but now he's getting a little bit of his own punishment back to him.
Here's the thing, though. You've got to ride this wave of momentum as long as you can. I mean, right now, they've just passed the halfway mark of the chase runs-wise. You have to try and extend this. Dorkaya is so important. I think every player out there and everybody watching this knows that Wilson's got one more crack at him here in the 4th.
And, well, this one, he hasn't quite got it. And they've taken a catch. And that's the wicket they needed. And, look, he wants to know about the height of this. He's staying around. He's looking at the umpires, but nothing has been called here. The catch has been taken. There's been no call from the umpires, so the on-field umpires have not asked for this to be looked at. It's not being called.
Oh.
And, well, the catch is taken. And not sure what's happening here, but look, on-field is not being called. And they're having a look at this, though.
Here's the thing.
They're having a look.
This is the playing condition. If it's waist high or above, so it's slightly different playing condition, it's slightly more batter-friendly.
Well,
If it's waist high or above, then it's a no ball. So it doesn't have to be above waist height. If they're going to have a look at this, and if the officials think that this is waist height or above, then it'll be a no ball. I mean, Dorkaya having to smile about it, but that's a nervous smile.
This is a huge moment. No, I reckon he's fully confident. I think he knows this is too high, because as soon as he hits this, he knows. The only thing I'm thinking here, it's the slower delivery. Is it dipping? That's the question here. Is it dipping? And this is what they're going to have a look at here, what they're saying. Let's call a no ball. So he's not out. That is a massive moment. Massive moment here. No ball called. It is not out, and this will be your free hit.
Look, I got to say, it's very important, the wording of the playing condition. And if you're not sure it's below the waist, it's a no ball. It was just a slight adjustment was made because these are unfair kind of deliveries, and that's something that was made across ECN cricket. I know it's such a big moment in the game, but I think if I'm trying to be objective, and if it was any normal ball in a game, I have no problem with that being called. Just happened to be a huge moment in this match, and it creates a free hit now. Winoth Mills on strike.
And he hits as well, and this is going to go the distance as well. The captain of Spain smashes this and gets his first boundary as well. That's the way to deal with a free hit. It's 6 more. They are racing away here at the moment. It's 76 for 1. What a shot from El Capitan.
What a shot. What a shot. He just banged it in. He says, take me on if you like. He says, I will. Christian smacks that over the roof, 6 runs. And this is out of control cricket on a balmy night here on the Costa del Sol, 76 for 1 after 4. So let me just say something that I've said plenty of times. Obviously, we've done 2,000 plus games here on ECN. You know, those are the ones where you've got to give the benefit to the batter. They're not fair deliveries when they're full and they're straight. So that's why the adjustment was made. As a bowler, you can't really turn around and say, hey, because it's too full, you know, and the marginal ones should be called. I agree with the call, but it's one of those ones that could go either way.
Well, what a night this could turn out to be here on the Costa del Sol. We are in Malaga. This is the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of cricket, and Spain at the moment looking set to qualify for Championships week.
Was there an edge on this? There is. And so he goes soon after, so they're not hurt by that because Dorkaya is gone. And this is a ball that he really thinks he should put away. Jamie Forbes gets the big wicket of his first delivery. And the big man has gone for 45 of just 14. The score, 76 for 2.
Well, Forbes, he has been taking wickets and he's taking them freely. And this one, look, it's just out there. It may even have been the one you can see straight away that Daniel Dolkaya, he knows straight away he's hit it. He doesn't even look at the umpire. He's frustrated at himself. Well, look, it's been a superb innings from him, but that could be a game changer. They needed something to happen, and they get the wicket. 45 he goes for of 14 deliveries. A good catch taken behind the stumps there from Burton. But look, the thing is this, I mean, I know he's going to be disappointed. He's getting a standing ovation here for an absolute thriller of an innings. But look at the damage that he's done. He's taken that rate right down to something that is very achievable with the batting still to come, and the time they've got is just over 10 and over. They've got to stay positive. Yeah. They've got to keep playing this shot.
This is why he's using an insurance policy. Let someone else be an insurance policy, because look what he's done there. He's got it down to about 10s. Speaking of number 10s, this is Jamie Forbes. Now, one thing about notes about Forbes, he does rip it, right? He gets a lot of side spin. Prince Demand finds that out the hard way first ball. I would have thought maybe with 5 to come this over, he'd go a left-hander here. Yeah, just as a matchup.
Yeah, could have gone for Hamza, couldn't they? But they go with the Prince. He's been batting well. Let's see if he can get back to his best. Gets a bit of width here, and this is a delightful shot. Too much width, and this will go all the way. And this is what they've got to do. Doesn't matter what wicket goes down. Doesn't matter what the state of play is. Just every batter has to go out there and play their shots and play assertively. That's a lovely shot. Gets a 6, and that will make him feel much better. That will give him the confidence.
That was a shot. Hit. Now, who needs a left-hander when you can do that, hey? Forbes has one and gets hit for one. This will be a wide. So, what a game this is. It's funny, you said they'd probably struggle with the chase in the 90s. They're almost there. Yeah. We're not even halfway.
It's the mindset,
we say it all the time, don't we? We're chasing these big scores. Prince goes back and places this. This is 4. You can count on that one. So Prince misses out, but then 6 and 4. Spain, they are on their feet. The lights are on. The pressure is on. What a Group A final this is.
Yeah, this is a lovely shot. We've seen Prince play this shot so many times. He is so good at it. Look, just rocks back, gets right on top of this. He knows that he's going to get the bounce here. The spinners are getting this ball to bounce around. That is beautifully executed. Lovely shot. Top draw.
Now wide.
Another wide.
Yeah, but I love the spin Forbes gets, though. Asking you questions. It makes you think, okay, I don't think I can come down the wind to this guy, because if I don't get there, he might rip it past my outside edge and I'll get stumped.
Well, it's going to be another wide. I'm not sure what's going on here with Forbes.
He just doesn't want to get too close to Prince Demand. So he doesn't mind giving away a wide, or maybe even 2, but I mean, there's a time where you're going to have to kind of bring it back a little bit. He'd rather miss left than right, is probably what I'm saying with that tram line.
It's under pressure here, though.
There you go. And now, I suppose, after a couple of wides, you can afford to take one. It's like getting 3 off the ball, isn't it? Munoz Mills there as well. Okay, they've done the heavy lifting here, Spain. They need to close it out. Just look what happened to Austria in the last game against Spain. They got in a winning position, but it's these last 45 runs that'll be the hardest. Don't worry about that. And Forbes, a real test for this young man. He's got 1 ball to spend here at the Spanish captain, and he smacks it away to the fielder. Can't really handle it cleanly, but at least he does stop it. So that's the end of the 5th over. It's 91 for 2 at the halfway mark. And once again, well, we want to say very warm welcome to you wherever you're watching from around the world. It is Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo Rico, full with me. Of course, we have done, I think together we've done about 3,000 games if you add up our totals, but I will say that I will remember this one for a long time, no matter what the result is from here. We're just so happy we can share this with you guys. It's been a great week. Hopefully you can join us again for more. But Rico, right now, it's anybody's game. It's up for grabs.
This is the final that we deserved. This is the final that we were hoping we were going to get, and we're getting it. I mean, it's been a real fight. The Irish batted so well. They came back into the match when they were in trouble, when they were 19 for 3, finishing on this 134 score, and now Spain have made a perfect start. And really, I think they've just got to keep going the way they're going, and something sensational could be happening here on the Costa del Sol tonight.
I mean, still, I think whichever team wins from here deserves it.
Yeah.
I think whichever team from here wins deserves it. I'm not counting out the Iron 11 at all. I do think they're kind of marginally behind right now. But look at this guy, Humphries. He rarely gets the treatment. He's been good all week. Can he stand up now in the 6th? It's the quicker one. This is what I like about him. I think he's very deceptive. And that's not an obvious quicker ball, but it is one that beats the bat of Christian Munoz-Mills.
Yeah, I mean, 44 required now in, what, 29 balls?
Yeah, got to say, Prince Demand, how's that shot over cover last over? That was the shot. Not easy to pull off against a bowler like Forbes. Tosses up, goes for it. I knew he would. Just the one. Keep an eye on this net run rate. Pardon me, the run rate required. Currently, it's in the 9s.
This is the one now that Ireland will be targeting. They need to try and get Prince here. Prince Demand has played some nice shots, 11 just to 4. I think he's gonna go for his shots. You know, he definitely is. I wonder what Humphries will do here with the first ball that he bowls to Demand. Will it be the slightly quicker one? Cameron looks pretty chilled. Humphries just arranging his field. Now the floodlights are in full play here. Pitch darkness. He does go for the quicker one. It's up in the air. Where does this drop? Just short of the fielder. So once again, a couple of times that the Spanish batters have played this shot, and they got a little bit fortunate. Doesn't go to hand.
Yeah, I mean, whichever team wins is going to need a bit of luck as well. It won't be all luck, but and that's the kind of shot which could easily find an outfielder. This time it doesn't.
Humphries goes for a quicker one as well. This time, Christian Munoz places it down to the ground and comes to throw. They're taking the single. Now, this is what Ireland will want now here. If they can go through a period of, I don't know, say 10 balls here and it's no boundaries, it's just singles, then they know that rate climbs back up again and they'll fancy themselves to turn the screws. I certainly think, especially with Daniel Dolkaya now gone and also no Babar there, I think O'Reilly will fancy coming back into the attack as well with his pace. Wilson also, I think, will be a different kettle of fish in this one. So they've still got good bowlers to come. It will be easier now with those two big hitters gone. I wonder if they'll make that change straight after this over.
Quick one, goes after it. Difficult shot. Fielder comes around, he can catch it. And, well, he puts it down. That's Matchett, who's a very good fielder. And look, you know, he does well to get there. It was an awkward one. He actually started in the circle, so he had to go back and around. And Prince, who's looked good so far, gets a life on 12.
Yeah, how key could that be? Matchett putting the catch down. It's pretty straightforward. I mean, he has to make up the ground. He does everything right. And at the last minute, well, I don't know if he loses this or what, but the catch goes down. Big moment. Well, will he get another chance? No, he won't. This one has gone the distance. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras, and it is the captain who smashes this over. The captain of Spain, Christian Munoz-Mills, hits this powerfully, and it goes all the way. 6 more.
Well, here's the thing. That was a slightly easier shot because he knows the mid-off is up in the circle, so he knows he just has to get over the infield, not necessarily the outfield, but he does get it over the outfield too. 100 up in 6 overs, 101 for 2, and right now, Spain, it's their game to lose. There's no other way to say it.
Oh, incredible stuff.
34 off 24 with 8 wickets in hand.
Sticking for spin here, and I think this is a mistake. I think this is where you've got to go with O'Reilly. Let's see how it goes. Wide. It's going to be another wide. Yeah, I mean, this has been the issue for me for Forbes. I'm surprised there, Vinny. They've gone with Forbes again. I know that O'Reilly went for 16, but I know Wilson was expensive as well, but it was different batters then.
This game is very much alive. Pitches up, takes the bait and misses. This is such a good cricket match. This is what we wanted when the lights would be flicked on here at Khartoum. Creates a different kind of atmosphere. Big prize on the line here. Goes after him. See, they're a bit scared against Forbes. And they're going to have a pop at him. It would have been out if he hits, but it's not out. And it will be a single. Munoz-Mills now. What's his approach to Forbes? I mean, the reason it's hard to take Forbes' leg side. Number one, because the line he's bowling, but number two, because he does spin it prodigiously, kind of right to left, as you watch him from behind his back. A good piece of field and couldn't find the target. So he goes straight, but this is hanging in the air. Well, this could be match it again. Who's coming around to his right? And he drops it again. And now they're thinking of a second, but it actually bounces pretty much all the way back to the pitch. And you know, Ireland, I know they were pretty keen to make sure that they didn't have to bat under lights, but of course, you have to field under lights as well, which is a different experience.
Yeah.
Not many players have done it that much, and I don't know whether that's a factor here or not, but at the critical moment, match it, just couldn't find the handle. Next delivery, gone. And well, there you go, Prince Demand. He misses this one. It's fairly straight, straightens down the line. A quick fire 14. It's the end of the Prince. It's 104 for 3. It makes it 31 off 20. New batter coming to the crease. And once again, this game takes another turn.
Well, Matchett, at least you will know that dropping the Prince hasn't hurt them too much. He's only added just a couple more. But yeah, I mean, look, it's still one of that. I mean, you said it's Spain's to lose because, I mean, we know the array of batters that they've got out there. The foundation is laid. There should be no pressure on them going out there, just play a normal game. The rate required is under 10. They've just got to remain positive. No, every batter that goes out there has got to believe, be positive, be brave, play your shots. Well, there's the countdown there from Broderick Constant, and that basically is telling you how much time, how many seconds that the player has got from when the wicket falls to go out there, take guard, and ready to face the next ball. And it looks like Mohammad Ishan is coming out. Ishan hasn't been at his best. He's hit and miss a bit, but look, maybe he can come good here. He's out there with his captain. The captain was just dropped on 17 himself, so he's had a life. Matchett was the one that dropped him as well. Ishan, well, is this the making? Is this he's the scene for him to go big and finish this off for Spain?
What a game, really. I mean, we play probably something like 1,100 matches this year. This would be kind of in the top 10 most important. And right now, it's in the balance. Here's Isan, likes to go leg side. Forbes cleverly doesn't let him, and that's one that he does keep within the tram line.
It's a dot ball in.
It's an early call, but you know what I'm thinking here, Rico? It's not impossible. Imagine if we had a final decided by a golden ball, especially a final where it decides who stays and who goes. Tossed up. Isan gets a little bit of bat on this, and he'll get a single. The singles are a win at the moment for the Irish 11.
Yeah, they need to try and take this as deep as they can. That is the end of the over. It's a much better over from Forbes. He doesn't bowl so many wides in this one. He also does pick up the wicket as well. But this is what's coming up in Group B starting on Monday.
Well, lick your lips, because this is just 1 week down, and there's still 4 more weeks to go. Yeah, a bit of a northern field to this group. I think you mentioned it earlier. Denmark and Sweden taking on each other in match 1. Hungary, we'll see them. Finland as well, and the Netherlands 11. I think they're strong, I've got to say. Netherlands 11. We're going to see some very good cricketers there, but we know in this T10 format anything can happen. So join us Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe and 3 p.m. in India. If you can't wait till then, don't worry. We'll be back tomorrow with the FanCode European Cricket T10 on this very grounds. It's a great opportunity for the club cricketers here to get an opportunity. So we're not going to slow down. 5 matches tomorrow, 5 matches the next day. That'll be on FanCode and, of course, on the European Cricket Network on our YouTube channel. Here we go. Over number 8. And here is Catherwood. He went the journey in the first over. They're going back to him, and he starts with a wide.
Yeah, Catherwood gets his line wrong. Again with Catherwood here, I still maintain. I mean, okay, Forbes got that one in, and I was calling for O'Reilly or maybe Wilson to bowl it. But I'm still thinking they would be my first picks as opposed to Catherwood. But Catherwood, well, the captain's obviously got play in his mind. Starts with a wide.
Got to say, pound for pound, I think you can't disagree. This is the most exciting cricket in the world, and you're watching it right here on ECN. This is a dot, and Isan hasn't clicked here. Well, this is one of those times, right? This is one of those times with 7 wickets in hand. If someone just doesn't look like it for 2 or 3 balls, maybe you could hook him. I mean, the game could drift away so quickly. Isan hasn't quite found his form this week. We know how destructive he can be. He's made a lot of runs in ECS cricket. But here at Cartama hasn't really put it together. Got to say, Catherwood, credit to him, because he did go for 21 back in the second. Gets inventive. He'll get an inside edge for 1. So it comes down to this. I mean, you can almost choose if you are running the Spanish lineup, whoever you want out there right now, because you're not running out of
you're not running out of wickets at this stage, right?
Yeah. That's
So
good
it's-
bowling
yeah,
from
it's-
Catherwood, actually. He sees that what Ishan is trying to do and he follows him. Ishan, no credit to him, does get bad onto it now.
Yeah.
The
But I
man
like-
who set the captain back on strike.
I like
Mills.
Isan's tactics there because there's no way Catherwood's bowling at the stumps. So he said, I'm going to try and make something out of this. Munoz Mills on strike, hits it hard. But well, guess who? Yes, actually, now that's Jared Wilson down there at long off. Munoz Mills moves up to 19. What's the equation? This is getting really tight now. Talking 27 of 15 balls.
Wanting a boundary. They're wanting a boundary here. And, well, a couple of boundaries in the over gets them back in front.
Haven't had a boundary since the last ball of the 6th over. So that's 9 balls without a boundary. They need one. Isan blasts it. How far's it going? It is going to be 6. It's off the hands of Wilson for 6. Maximo time.
Well, this is what they needed. This is the boundary needed. It's another catch that goes down. And this time it's Ishan that gets dropped. He's on 2 and gets dropped by Wilson. Let's just see how difficult a chance this is. He's got a lot of ground to make up. And, well, look, just gets it wrong. It's another one that goes down. And look at them. Their heart was in their mouths. Yes, it's Corey. That is the one they needed in the over.
Yeah, well, we thought it was a big moment earlier with Daniel Dolkayet with that no ball call, which I thought was the correct one, but it really didn't matter too much because he was out the next time we faced anyway. But that's a big one, isn't it? It wasn't an easy one. He had to take it sideways because he knew he couldn't get behind it. He was running out of room. Catherwood with a comeback ball to Mohamed Isan. 2 to come in the over. Goes for it straight. Does he have it? He does. He does. Maximo. Mohamed
a shot.
Isan. Well, he moves into double figures, and Spain, they regain the momentum, Rico.
What a shot. Well, Mohamed Ishan, we know what he can do. It's been frustrating seeing him out there, not getting the big shots, not getting the boundaries. Well, he's got it there. Boom. Shaka lagya ginna sona. Ginna bada shaka. And just like that, well, I said they needed a couple of boundaries. He got them. They're back in front here again.
15 off 13. Catherwood's got 1 to spend here. And he goes miles. This is miles into the night sky. Adios, pelota, Maximo. And Spain just need 9 off the last 2 overs. It's 126 for 3 after 8. What a shot.
Mohamed Ishan, well, this is what the boy can do. This is what he's all about. What a hit this is. This is a Bizaway supersonic 6. It goes high and mighty into the night sky and all the way over the marquees. What a big shot that is. And, well, Spain, they are almost there. They are almost booking their place in Championships Week, where the reigning champions, England, await to see who they're going to play. Well, they're not quite there yet. And, well, it will be O'Reilly now, I think, that takes the ball. And Catherwood, he goes the distance. He goes for 42 of his 2 overs. 126 for 3. Oh,
Wow.
No para, sigue, sigue. No para, sigue, sigue. Vamos, chicos. Vamos, España. Vamos. Equipo Roja.
So Catherwood kind of counteracts Atif Mahmood. Here's Mikey. Well, can he pull off another miracle here? Because don't forget, against Austria, it looked like they were going to struggle in a second half of a game there. Ireland. Mikey O'Reilly bowled probably one of the best 9th overs of the entire week. And he was able to keep a set batter quiet in Razmal Shigarwal. Remember that one the other night, but right now it's 8 off 11. Spain, I think you have to try and get him this over. That'd be my strategy. Well, there's this going. It's a hanger. The fielder's coming around to his left, and he'll take the catch. Well, that's a very good piece of fielding by Matt Humphries. So Mohamed Isan, well, he's on his haunches. He knows that he could have got this for 6, but he didn't quite. I've got to say, Matt Humphries, really impressed with him as a cricketer. Under pressure, under lights, he takes the running catch. And don't you worry, Rico, this game is very much still in the balance. Spain need 8 off 10. Now they are 127 for 4.
Yeah, good catch under pressure. Good catch when this ball is up there in the night sky. Just the floodlights that he's got to use to try and get him. You can see he's very disappointed, is Ishan. Yeah, he goes down, but look, come on, get yourself up. I mean, he's that 20 of 7 deliveries. He got the boundaries when he had to for his team. Yeah, he's going to be disappointed, but look, they still have the upper hand. The captain, don't forget, is still out there. He's set on 20 for 11. This match is still theirs to lose. But of course, each batter that goes out there is going out there with a better pressure. It's got to keep his cool. Now, who's going out there now? This looks like it's Hamza Salim, the left-hander.
And here's the thing, if you're going to play this bash ball, you know, it's kind of good in bursts. And Daniel Dorkaya did the heavy lifting. It's probably the opposite strategy than they thought. Yep. You know, you can kind of do that towards the end now. You can throw the bat. You've got plenty of wickets in hand. You still have 6. Spain need 8 in 10. You can't be too conservative here. O'Reilly does the trick. He removes Isan, but not before a very good contribution. 10 to come in this game. Bowled by O'Reilly, and they don't get a run here. They decide not to throw. I think that's smart because it wouldn't have saved a run. So it does seem, barring something here, looks like we're going to the last. Now, it's got to say, Spanish side, they were, I won't say a mess this morning, but I feel like there wasn't. It's either something that's so smart that no one else understands it, or it was just a bit of a misstep. They seem to be back on track now. Full toss. This should be fielded. Will it be fielded?
No,
it won't. Had the legs, but that's half the ones they needed. Hamza Salim Dar. Well, he gets off the mark with a boundary, and now just 4 more to win for Spain. And Corey, well, hate to say it, I can't see him in the commentary box in week 5 the way this game is going.
Well, he gets this wrong, doesn't he? I think it's a slower ball, but he gives too much width to Hamza, and despite the efforts, feeling the kafi coach, only 4 runs away, needed of 8 deliveries. They're almost there. They're almost in championship week.
Could it be this ball? Well, it won't be. Oh, this is an interesting call. I've got to say, let's have a look at the pre-movement, because I feel like it doesn't there's a pre-movement of about 2 stumps. So that's actually a good call, I think.
Very good call. Very good call.
Mikey, let's just say, he almost needed a neck brace. His head swung around so quick, but it is a good call. 4 off 7 now. If this isn't a boundary, Rico, we're going to the last with that spot on the line. Can Ireland hold on? Very difficult position. It's going, and game, set, match. Team España.
They've got it. They've done it, Vinny. They've done it. Spain are going to be in championship week. This is incredible.
That's one of the most incredible turnarounds I've ever seen in a day's cricket. This is a team, they didn't know which way they were going. They were 3 games deep in a losing streak, and they have come back. They won a tight one against Austria, and they have pulled off one of the best chases we have ever seen under pressure, under lights, on the Costa del Sol. Spain have booked their place in the championship week. They will be here. The hosts will have a chance to make it all the way and to take the trophy. Well, Ireland team, you have to feel for them. I mean, what a ride they've been on. And this T10, you know, seemed like they'd mastered it here. They had all the players, they had all the skills really. And the other thing, probably what they hadn't experienced, is how cruel it can be, because they were running away with that game. But it's Team España, the host nation, that will make it through to week 5.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, they looked like a lost team, didn't they, the last few performances that they made, and they had to do it the hard way, didn't they, against Austria. And then, well, they were up against it, weren't they? They had Ireland in trouble, but Ireland came back strong. They put a good score on the board. But how about that, Spain doing it with 6 balls to go? Isn't it absolutely brilliant that the captain, Christian Munoz-Mills, is out there in the middle? What a part that he played in here. But when they had to come good, when they had to go back to the basics, when they had to perform the way they performed at the beginning of the championship, they did it. Spain have done it, and it's been a sensational effort from them, and I'm just loving what's happening there in the fan zone as well. Everybody on their feet. Well, there's been Cerveza Victoria all over the place, everybody jumping up and down, and I'm loving the scenes there with the Spanish players running onto the field of play. Spain have done it. They have booked their place in Championships Week starting on the 10th of October. Look at those scenes. Look at those scenes.
I am gobsmacked. And that's sport, isn't it? I mean, one team's triumph is another's despair, but I mean, Spain are getting the ovation of a lifetime here. Christian Munoz-Mills, I mean, lots of chat about whether he's suited to the game. I think he answered the critics there, and I just don't even think they can believe it. You can see there's Juan Carlos Rodriguez and his family. Team España, that's probably the most dramatic turnaround I've ever seen. That's ECM cricket for you. They play 3 games on finals day, and they win the one that matters.
Look at those scenes, incredible. Juan Carlos there, the president, John Howden, the CEO. This is just estupendo. Eso es increíble. qué guay, qué genial, qué extraordinario este equipo. El equipo España, el equipo está muy fuerte. Felicidades del equipo de España, because they have made it into Championship Week. And look at Corey. Oh, well, look. Well, he's playing everybody kisses there. Quite amazing. Look, we got to say, look, all the focus, all the attention will be on the Spanish team there. But look, congrats also to the Ireland team, because look, they've never played this format before, but they haven't let themselves down. They're a young team, an average age of 20. They've entertained us. They played some of the best T10 cricket that we've seen, but just today on this day, it just wasn't enough. They made a good recovery to get that score on the board, but I think when the top batters like Lynch didn't perform there, and like it was always going to be difficult for them, but Melly as well couldn't get going. But despite the efforts of the captain, Wilson, it was all about, but one thing, it was all about the start that Spain got. And look, when the likes of Dylan Dorkai got going 45 of 40, Mohamed Barber as well crashed the ball over the place. And, well, they gave themselves such a start. There was no way that they were throwing away this advantage.
I mean, you said it. I mean, it's probably the smartest thing you said all day, and you weren't even on the microphone. You said, you know, I think they're more chance of chasing 130 than chasing 90, because they're going to have to be fearless, and they're going to have to gamble. You're going to have to put Daniel Dorkaya out there in the heat. He might get out early, but he might also come good at the top of the order. And so, enough messing about. Corey, I think he read his batting lineup off the back of a cereal box this morning in the first game, but when the pressure was on, when they needed this kind of a target, it's kind of what I said earlier as well. They can choose their batting lineup based on how many that they are chasing. That's kind of how it worked out in the end. And you know, a lot of talk about, you know, can you bat under lights as well? Well, I think the Spain team showed that if you get it right, it can fly into the night sky, and that's exactly what we thought. I mean, Daniel Dorkaya batted really well, didn't he? Baba was good early as well. I think he made an important contribution at the top of the order, but he fell, but not before he got them off to a good start. And so Baba there was chosen to open, and well, Spain, you know, there were a few twists and turns along the way. I think Dorkaya, I think he batted intelligently. I know he was disappointed to get out when he did, because I knew that he wanted to take them all the way. But I mean, you remember how well Wilson hit in the first innings? I mean, DDC, he certainly turned it on here in the second.
Oh, the shots were, I mean, that was unbelievable. Some of the shots that were played here, in not just by the Spanish team, look, by the Irish as well, were just absolutely extraordinary. We've seen the cleanest and the purest hitting that you'll ever see on a cricket pitch. This was just absolutely extraordinary.
How about that moment, though? I mean, we thought it might come back to haunt the Irish. It was a waist-high full toss. They wanted a second look at it. They hedged their bets. The off-field officials say it's waist-high, which makes it a no ball on ECN. And then the free hit was cashed in by Munoz Mills. And yeah, that was another decision to put Christian up the order, and he has batted kind of everywhere in the order this week. You see Forbes then got the big wicket not long after as DDC had to go, and you thought, well, maybe that will slow the Spaniards down.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, he went, but the thing was though, you know, when Spain were having that blip with their batting, every time the new batter was going, it was getting 1 or 2 runs and getting out. This time round, they were going out and they were getting 20, 14s, 20s, 10, and quickly. That's what made the difference. They just never let up. They never gave the opportunity for the Irish to get back on top. And that is an absolute outstanding victory. That is sensational. Just loving the scenes out there in the middle at the moment. The Spanish boys are in the middle as we're leaving you to see these highlights. They're there. They're taking the applause of the spectators. They're in the middle. They're dancing up and around. It's Vamos España all the way. This is sensational. This is amazing scenes. And Spain were just the same way that Pakar Badalona did in the European Cricket League. They've done it in the National.
How about that moment where Wilson drops that one over the line? And look, the Irish have fielded really well all week. But we saw it, kind of glimpses of it earlier, but in the finals, here they have dropped a few catches, which we haven't been seeing for them. But how about Isan, who came good? I mean, I was saying, do you hook him just on look? But he certainly was sending us searching for balls as he sent a few out of the ground. This one he didn't though, and he was disappointed to fall. But then again, you look at innings of like Mohamed Baba, Mohamed Isan, who get important 20s now. I know he was disappointed, but again, it was important runs. They were runs that he scored quickly. And well, I didn't think how would it take to go for 4. I was wrong, that was gone. And then Spain, well, in an unbelievable turn of events here on finals day, they end up winning Group A, and they will be back in Championship Week 5. They couldn't contain their excitement. I don't think they could believe it either. And it just shows you, if you're having a bad morning, there's always a chance things can turn around. And Team Espana, wow, what a story. Island 11, you've got to feel for them. The crowd, they were entertained. And if there's a better advertisement of ECS cricket, I'm yet to see it, because that was an incredible display of cricketing entertainment.
Oh, it's a sensational. Look, you cannot doubt it. We say it all the time, don't we, that the European Cricket Network, this is something sensational. It's a frenzy of action-packed entertainment that's serving the world the most entertaining form of cricket you'll ever see. And that's exactly what we're talking about. Well, Corey is playing kisses to everyone. Remember, that's just Group A. We've still got 3 more groups to come, starting next week with Group B. And it's going to start with match number 1.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Bulgaria. Well, what magical scenes those were. The 17th of September 2022, the European Cricket Championship was at the moment when Spain really put themselves on the map as a real force to be reckoned with in the European cricket scene, or the cricket scene. I mean, I think it was, I remember that moment really well, and a proud moment it was as they ended up being the group winners in Group A with that victory over Ireland, and of course, put their place into Championship Week. It really was fantastic, and watching those highlights, well, make me feel very, very proud, and of course, well done to the Spanish boys. Saw Corey Ruckers there as well. He was a little bit happy, wasn't he, when they won that match, and so he should be. It was absolutely fantastic. Well, that was fantastic news. The news at the moment from Sofia here at this National Sports Academy is not so good. A lot of work is still being done around the ground. You can just have a look at some of the puddles and the rainwater as a result of the thunderstorms that we had last night, and they carried on through the day. And we've had a lot of manual work done. We've had a pump that's come down and pumped a lot of the water away, and that work continues as I speak to you. I mean, there you go. That's some of the real industrial stuff that we had going on at the moment. Look, full credit to everybody that's worked so hard. That you can see the blue crew there working hard and making inspections, and Prakash Mishra as well, part of the federation there. It was a tremendous effort, and is a tremendous effort. It's ongoing as you speak. What I can tell you though is at the moment there's been no abandonment, so semi-final 1 is still scheduled to take place. And what I can tell you, what they're planning to do here, and that's how they've allowed themselves some more time, is that both the semi-finals will go ahead. Weather permitting, and also if the ground is fit to play. And then the bronze final that we would normally have, where the losers of the semi-finals will play for the bronze final, I think because of time, well, that one probably won't happen. So basically we'll have semi-final 1, semi-final number 2, and then we'll go straight to a slight delay, of course, for the teams to regroup, and then we'll have that final. But of course, this is all in the planning. That's the sort of the schedule that we're thinking about at the moment. But at the moment, as I speak to you, it's not going to happen because the ground still is having a lot of work being done to it. On the positive side, the weather has stayed more or less pretty bright. We haven't had any further rain, even though there are some darker clouds that are looming. So on that note, we're getting a little bit of luck, but at the moment, there's a lot of work being done. And I think a lot of people that have seen the ground and seen the amount of water that was on there, have already said, wow, that's an incredible amount of water, and it certainly is. But a big shout out to everybody that has worked out there. They put a lot of effort in. They've removed a lot of water, but still, there's a fair bit of work to be done before we can actually turn around and say, the matches are going to carry on. But as always, we will keep you posted on that. Keep an eye on your screen. What we can do, though, because we don't want to leave you without cricket, we want to keep you entertained. And, we just saw the European Cricket Championship there back in 2022 when Spain won that Group A fixture. Well, they were the champions of Group A going into Championship Week. Let's have a quick look to remind you what's coming up this year on the European Cricket Championship. And there you go. Spain, once again, are in Group A, so that's probably a good sign. Maybe they can do it again. They've got the likes of Isle of Man, France, Czech Republic and Greece in their group. Well, Ireland, they'll be hoping to do one better this time round, but look at their group. I mean, they've got teams that we've seen, where we've been and seen before. Austria, of course, Hungary. We'll be going to Hungary in a few weeks' time. And, of course, Turkey, who are here. Now, keep an eye on that group, because don't forget, we're going to, hopefully, once again, weather permitting, we've got some ECIs, European Cricket Internationals, coming up here tomorrow and Sunday. And, of course, Turkey will be playing in that as well against Bulgaria and also Greece. So they're fixtures that we have got coming up Saturday and Sunday. But at the moment, I know all focus is on this. It is finals day of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria, but unfortunately not a ball being bowled as yet because of the weather and because of a very wet outfield. Work continues, as I say. Hopefully I can bring you better news and more positive news and some confirmation a little bit later. But at the moment, all I can tell you is work continues, and we are trying our best to make sure we can get the 2 semi-finals in and then the final a little bit later. But we will keep you posted. In the meantime, well, we're talking about Indo-Bulgarian. They've played pretty well here. And let's have a look at how they fared in the European Cricket League back on the 16th of February 2022. It was a Group B match, and they were up against the Team Griffins. And it was a really exciting one. Once again, you'll hear the voices of Vinny Sandhu and myself to talk you through that one. So once again, going to take you back in time, back to the 16th of February 2022 for this, another ECN Classic match. Enjoy.
Morning, everyone, wherever you're watching from around the world. It's so great to have your company. We are here for a very special match, for us anyway, as this is the 2000th match we have ever broadcast on the European Cricket Network. So it's going to be a bit of a special one, as you can imagine. So it's great to have your company for this. And a team that's on the up and up, Indo-Bulgaria, the Bulgarian champions. See them coming off a solid win, their first win in ECL cricket yesterday against Zagreb Sokol. A lot of people in the chat already excited about the Bulgaria Express. Take on Griffins, who had a really strong start to the tournament, just a little bit of a blip, I suppose you'd call it, as they fell to their first loss yesterday. But I think it's going to be a very, very exciting day of cricket. Already has been, I suppose. Unfortunately, the Croatians, no luck first up this morning. Getting picked apart by the Tigers. This is what we've got ahead here in match 12 of, should be Group B. It's going to be the Bulgarian winning the toss and batting first. And so we're all set for the first ball. It's going to be Luke Bichard to bowl it. This one has Chris Lakoff just feeling for it. Very strong opening partnership in excess of 100 that set up the win for Indo-Bulgaria yesterday. Rakov, good team player. That's what we'll try and do. Let's knock it round early. He's not really an out-and-out big hitter. Plays some really nice cover drives actually this week. So, we're going to see Prakash Mishra for the first time. Batted really well yesterday. First half century in ECL cricket. And we'll be facing up to Bichard. And men from Guernsey. Maybe it was the loss they had to have. It's a bit of a reality check, I suppose. Started very, very strongly. Mishra pushes. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. Cameron Sanders, as well as Wazza. And to everyone else, Alex Chambers, Kieran Hammond, Dummy Esperin, NWRWN, I never know how to say that. And Helix, so congratulations on the 2000. Ulrika will be back with me shortly. He's come a long way in those 2000 games, as we all have. It's Chris Lakoff, seems to age backwards. Goes after this. Catch up with it. This is a real good game, I think, for Indo-Bulgarian to test where they're at. The men from Guernsey didn't have the T10 experience, but they took to it like a duck to water, I should say. Henry Hamilton in the chat as well. Good morning to you. I've got viewers from all around the planet. And one down leg side. This will be a wide. So Sheriff, Charles Croucher, who is at the bowler's end at the moment. And the Bulgarian, I think, their plan of attack will be to put 100 plus on the board and then use the Bulgarian Express to try and ram through the top order of the men from Guernsey, including their captain Luke Letizia has been in really good form this week. They have shown natural aptitude for the game. The men in fuchsia. Oh, this is mistimed, and unfortunately so for Prakash Mishra. He's nursing a little bit of a side injury. Saw him take a crab-like catch yesterday at mid-wicket. I'd say he's feeling 100%, but good enough. I don't think you keep him out of this big game for the Bulgarians. Beats lack of the pace. It's the end of the first over, and a pretty good one indeed for Bishard. And he concedes 3, and after 1 over, it's 3 for no loss. It is match 2000, and here's a gentleman that has 2000% energy, as we saw in that wonderful introduction. Joining me in the commentary box is none other than Mr. Balle himself, Rico Full. Welcome, Rico, and a big day for us, big match for us with match 2000.
Oh, what a super moment this is. 2000 all-time matches. You've been absolutely brilliant. And yeah, Mr. Maximo, I think you've done a fair number of those as well, but it's a marvellous achievement, not just for, of course, the European Cricket Network, but for everyone that's been part of this huge, massive push in getting European cricket noticed. Thank you, of course, to all the federations. As I said, they've been absolutely brilliant. And European cricket getting bigger and better as this one is scored wide.
Yes, yeah, Hooper coming into bowl the second over. But he fielded really well. David Hooper, in the first match particularly, offers a lot. That one, just catching a bit of the blue line. Yeah, that'll happen. That'll get called. So yeah, big thanks to a lot of people behind the scenes, Rico, as you say. Certainly will be a wide. We've grown. I mean, I remember 2019, we were shooting matches on a mobile phone camera on a tripod in the Swiss Alps. That was my first experience with ECN. I thought, well, what's going on here? Another wide though. Hooper is getting some good hoop, I should say. This one just falling foul of the wide line once again.
Yeah, there's obviously a plan here, but just getting a little bit too much movement away. Has an agonising look back at the umpire. Sulman Saeed said that's another.
This one's pulled away, and this will be for Mishra. He liked this yesterday early in his innings. This one's closer to him, and he just turns on it. Doesn't get the cover off it, but certainly what it takes. And that's the first boundary of this match 12 of Group B.
Yeah, I mean, that will make him feel a bit more comfortable. It's always nice to get your first boundary, whichever way you get it. The shot was there. It doesn't quite time it as well as he would have liked to, but no fielders in that area of the ground. Cooper just perhaps a little bit short. That's why he's getting the wide balls as well. He needs to push it up slightly.
Yes, Dave, love it.
Benzie's back this time. This one goes through pretty quickly.
Yeah, it was just, again, just good bounce at this end. I think it's something we observed, wasn't it? During the ECC back in September and October. Hooper. This time it'll be cut for 4. So this time he does catch up with it. And the Bulgarians now a healthy start for them. And Mishra, 2 boundaries here in the second over.
Nice shot this. It's not about trying to hit it too hard. It's just about getting it in the area, in between those fielders. He sort of knows what Hooper's trying to do here. Hooper's going to try and do something different, maybe surprise him with a full straight one.
There he goes and really fetches this. And he makes the fielders fetch it now. 3 boundaries in the over for Mishra. He's decided he's targeting that leg side. That time came out to meet it. This is quite a remarkable shot to get the ball to the boundary in this area of the field.
Yeah, it's expensive over. Hooper, I think he's far better when he bowls without the new ball. Every time he's got the new ball, he's got punished.
Oh, go on.
Keeper forces the keeper up the stumps. Jason Martin, who's been outstanding in that position. So why not just
try and force the batter to do something different. Also, he's a little bit conscious about getting stumped, losing his balance, losing contact with the pitch behind the crease. It's a good attacking move from Martin. Another cut, but this time finds a fielder. Good running by Lakoff. He backed up and made that a simple single. And at the end of 2 overs, it's 19 for no loss. And a pretty decent over with Hooper. Just struggling with his direction early on with the 3 wides at the start of the over. Again, that over goes for 16.
Come on,
Yeah,
Bishy!
good bit of fielding here. I get a chance to have a look at these
Come on,
tables
let's
again,
have it now, Bishy!
and certainly, as you'll see, here we go. What do you think of this? Some Royal Tigers have done themselves a massive favour with that victory right up there at the top. Good net run rate, but you can see there, Griffins, if they want it, they know what they've got to do.
Brigade, I mean, they've won 3 and lost 1, but they still have a negative net run rate because of that loss. The magnitude of that loss against Griffins in the opening match. So
Yeah.
that could be a factor as well. But yeah, top 3, bottom 3, that's what's going to be important after today's matches. Well, short and pulled and hooked and 1 bounce, 4 runs. Well, he took it on. Got to be brave in this form of the game. Bishard lost patience with Mishra. Tried to badge him instead. This one, bit of a top edge hook. Takes Indo-Bulgarian into the 20s.
Well, the Master Blaster, Prakash Mishra, he's in good nick at the moment. After that 67 he scored yesterday. And what a lovely innings that was as well. Hit the ball all around the park. Just 31 deliveries, and he's looking to do it again here today.
Sort of like that lack of, again, go on about him, but I would say I like the way that he's backing up. He's looking to push singles when they can't get boundaries. But if he's doing his job, then Mishra gets most of the strike in the power play. And you see he's actually faced, I think, 11 balls out of the 14 in the power play. The captain, who strikes a bit high, and he's probably considered more of a boundary hitter than Lakov. And we'll put away the loose ball. On the walk, hit hard. Well, maybe Lakov's a boundary hitter too. And this one, it's a bit of sway out the way, Matrix style for Bishard, who gets a bit of his own medicine, and that one's 4 down the ground.
Oh, this is a sensational shot. This is exquisite. The footwork, the timing, and the execution was perfect. I mean, fingertips away from being, would have been a sensational effort. And well, liking that moment there as well from Prakash Mishra. He's to say, good effort, son.
He's been playing in good spirit this whole week.
Oh, okay,
A couple of pushes. Mishra probably not quite as quick. Push the strike back. Lakov, I'll be the first to admit, he's not really built for 10 over cricket. He's more of a longer form player. But you can still use those smarts, I think, when you compress the game. And you see he's treating this pretty much like the last 10 overs of a 50 over game, for example.
Yeah.
Really trying to hustle, be busy. Short, pulled away again, and well, this one has gone a lot further. Well, watch out, that's car territory. Maximo! What a shot by Mishra. And I have to tell you that I was in the first game. There's a sweep about which car will be hit and where it will be hit, and I had windscreen of the left car, so I'm just going to look at this replay.
This hits, this hits. Look, he goes, boom, shakka lag gaya, yaar, meri gaddi na tod de, namiyan gaddiyan te
Does this
rakhiyan.
hit?
This definitely hits, I'm sure.
Oh, if that
Yeah, it does.
is that bonnet or windscreen? Because I had a choice of, I went windscreen.
Lovely shot.
Should have gone bonnet.
That was a cracking shot. And well, he's the wild thing, isn't he?
Might have just won 10
Mishra.
euros. I might have just won 10 euros. Anyway, look, I got to mention though, as we get to the last ball of this power play, Rico, it's been an absolute pleasure being next to you over the last year or so. You've come a long way as well, Rico. Wait for this ball from Bishard.
She played intelligent cricket. Good stop.
That'll be the end of the over. And so, end of the power play. I was going to say, Rico, we go all the way back to your first time on camera, and I know you're a bit nervous
What are you up
to
to?
get to the end of the
What are
over.
you up to, Max?
And have a look at this fresh-faced lad. And I don't know, here we go. Look at him. This is in Rome. Looking. And the thing I love about this is you're just wandering and you never really knew where you were going. I was worried that you weren't going to stop. The cameraman was getting a bit nervous. But there we go. So
That's Rico full, ladies and gentlemen. And so what do you think of that? Look, you've come a long way now. Look at you.
Yeah, well, it was. I remember you giving me the old coaching on that. How many retakes did you make me do that time? Because I kept saying, what did I keep saying wrong? There was something I kept saying. I think I kept saying something wrong. And you said it again. I said, no, I didn't. Did I? Yeah, you did. You said it again. But I reckon you were just winding me up. I got you sus now.
Actually, it was perfect. I was just wind you up. No, Rico, it's nice to see. Nice to see that bit of footage. That's back from Rome some time ago. I like the yellow as well. Nice and colourful. Right on brand for us. Here's Mullen. Starts with a wide. Geez, I love Martin. Could watch him keep all day. That was an outswinger that's a tough hop, but he's there and he's ready to cushion the ball nicely. Well, Yannick as well in the chat. He says thanks to congrats on the 2000 and to Tarek as well. Oh, bit of luck for Mishra. You got to have some, I suppose. Tries to hit this over the leg side, but gets a little edge. It flies over Martin and the circle. 4 more runs into Bulgarian.
Well, Prakash Mishra, he just keeps going. मुझे पता है सीख तो पता लगा पता क्या इतने खेलने में आया पर अपनी फैमिली भी लेके आया नाल वाइफ नाल वा सवेरे सवेरे सुबह उठ के आलू परोंठे बनाਉਂਦੀ है the aloo paratha in the morning and you got the firepower. That's what it is. He's got his family here. He's got his wife here with him as well. I met them yesterday and she said, yeah, he performs, he'll get the paranthas. If he doesn't, he'll get dal. And there you go.
That's the spirit. So, this is a really good start. Into Bulgaria, Lakov on strike now. Who goes over the offside, slices away, and this is going to be 4 more. Well, he knew if he could get it behind point, he might be a chance for it to run all the way. So that's all about the placement from Chris Lakov, who moves into double figures.
Yeah, well, there's another Chris Lakov there on the bench, the team manager. And, well, look, Chris Lakov, there he is there. And Prakash has done so much for cricket in Bulgaria. And no doubt that's why they're enjoying their moment here. But these are days that they never thought they'd quite see. Oh, yeah. Oh, that is absolutely sensational. Out of this world. Well, I'll tell you what, Superman, he's got nothing on him. Take a bow. What a catch that is. Sensational.
We need something to go your way when you haven't had an ideal start. And this was just a moment of brilliance. You see this as kind of leading edge. I think Lakov had his heart in his mouth. And the bowler, Mullen, he'll be thrilled with this. And look, just stuck the mid in the air. And, well, that man, Glenn Letitia, he has taken some really good catches in that position in the circle, but none better than that one. Sometimes you just have to tip your hat and say, that was an amazing bit of cricket. Lakov goes for 10, and it's 46 for 1.
Wow. And you know I'm going to say it. Come and build me up. It's all about sexy cricket. We are here in the heart of the Costa del Sol, and that means sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. And what a catch that was. Absolutely love it.
We've seen some really good one-handers, haven't we, in this ECL so far. That one certainly going in the book.
The turning point. You hear, pick that up on the field microphones. Is it the turning point? Well, it could be, but Prakash Mishra, he's still there. He's the one they want to try and see the back of.
So, brings Chris Webster to the crease at number 3. Cash, not interested.
Trying to get themselves back in this. Couple of good tight overs. But they know that it's Mishra that they need to get. He's hit some big shots. He's had a bit of luck as well, but sometimes, well, luck fortune favors the brave. Bob Old, good shape. And, different ball game, isn't it, when a new batter comes in? That's the end of the over. 46 for 1.
It is. So that wicket just disrupts into Bulgarian slightly. Lakov kind of has that supporting role around Mishra, but Webster as well. He can hit a long ball, we know that. And hope you are having a wonderful day, beautiful day. Sun's out here. Enjoyed travelling on the coach with some of these guys this morning, and they're really excited to be here as well into Bulgaria, and a sense of enthusiasm about their play.
Yeah.
Yesterday, of course, they want to carry that into today, but big chance to give some thank yous, I think, to some of the people that make this possible. Of course, a lot of people see what we do, but we see all the work that goes in, and we're thankful to a lot of people for our first 2,000 games and hopefully more.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mentioned a few, but Spring Productions, we've got to give them a shout, especially the crew that we got here at the moment. They're absolutely sensational, aren't they?
Yeah, unbelievable, and we're so thankful that we're able to work with people that we love to see every day, because we do spend a lot of time together. This is well kept by Martin. He's just been sharp down the leg side. That'll be a wide though. So return to spin now with Adam Martel.
There's that bit of extra bounce that some of the slower bowlers have managed to extract from this end, and that just makes it a little bit difficult for the batter. If he hits, he's gone. Oh, that is superb. Absolutely superb. We've seen some terrific fielding already. We just saw an absolute sensational catch being taken, and now Jason Martin, this is top draw. This is world class.
Well, he's the whole package behind the stumps, isn't he, Martin? And when your team hasn't got off to a very good start, you need to do something, and there's been 2 pieces of brilliance in the field, and he thumps his chest. He thumps that Griffins logo and says, I'm trying to do it for my team. He picks it up, one hand, had no time, had to throw it early. Kind of a blind throw of anything. Quick peek. Martin was just so quick to know where it went. Webster, he went straight away. He thought he could get there. Would take a brilliant piece of fielding to remove him. But unfortunately, he goes for a globe. And that's 2 wickets down now. The big hitter, Webster, back in the shed at 47 for 2.
अरे वाह, कितनी सोहनी फील्डिंग, कितना स्वाद आ गया आज सवेरे सवेरे एक सुपर कैच देखिए सी हुन कितनी सोहनी विकेट कीपिंग बहुत अच्छा wicket keeper अपना Jason Martin. That was really good, and well, boys, after being under the cosh a little, they've come back with 2 quick wickets.
So a lot of people talk about ECN. They think, oh, yeah, the fielding is pretty average or worse a lot of the time, and it can be. I'm not going to lie, but you see stuff like that. This over, in fact, last over in a bit, just doesn't get any better, does it?
Absolutely great, that really was.
Come on, boys, couple more darts in here. Keep them coming.
So, it's Batten who comes in. And, well, we're used to seeing him steaming in himself. Let's see if he can get a bit of Batten on ball.
Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. That's fine.
This is out
Get the ball
for
back.
single.
Come on, get the ball
A lot of
back.
talk
Come on.
out there,
Pressure.
and really trying to G up and motivate the players. But this is the battle. He's trying to get rid of this man, the captain, Prakash Mishra.
Yes, Clark. Get him. Good on, lads.
Keeping him quiet for the moment. Well, this is a wild throw. Won't get anything extra from it. It's the advantage, I suppose, once you're out the power play, you can put 3 further men back on the boundary.
That's right. This is the Bulgaria Express out there. Batting number 4. Next responsibility for him. I just think those 2 bits of brilliance. It's not just any 2 wickets though, it's 2 of their top 4 that you removed from proceedings. It's got to save you some runs down the stretch. Do you think, Mishra is the key now? He's been there a while. He's faced 18 deliveries.
Touch. It's a bit.
Leg side. I know I've got an unhealthy obsession with keepers that look clean down the leg side, but really liked the work of Martin. Won't keep going on about it. As well, both sides of the wicket now. That's the end of 5. And the score is 50 for 2. And, well, it was only fair, the halfway point. That's, we saw you in your first time on ECN on camera. This is me. This is a windy day in Lamunga. This is, I think maybe it has aged a bit. Now I look at it.
2019, eh?
2019. That was the first European Cricket League. That was the finals day. It was the third. It was only a 3-day tournament back then in 2019.
That's where the Maximo originated from.
Yeah, shows you how far we've come though. We've gone from the ECL being. Oh, there we go. Music's going off. We've gone from.
Well, it is
3
match
days.
number 2000. And we got some sounds in the
Someone's
box as
piping
well.
music
What's
into our
going
booth.
on? We got sexy cricket out there in the middle. Bit of sounds, bit of grooves.
TJ.
Here in the commentary box.
Here's Luke Letizia, who gets driven away for one of his first delivery. Rico's losing it. Strange things are happening. I was going to say, we've gone from an 8-team 3-day event that was 17 matches to now a 6-week 144 match event, which involves 30 clubs from 29 countries. It's quite incredible. Oh, this could be trouble. Oh, he's put it down.
Okay, fine.
That's Wallen, who is the elder statesman of the Griffins lineup, and he drops their captain, Prakash Mishra. Just had a loop down. It was low down, it's probably shin high, but I expect this to be taken, Rico.
No excuses. This is a dolly. Simple as that.
Will that be a moment? We remember
Yes,
Mishra
yes.
dropped on 32
Hold. Okay,
in the
good
6th
work,
over.
Great work,
Batten
Bender.
gets a single here.
I mean, okay, you dropped that catch. I would love to take it because Danger Man would have been gone. But the way they've responded here is really good. I mean, they've got it tight.
I love this,
It's
Tiff.
all been ticky-taka now. We haven't seen a big boundary in a while.
Just go fetch it. Mishra trying to ride his line.
Luke Letizia, the first time we saw him bowl, the captain, we saw him take 4 wickets. Then he didn't bowl in a match, and then he came and had a bowl, and he got tonked all over the place yesterday. So this is a brave move from him, and he's back to his best, but this one does go all the way. Bowl, but maybe he just spoke a little bit too soon because he waited for it. It wasn't the best of deliveries. You can see that he was looking to unload. He needed a boundary, and he gets one bad ball down the leg side.
Yeah, and this one, once it gets up in the wind, and the wind is back today, isn't it? Not quite as strong as we saw on Monday, but this is perfectly positioned to be assisted by the breeze over the fence. 6 runs, just the steadier, I think, that Bulgaria needed. Nice ball for Luke Letizia.
Just a little bit of a friendly warning. Jamie Bannon has every right to knock the bails off there if he wants to do the man-cat.
He's walking there, but he wasn't quite at the line.
He
so-
wasn't part. This time around, he wasn't past the crease.
Right. Goes for it, but it's going to be over the head of the fielder. Maximo! 2 sixes. He adds a dozen after the drop. And the Bulgarians, well, they're excited in the dugout. That 6 overs down, 66 for 2.
This is a powerful hit. Look, he fetches this from outside the off stump, hits it big over mid-wicket for a 6. Well, I tell you what, Chris Lakoff, there he is, the manager, getting excited. Chris, put a little bit of sun cream on your face because you're glowing, buddy. You're glowing.
So 6 over check-in time. They're going 11s. 110, I think it's pretty competitive. When you think, Batten, I think, had a bit of an off day yesterday, the Bulgarian Express. I bet that he's tuned up. He'd like this breeze back as well. The breeze is back behind his back today. As a new over starts, Adam Martel picks up one here. It's good batting by Batten. Gets Mishra on strike. He's the man you'd want to have most of the strike at the moment. He's going at his career strike rate. It's about 200, so 2 balls what we expect from Prakash.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be back-to-back 50s. Prakash Mishra.
Goes after it. Head off up in the circle. What's the difference in the length there? It's a low full toss. It's hard to get under it. I think if that is a little bit shorter and you can hit it on the up, then you can elevate over the mid-off. He's in the circle that time. Now goes back to Batten. Probably thinking about this wind. Probably makes you feel like you want to drag something leg side. I'm not sure if there's a little nick on this.
I think there may have been, just to get the feeling, the reactions from the bowler.
Martin caught this, going home. It's a big deflection when you get those kind of edges. So you can understand why it doesn't go in the middle of his gloves. And now this edge is going to get away from him. It's going to be 4 more. Cuatro, Gredas más.
Bulgarian Express pulling out of the station, this time with the bat. Another useful boundary takes into Bulgarian up into the 70s. And the Bulgarian supporters, they're liking what they're seeing.
Well, they're liking it. Well, we saw one or two of them having a bit of a party yesterday when they got that victory. I'll tell you what, if they can make it 2-2 here, they'll be dancing in the sun again.
Clever batting though. I was wondering with this wind, I mean, normally you'd want to take him down the ground, but with this wind, slightly more difficult shot. Wide. It would have been a wide actually. But driven out to deep point for a single.
Just nicely played, and that gives the Mishra one ball in this over. I think he's going to go for this. I think, come what may, he's going for the big shot.
Does go for it. Doesn't get it. That's not the worst. It does take us to the end of the 7th over into Bulgarian. It's 74 for 2. 3 overs to play in the first innings of this crucial match. Match 12 of Group B. As we look ahead to what's in store. And I can tell you the format is an interesting one. And we do like this 16 format. This is Wednesday, so it's the last day of round robin matches. All the teams here in Group B will have played 5 matches by the end of today. Then tomorrow on Super Thursday, the top 3, they are guaranteed a spot on Finals Friday, but they will play each other for position because only 2 of them will get that big double chance on Friday morning, which, especially in a group like this, I think will be very, very important. The bottom 3, well, they'll be playing for their tournament lives tomorrow on Super Thursday. 5th and 6th will play an eliminator. The loser will go out of the tournament. And then the team that finishes 4th will play the winner of that 5 and 6 eliminator. So a lot of cricket still to come in Group B. Now this one is sliced in the air. It's hanging a long time. The fielder comes in and shells it, and Mishra gets another life. This hung up there a long time. And this is the man, Glenn Letitia, that took that catch earlier with the 1 mitt. This time, I think the wind just causing a few problems. This one bounces off his big chest. In the end, they just get a single. They thought of a second, but Mishra gets another life, this time on 47. That's feeling for it.
Slow delivery there. But yeah, I mean, it's everything's going his way, isn't it? And he's got to make it count. His 2 lives have been dropped from 32. Now also on 47.
Creeping towards consecutive half centuries, Prakash Mishra. And bat goes up, similar. I think this is going to be safe too. And this one is a real teaser for 3 fielders. None of them can catch it. And Batten gets another boundary.
Well, sometimes things are just going your way, and they're loving it. And why shouldn't they? There's another boundary. And this one, well, 3 men conversed on it, but neither one of them can stop it. It's 4 more. This time, it's time for Batten to get going as well.
I think I'd have a 3rd man with this wind. The wind's pretty strong now. It's right behind the bowler. I think I'd probably try and plug that area up. There's a lot of deflections and those kind of shots being played at the moment, because especially against a bowler like Jordan Martell, it's not going to be easy to drive back over his head. If you get it high, it's probably going to stay in the field of play, but they've got long on, long off back. I probably would think fine leg 3rd man. It's a bit traditional, but I think they might even get a catch down there with the ball blowing that way. Mishra. Well, this one gets through Martin. Not many do. Slower ball. Just gets him on the 2nd bounce, so he'll hate this. I think it might even be his first bye of the entire tournament. But still, gets Mishra off strike, I suppose.
Yeah, I think what doesn't help here for the keeper, I mean, you know better than me, I think when the bowler's coming around the wicket, there's a certain point where you just lose that ball, don't you?
Yeah, well, left arm over.
Yeah.
So it's like
just the angle.
Yeah, it's like
what I should say, the angle of it, really.
Then number 1 thing of positioning, you do have to be able to track the ball from the hand. That's really important. Go straight, and don't worry about hitting straight. Well, this one is going to bounce off the side screen. Maximal for Batten, Bulgarian Express. Well, he's tooting, and that's the end of 8 overs, 87 for 2.
This is a beautiful shot. He just waits for it and hits this dead straight. Here we go. Boom. Shaka Lagya. And that was to the delight of the Bulgarian fans out there. Bulgarian champions, Indo-Bulgarian. They lost their first 2 matches, but they found their rhythm. the spark they needed was lit yesterday by Prakash Mishra when he scored that half-century, and they continue from there. And he's looking to make it back-to-back. That's quite healthy. That's going in the right direction, the Worm.
I mean, those 2 wickets just had the potential to derail the innings, didn't it? Especially if they lost Mishra soon after. They had those opportunities. Say, Mishra's been dropped twice between 30 and the 48 he's on right now. He's facing up to David Hooper. It's bowl number 9. And this one is going to be all the way Maximo! And Prakash Mishra goes back-to-back, a second consecutive half-century for the Indo-Bulgarian skipper. He moves to 54, and that one takes Indo-Bulgarian up into the 90s. What a good innings from the captain, a 50 off only 28 balls.
Bolo Shaba. Ginni Sony batting, Ginni apne captain ne allu paron ke खा के आया ता छक्के बड़े मारे 50 Manali apni बहुत अच्छी batting 54 great knock this from Mishra back-to-back 50s he's on fire.
I think he's still got 11 balls to play with. Hoover comes in, keeper up to the stumps, dug out. They're going to go over.
Just got to get hold of this one.
Yeah, I mean it's well bowled though. It's up in the block hole. Now I think they're pushing for everything. 10 balls to go. If you can get to a ball, you're up over that 110 mark. 114 is what they get. They get that many from here. And remember, they do have, particularly Batten. See how he bowls stays. A win behind him. This one could be out. That has been put down again. Oh, how many is that? Is that 3 catches that have gone down? This is Luke Bichard.
Bichard this time. This is unbelievable. I mean, they've been one of the better teams in the field, and we've seen a sensational catch, sensational run out, but they've also got 3 catches you'd expect them to take.
Ramesh Sathisen, who's watching from Romania, says, well played Prakash, good 50 it has been. Had a bit of luck, but you make your own luck. Wind picks up even more now behind Hooper. Low full toss. Sometimes it's not a bad ball. Can be difficult to time up. Mishra just gets the single. But what I like about Batten's innings as well, he's not just playing a support role, he's also shown he can clear the boundaries. That straight 6 was really nice into the wind. And now he's facing up with a couple to come in the 9th. And this is, oh no, says Batten, and he's going to be gone here. He knew straight away that he hadn't quite got this, and this is the problem when you don't have kind of any margin for error. This is kind of a front foot slice from Batten in the end, and he finds the Griffin skipper, Luke Letitia, who says, catching's not that hard, I'll show you how to do it. Slides in. Good work from the big man. 3 down now, 96 for 3, but it's a useful partnership for the 3rd wicket that just got into Bulgarian moving again after a little wobble in the middle.
Yeah, it was a good partnership. He came in, he just steadied the ship first with a few singles, and then when he saw the opportunity and when the ball was right up there for him, he played some big hits as well. That's a really good catch. I wonder if we can see that again, because you see, in the end, he's sliding in, the ball's away from him, and he just really well to catch it. Really well done from the captain. Have a look at this. Look how he starts. Look how he finishes. He does really well there.
Keeps his eyes on the ball the whole time and gets his hands in a pretty good position, even though you're right, it kind of drifts to his left. So 49 was the partnership off 27 balls. I think that's a fine delivery. Clever bowling. Hooper sneaks one in on Rohit Diman. He's always happy to see the end of the first ball without getting out this week. And after 9 overs, into Bulgarian, a 96 for 3.
Well, we're going to setting up for a crucial final over. 6 deliveries. And definitely want to get to the 100, of course. But if they can push on to 110 and beyond, I think they'd be very satisfied with the work that they've done, because one thing that we have seen all the way through, even the matches that Indo-Bulgaria didn't win, those first 2 matches, they were good in the field. And don't forget, we've got the express train, Batten, who's going to be really up for this. You've got Chris Lakov as well, who's got a fair bit of pace. Prakash himself has got the variations. They're not going to be easy to put away.
Yeah, it's good to see Griffin's put under pressure, though, again. I think this is really important. You get those experiences in the round-robin stage. 10th overtime. This one, oh, it's a fingertip up for Bichard. And it still is going to get over the boundary. So, I guess you call it a half chance, but Mishra gets another life on 56. And that one takes the Indo-Bulgarian side to the century. 100 up on the board with 5 balls remaining.
Yeah, look, he's done extremely well, Bishard, to get to this. I don't think there's too many other players that would have got fingers to it. I think to catch that, it would have been, well, it would have been really, really difficult. I think that's fingertips. What the best result could have been if he stops it going to the boundary. Couldn't.
Once more, hits it, it's going, it's gone, Maximo! That one hung up in the breeze a long time. It was touch and go, but Mishra gets 6 more, moves to 66.
Innasona, lovely shot. Gea, Shaka, Lagia.
Strap myself in for more. This time digs it out, but doesn't want it. And now he might be out here. Have a look.
I think the dive gets him in.
Do you think it's a good call to turn down the single? I think
Yes.
probably it is
Yes.
at this stage, because the value of 1 run, you might not get the strike back. It's been called for the 3rd umpire. Won't really make a difference as far as the score's gone. Demand probably doesn't want another duck though, because he's already got 2 of them. Oh, that one. I think he might just be in. Let's have a look. He's in there. I think, is that grounded? Close enough.
Yeah, he gets the dive in.
Move along.
And just waiting to get confirmation to
Be close though.
by Suleiman. The Italian stallion says not out.
Hello, Sully. Also, Andy House in the chat saying Prakash, not only a gun bat, but the best Indian restaurant in Sofia. We had a great time in Sofia, didn't we?
Certainly did. He looks after us well. And yeah, Alcy, you're spot on. The food was magnificent. And he just kept coming and going. There was so much of
I'm a
it.
big fan of quantity when it comes to these things. Okay, 3 to come. Mishra slightly wants to stay there. He gets a miss hit. This is where you got to run hard. I think they want to get Mishra back, but oh no, he might be run out here. But he won't.
Well, I'm not going to take him temping bowling with me. He could be on your team.
I like the theory of what Mishra was trying to do there, but the issue was that Jordan Martell, he was going to run him out by heaps. I think Demand's saying, well, I'm here. Why don't you let me bat rather than someone else? So, fair enough. I'll be running no matter what on this one. Wow.
This is very close to the line. I think maybe he's just taken himself away, which makes it look like it was pretty close. But to dot ball in here, look, Demand, we know, after those 2 golden ducks, after a swing and a miss, he did smack one big 6. They'll love one here now, get them past and into this between 110 and 120. Misses out again. No.
It's going to be frustrating because a couple of dots to finish, so they won't get any more runs than that, but we'll finish with a fairly healthy score. I'd say it's around a par score. Something around the 110, I think, is maybe par. Indo-Bulgarian, 67 off 34 for Prakash Mishra. Demand, unfortunately, wasn't able to make contact while he was out there. But it's the kind of score, if they bowl well enough, then they'll be able to defend it. But if Griffins, if they bat well enough, I think they'd fancy themselves to knock off these runs. And they just need something to steady themselves, don't they, Griffins? After that loss yesterday, which no one really saw coming against Bjorovica. Ultimately, we've got a really entertaining second half of the game to come in just a few minutes. But right now, it's all about Prakash Mishra. 5 6s and 6 4s in that innings. 67 of 34 balls. And he was the catalyst for the Indo-Bulgarian innings. Really good knock by the skipper.
Yeah, he's going to get a great round of applause. And be fitting to see his family there as well. But look, 67, his favourite number, isn't it? That's 2 67s from him.
Yeah, he's been good. And if you'd have 67 every time, I think he'll be very, very happy. Lakov and Mishra, after their century partnership yesterday, went out to open the batting for Indo-Bulgarians. Keen to make it 2 in a row after they opened their account in the ECL yesterday. Had a bit of luck, but also some really nice shots. And Bulgarians, they were up and about on the dugout. Good sportsmanship between all the teams this week in Group B. It's been nice to see. They tried out Prakash with the short stuff. And this one almost endangered the cars that are on display. But this is the pure emotion. This is a team that didn't have a very good start to the tournament. I think by their own admission, a bit disappointed in the way they played. They had some tough opponents early on. They're working themselves into the tournament. Mishra, again, not afraid to throw the bat. And speaking of throwing stuff, well, how about that? Glenn Letizia throwing his right hand at the ball. Little bro comes in and says, nice work. Probably shades of the backyard there. And then a bit of brilliance from Jason Martin, who once again had a very good innings. behind the stumps for Griffins. And so, fortunately for Webster, he was run out for a dark, and then the music was going off in our commentary box, and no one had warned us about that. Batten came out, and this was the story after those 2 wickets in the middle of the innings where I feel that Griffins just missed some opportunities, and this one, fortunately for Glenn Letitia, wasn't able to grasp that one with the 2 mitts. And the balls, they were flying around everywhere, and that was all about Prakash Mishra, who just kept going. It's a real tease that there's another one that goes down as well. Bishard, who ends up moving himself out of that position. The captain had no problems though. He's having a really good week, Luke Letitia, and he'll have a very big role leading his side in the second half of this game. But the Maximos kept coming towards the end. Close call for Demand. Ultimately, he wouldn't be able to do too much with the last couple of deliveries. As Prakash almost run out for 67. Nice moment there. Martin congratulates Mishra on his half century, 67. And so it's all set up for a very, very interesting second half. There's the card, 67 off 34 for Mishra, including 5 Maximos. And apart from that lack of, well, he ended up going to a gun catch from Glenn Letitia. He made 10, but it was busy as usual, hit a couple of boundaries. No luck for Webster, who got run out. Batten, a useful roll, 22 off 14 with 2 4s and a 6 in that partnership of 49 off 27 balls. Just steadied them back, got them over the century, gives them something to bowl. I'm sure we'll see the Bulgarian Express in the second half of this one, just around the corner. As we see the bowling figures, Adam Martell didn't take a wicket, but he was the only bowler to not be in double-figure economy. The wickets went to Hooper and Mullen. I think for me, Martell was the best of the bowlers. As we look ahead to the second half of this game, number 2000. Well, will it be a golden ball 2000? I guess it's that kind of a total where it's very, very possible. But the Bulgarian scoring, the way they were able to recover from those 2 wickets in the second half, I think, is very, very important. And that's why we have a game on here in match 12. Into Bulgarian trying to go 2 wins out of the last 2 games. And Griffin's trying to avoid 2 losses in the last 2 games. Find out what happens when we return in just a few minutes. We will be back with the chase. Griffins, the Guernsey champions, will require 108 for victory off their 10 overs. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. Happy 2000 to you wherever you're watching from around the world. This is ECN, and you're watching the Bet to Ball European Cricket League. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Cricket Oval in Malaga on the Costa del Sol, the wonderful region of Andalusia in the south of Spain. You are watching the second ever European Cricket League brought to you by Bet2Ball and Keeper Inu. This tournament much bigger than the first, which took place in late July 2019. That was all the way back at the beginning of the ECN story in its current iteration. Saw 17 matches back in 2019, but this time we'll see 144. And the competition has grown from the original 8 sides to now have 30 of Europe's top clubs taking part over 6 weeks to vie for the chance to become the kings of European cricket. VOC Rotterdam were the team that won it back in 2019. And after the pandemic, unfortunately, ruined plans for 2020 and 2021. We are back in 2022. We have seen a really entertaining spectacle so far. This is just week 2 of 6 weeks. And right now, this is match 12 of Group B. This is the final day of round robin fixtures between these teams, as only one of them will have the opportunity to join Tunbridge Wells and the qualifiers from Group C, D and E in the championship week starting on the 14th of March. And in this match, they're Bulgarian. They won the toss, they batted, they put 107 on the board in their 10 overs. And I hope that you've got your tickets, because it's going to be all aboard the Bulgarian Express here. Jamie Batten opening the batting. It's going to be a really good contest. Luke Letitia is having a good series as well. This first one gets through him for pace. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And joining me in the commentary box is Rico Full. Rico, that first one certainly woke up Letitia.
This is a good start. I'm liking this, promising, because well, he's gone for the line that worked for him the first time we saw him at this sort of pace, just short of a length outside the off stump, not over pitching.
Oh, it's too quick for him. It's in the air. It could be caught. Oh, and I'm not sure if he gets there in the end. Rohit Durman. I'm not sure if he gets a finger on this or not. Hung in the air a long time, but the issue with the wind, it kind of blowing away from the fielder back towards the batter. So Letitia, let's just say it's an unconvincing start to his innings. He's off the mark.
Yeah, he's got very fortunate here.
He does get there on the full. So you've got to put that down as a chance.
Yeah, that's one where you've got to dive forward.
Hooper. Hooper gets one. It's still going up when it reaches Shafkat Khan, who I've noticed has gone back about 5 or 6 metres. This is the thing. When he's had the wind behind him, it certainly adds to his pace. It's a bit of Jason Gillespie about the action, I think, of Jamie Batten.
Yeah.
Just the way he loads up. Quite whippy.
Look at the carry through there as well. That was quick. That was sharp.
Love to see it.
Oh.
This is a guy, Rico, that bowled 12 dot balls. First time we've ever seen that. Without taking a wicket anyway. None for none were his figures a couple of days ago.
I think he's trying to prove a point to Corey. I wasn't in the box, but I think a few people took a dislike to one or two Corey's comments.
I always like sledging, but sledging Corey, don't mind it. 2 to come. This time it gets some bat on it. And that's the thing, though. If you can get bat on ball to this kind of pace, then you're going to get value for your shots. Hooper this time finds the fielder, but he's off the mark. Here's the thing. If you get a bit conservative against a ball like Batten, as you can imagine you will. Hello to everyone in the fan zone.
Buenos dias.
Buenos dias. ¿Qué tal?
It's the dancing queen. We remember you from yesterday.
Bit early for that. Last ball for Batten. And this is cut away nicely. There's a fielder protecting that one. It's deep sing. End of the over, but pretty good one. And first over costs 3. 3 for no loss. In fact, the identical first over score to the first innings. Bulgarian Express hasn't really had too much luck with the wickets, but he has been really economical. That's the issue, chasing 108. If you then pretty much give it up against Batten and say we're happy just to survive, well, that probably pushes the rate from kind of the 11 required up to the 12, which doesn't sound like a lot, but chasing 120 versus 110 is a different feel to it, I think.
Oh, Vinny, they've started already. Henry Hamilton. He's already said, I'd like to see what Corey has to say about this.
Corey's hiding, I think. Too scared to commentate this match, I think. So what I heard. That's why I had to come in.
I don't think they've seen yet an express train in Guernsey. Somebody's saying out there.
Here's where, in the Bulgarian innings, things started taking off. As Demand gets reversed straight away. Well, this is an extraordinary shot. It's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. Oh, he doesn't stick around at all. Letitia, this is off middle stump, Rico. It's a big risk to take, but it pays off and he gets a boundary.
It's a big risk for a man who was dropped on 0. And but he plays that well. It's all about how still he keeps his head.
Huge risk though. I don't want to lose him early. Goes the other way. Maybe he was better left-handed. This one hits a mile outside the off stump. Yeah, but what I was going to say was they both these teams scored 3 off their first overs, but then the next 3 overs for Indo-Bulgaria, 16, 17 and 10. That's just what got them moving. This one skews away, and I think this will be 4 as well. Well, there are plenty of these in the first innings. Letitia, the captain, gets a second boundary. This one not quite as convincing as the first.
Well, both captains, it's got to be said. I mean, Prakash Mishra, he had a bit of luck when he was out there on his way to that score of 67. And, well, maybe it's the same here with Luke Letitia. 4 more to him. Riding his luck a little bit at the moment.
He wants it this time and gets one. This is even better, but it's the same result. It's 1 bounce, 4 runs, and they're just trying to force a field change, but it's really good batting. On the artificial surface, I think you can trust the bounce a little bit more. Makes these shots a little bit easier, but still takes a lot of skill to play the switch, and he's played it twice beautifully in this over.
Yeah, this is good batting, and it's showtime here at the Cardamar Oval. We've certainly seen a bit of sexy cricket. And it's captain Luke leading the way now.
Oh, it's good keeping. This could have easily been 5 wides. And I've got to say, that's well done by Shafkat Khan. See, now you're not quite sure where you're bowling to him, because you don't even know which way he's going to hold the bat. Goes reverse a 3rd time. And this is football-style stop from Deep Singh.
He does. The kid, he's trapped this. What a trap this is. Well, that's one way to do it, Deep Singh. Oh, he's hobbling a bit now. Of course he is.
This one comes back. But it was all about the stop there.
There's that bat plugging again.
Got to be careful. I wouldn't be running off the pitch. I'd be running off the edge, I think. It's a much healthier over so far. 14 off it plus this. Straight to Mishra. Shapes to throw. Doesn't. End of the second over. Entertaining one, if you like. Switch hitting in the modern game. After 2 overs, Griffins are 17 for no loss. As we'll take a moment to look at the table. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how things pan out. Because the top 3, bottom 3, that's the biggest thing. That's the biggest cutoff. Into Bulgaria, if they can win this game, and their net run rate's pretty healthy, you know, they are pushing for top 3. And Griffins, they're no guarantee to stay top 3, although they do have a good net run rate. Burovica, they're the ones I think might be in a bit of danger, because they've only got the 1 match today.
Guess who they play?
Guess who? The Bulgarian.
Yeah, that could really, this group, as in where teams finish and who finishes in the top 3, but that could be the match that decides it. They could be playing for that 3rd spot. Interesting. What's your thought on Hooper opening batting when you got the strength that they have? I mean,
they had Wallen up there, and yeah, it was a bit hit and miss. I think it makes sense. You got to try a few things. You don't want to be too concrete. Has to throw sitting down because he slips there. No, but to answer your question, I think you need a mixture of stability and flexibility. So I think having Luke Letitia up there, he's a lock to open the batting, and then you can probably mix up a little bit.
Yeah, I think also the other point making here, and I mentioned that he had an injury yesterday, is MacArthur. He's not playing. So
Yeah.
that he would certainly have been up there. And talking about up there, this is up there as well, and it's been taken. That's the wicket they needed. And a little bit to do with the win here, just holding up and allowing the fielder to take the catch. That's a big moment.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, they brought Webster back instead of going back to bat. So they're keeping Batten up their sleeve a little bit, and the gamble pays off. This is just kind of mistimed, I suppose. So the benefit of having the field up in the first 3 overs, that's Chris Lakov. Takes the catch. Well, might look like your average science teacher, but he's a really good cricketer in all 3 facets of the game. Lakov wasn't never going to drop that. Hooper has to go for 1. It's 18 for 1.
Yeah, Super Mario taking the catch. And, well, putting a few smiles on the faces, not off the men in blue in the middle there. The champions from Bulgaria, Indo-Bulgaria, but also their spectators. Good wicket to get. Hooper be disappointed because the last delivery that he faced that went for a single, and I think it was a full toss.
Yeah.
He would have liked to have latched onto it.
I'd be upset, but we've got Webster with his tail up. People in the chat call him the pocket rocket. He'll want to certainly contribute after being run out for a duck earlier in this match. He's in now. Jason Martin, the keeper, is coming out at number 3. Pushes confidently. Gets 1. So, yeah, just getting those wickets, getting those top order wickets. And particularly, I think Luke Letitia is the key now for me. If they lose him at this stage, it's a long mountain to climb. Long, high? Long climb of a mountain. 2,000 games, you think I'd be able to string a sentence.
But that's
together.
one thing both these teams have got in common. Captain scores runs, they win the match.
Yeah.
Prakash Mishra has scored the runs. Are they going to go on
first here?
and win this all-important match?
Stands, delivers, and gets 4. No one back here. That'll long on. And no one back in that region. So gets the boundary, stands, hits, 4 carreras.
Yeah, nicely played. Nobody out there. I mean, they've got that man on the offside patrolling the boundary. That now, look, this is a little bit dangerous. They're moving him into the ring, going deep, just to put, I mean, are they following the ball here? Because, well, this now probably falls into the plan for Letitia, because he could go for that reverse again. Or the switch.
He does, and he gets away with it. Not quite the contact he was looking for, Luke Letitia, but this one just sneaks between the keeper and the man in the circle at 45 on the offside. The result is another 4 runs for the Guernsey champions, Griffins.
Yeah, I mean, this is always the, I mean, he doesn't quite get it where he wants to, but he knows gets anything on this, it's going to go to the boundary. So playing about with the Indo-Bulgarian field set here at the moment, they'll be happy to get this over done with, power play done, and then they will be able to spread the field just a little bit more.
So let's say at the rate they want to be 33 off 3. Close to at the moment. Beats him for pace. Webster dialing it up. Last ball of the power play. That ends it now. 3 overs down, 27 for 1. So they're going to get 9s. And they need 11s throughout the innings. Just the power of 1 wicket or even 1 tied over to create that chance. I think these two both very experienced campaigners. You'll see here on the urban development chart, as I know Joe Wigasani, our night specialist, likes to call it, the way that they were able to get some of those big overs after losing those 2 wickets. In the 4th and 5th, they lost 2 wickets in the first innings. And the 6th finished with back-to-back 6s, ended up going for 15. That just got them moving again. They ended up getting 56 off the second half of the innings after they scored 51 in the first. So they were able to lift things. As we're going to see, Chris Lakov took a catch. Now he's going to be into the attack. 4th over. Field goes back. Just takes 1 here, Martin. I mean, Rico, probably when you were playing, you probably didn't have batters trying to hit you left-handed and right-handed. How would you have dealt with that kind of complication?
Very easy. Full, straight, middle peg out the ground. Thank you very much. Off you go. Adios. See you at tea time. No, but look.
It's not a bad call, though, because you want to force them. If they miss it, you want to take their wicket, because it's a risky shot.
Chance straight into his hands, and he says, oh no, and oh no it is. And that's one man who can't do anything wrong at the moment. Prakash Mishra, captain, hits it straight to his opposite number, the opposite captain, and Prakash Mishra, well, his day just gets better and better, takes another catch, and that is the end of Luke Letitia, and well, is that also the end of this chase?
Big moment in the match, huge moment, and Lakov, well, he's going right off. He's got the big wicket of Luke Letitia, and Prakash Mishra, every string he's pulled has been a winner so far. He brought Webster on, he took a wicket. Now Chris Lakov takes the huge wicket of Luke Letitia, who contributes
24 off 13 with 5 boundaries, but he's going to have to go. And still, there are 80 runs required. It's 28 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big wicket to get. Just hits this at a nice, comfortable height, doesn't it, for Prakash Mishra. And either side of him or above him, that's going to go to the boundary. So, yeah, he's disappointed, and we heard it, didn't we? And you probably heard it at home or wherever you're tuning in from. The oh-no, as soon as he hit it. And, well, work to be done here now. It's going to be Martel that comes out. Gordon Martel.
Well, they call Chris Lackov the conductor sometimes because he follows the train. And let's just say, if he was a musical conductor, he was dialing up the volume there because he was thrilled with that. As we see Prakash Mishra just going off the field, maybe taking that catch. He's just got a bit of an issue with his hands or fingers, so he'll go off the field. Hopefully we see him shortly. He's also a bowling option for Indo-Bulgarian.
Yeah, so checking. I mean, hopefully it's nothing too nasty. Sometimes, I mean, there was no reaction from him straight away. I'm just wondering whether maybe split his webbing or something there, because you don't notice that. You don't actually feed it until you start to see the blood on your fingers.
Back two-hand, 12th man comes on. Good in-swinger from Lackov. New batter out there, Jordan Martel. So now this is where you want to settle, but you're already looking to a ball from here. Now it's just crept up above that slightly, so you don't have too much time to settle. You keep scoring boundaries. I think that 2 boundaries and over is crucial just to stay on the rate. Martin, the man in the hot seat. Goes down leg side. Good swing though, I think it'll assist that in-swinger. This breeze is mostly behind the bowler, slightly left to right on your screen, but Lackov just not able to control it at that time.
Yeah, I mean, he gets his line slightly wrong there, but the length has been ideal. He's not over pitching, he's not too short. It makes it very difficult for the batters to really play any kind of attacking shot, apart from perhaps guide it down to third.
Yeah, I'll get one here. There's a man out there in the chat calling Chris Lackov a Ted Lasso lookalike. I've just pulled it up for Rico because I know you have no idea what I'm talking about from Jason Sudeikis in a recent movie.
I still think it's Mario, or you ever seen My Name Is Earl? Look that up. I mean, that's definitely like.
I know My Name Is Earl. That's a good shout, actually. Can anyone tell me if that Ted Lasso movie's good? In the chat? This is how I get my reviews.
Bowling!
Look, I tell you what, the chat, it can be a bit unkind sometimes, can't they?
It's all part of it. Keep it respectful, but I don't mind a bit of...
Letitia should stick to football now, come on.
I wasn't going to read that out. But
well, I know that Matt,
that's just
his
good
father, he's actually out there. I think he'll have everything to say about it. So that's a good delivery, good seed that.
Good-natured banter.
Yeah.
It's Matt Letitia is their uncle, Glenn and Luke, but they're having a good tournament, both of them. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
It was just one miss-hit ball. So as we get to the end of the 4th over, the score is 33 for 2. Very well, welcome to all of you. We appreciate you, whether you have been with us from the very start or whenever you joined the ECN journey on the way. One thing that I do want to say is I'm really, really thankful to the viewers, because of the viewers that we're able to do what we do. I always think we have the best viewers in world cricket. They're so supportive of the game. They're knowledgeable. They are fun. They are getting what we're doing. Okay, it's a different sort of cricket. It's a different mindset, but certainly the viewers are what makes it for me, Rico.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, as I always say, without you, I mean, we're here for you. And we love the fact that you're there for us as well. We've got the best in the world, and they make it exciting and entertaining for us. And yeah, I mean, thank you so very much.
And I love that we've just been able to grow this community and bring people into the game of cricket that may feel that they didn't understand the game or they found it a bit intimidating, to really break it down on a level that people are wanting to get involved and wanting to watch cricket. Maybe just felt a bit intimidated before to learn all the rules or all the kind of jargon and the terms we use. Yeah. So whether you're a seasoned cricket watcher or whether you're new to the game, no matter where you're watching from, it's great to have you as part of our ECN family. Hopefully you stay with us. There's plenty more cricket this year. It's going to be a real test up for the man on the boundary. Oh, and, well, almost left it behind. That's Chris Webster.
herring around the boundary. Does keep it to a couple. Yeah, so plenty more cricket to come, Rico, this year. Don't forget, you know, you might be just watching the Bulgarian Express right now, but you can flick us on Monday to Friday at the moment. 10 matches a day. Plenty more cricket here in Spain, and then other locations as well throughout 2022. And we had 1,200 plus matches in 2021. And who knows, the way we're going, we may even bring up the 3,000 before the end of the year. That's actually quite possible. You know that? Let's just remember this moment. Oh, this is trouble. Big, big trouble. Kulkarni grasses it. And a life for Jordan Martel.
Well, I tell you what, the captain, Prakash Mishra, is back on the field. And the reason I can tell you that is because when that catch goes down, he was the first man who shrugs his shoulders and says, oh no, I can't believe it. That's a big moment, maybe.
I mean, you've got to be really aware of the wind on a day like this with those high catches. And I just think it's a slight misjudgment from Sid Kulkarni. It's always blowing towards him. He got in a decent position, but he was on the move, just couldn't settle. Just be one down the ground. But Henry's been asking, will we hear from the Bulgarian Express today? Well, funnily enough, I did run into him at dinner last night. Jamie.
That was a collision then.
Lovely guy. Yeah, the Bulgarian Express.
That was derailment.
As we get to the end of the fifth over, 39 for 2. Well, the thing is, you'll hear this. You know where he's having dinner. You know why? It's when you're walking past, it's like ding, 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 ding.
Your hands were
anyway, so he said he's not doing any media at the moment. Definitely not during the round robin stage. He's too focused.
Well, okay.
He did say he's enjoying it. He does say he's really excited with his Indo-Bulgarian journey and where it may take him this season. So we'll get back to you. If you put some questions in the chat, I'll see if I can pass them on. But yeah, he's hard. His manager was blocking me as well. It's a hard man to get hold of. Anyway, here's Prakash Mishra. He's back on the field. I assume it was something to do with his hand. I know he has a bit of a side injury. First one's pitched up and driven to head off last over. Checking how many off it because it seemed to be too much damage at the moment. There were no boundaries. There haven't been boundaries for 2 overs now.
Well, 2 overs have just gone for 6 runs.
6 and 6.
Mishra, watch out for his slower delivery.
Well, turns on this one, and this one will be a boundary. In fact, it's gone all the way. Maximo! Jordan Martel needs to get things moving, so he does. He doubles his score to a dozen. Griffins, they need more of that as they try and work their way back into this chase.
Yeah, nice shot. Just once again, just going down the wrong line. It's almost a flick, isn't it? But it's timing. Just moving the field around slightly, Prakash. Look what he's got here now. So 2, 3 deep on the leg side, including long on. Mid wicket inside the ring.
Oh, this is trouble. And I think, I'm not sure there's anything on this. No, it was a little touch. I thought for a second might be wide, but Martin gets 4. There's Martin, of course, was able to stop a lot behind the stumps. As Martin hit the 6 early in the over. Now he gets a little boundary, little tickle down the leg side.
Good start to the over. Griffins.
Straight. Where your defense has to be on point. And that was really good work. Long on, long off. Key fielders, aren't they? 50's come up in the 6th over. Already we're into the second half of the chase. It's come quickly, hasn't it?
Yes, I like the intent also here from the batters. Good pressure being put on them, on the fielder, looking to try and make 2 there. Oh. White ball. Martel, you can see when he gets to that end, he goes about 3/4 of the way, and when he realises that is not on, he goes back.
Pitched up, driven. They want to, I just can't see him getting it. It's one thing. Oi! Wow. Shafkat gets the second bounce off the edge of the pitch and almost lights out for the keeper. Luckily, he does well to block it. It is always about getting something behind it. Yeah, could be an idea to maybe put the lid on. Shafkat, I've liked this because
sometimes he's been kind of back 2 or 3 metres, but now he's right up to the stumps. He's doing a good job. it's probably more difficult going back 2 or 3 metres. Look at this, nice take.
Brave though.
Yeah.
No lid.
Chris,
Yeah,
sit
well,
back.
we've seen a bit of ball on head action, haven't we already? Hopefully nothing serious as it go to the end of the 6th over. I did have the 6 and the 4, but in the end, apart from that, the singles and a wide. So 14 off the over, 53 for 2. Let me check this run rate required because they're not quite halfway there yet. They need 13.75 and over. So now if you can pull a single digit over here, would you be tempted to maybe bowl the express? Could be risky as well to do that.
I think this is a fair call. Lakov, he was got a wicket.
Yeah.
and only conceded just 6 runs. So yeah, I'd go with him. I mean, if you can keep hold of the express just for a while, why not? But, I think if this is a good over, if this goes for, I don't know, under 10, then I would go for Baden for the next one.
Yeah, you think?
To try and really kill the game off.
Yeah, the other thing at bowler that fast though, I mean, little, especially at the end of the innings, things can happen, you know, little deflections, they're going to go for 4 or worse, you know, so certainly something you're thinking about. Lakov, I think, is a good call here. Bowled well, bowled the 4th, didn't concede a boundary, only singles, went for 6, did pick up a wicket as well, big wicket.
Is the Sheriff doing the laces up there? A bit of stitching.
Tall man, the Sheriff, but gets down to the ground. Jordan Martell. And let us know who you think Chris Lakov looks like. He's got about 3 or 4 lookalikes.
Yeah, you can let us know, and just got a little bit of time. Once again, what a moment. This is match, all-time match number 2000.
2000.
I mean, so many highlights. What would you say would be some of your big, I mean, I know we can't pinpoint 8 things, I mean, some of your bigger highlights.
Highlight that I watched, because 2020, I wasn't able to be in the booth during the pandemic, but I think the first golden ball that you were on, and I still remember, this was back in March 2020. Yeah. I think it was day 3 or day 2 of the Alicante series, the first ever ECS we did.
That's right.
The one where all the ducks were watching. And then, of course, having been to that ground now, I loved watching.
You were attacked by those ducks.
Yeah, I think of the ECL and all the excitement around that, even though it was only 3 days, but that really was the nucleus of what drove us forward and what got people talking about European cricket and trying to move it forward as well. For me, it's always about continual and gradual improvement. Some of the highlights for me, though, as well, is the one-handed catch in Kiel last year. I always go back to that one. I think of the ECC and the fact that we were able to broadcast the first T10 international ever on the European Cricket Network between Spain and Belgium. That was a big highlight as well. But I mean, that's the thing. We are just spoiled to have so many highlights, to have so many experiences, and the fact that we're constantly moving around. And I'm sure a lot of our viewers who may not have been able to travel over the last couple of years or had difficulties, I know so many of them have contacted me saying that they love the experience of just watching all of these different places. Anyway, here is Lakov.
Yeah,
He wants one. It's going nowhere. And then this is a tackle from behind. Could be a yellow card for that.
Was it studs up as well?
There's no padding on this side. Look, he did boof. That's a yellow. Quick apology.
Yellow. And, well, there you go. You can see he's getting warmer. Some of the teams doing the practicing at the back. That might be Brigade, I think. Goes for this, and this goes big. Well, that goes into the zone where Brigade are just going through their warm-ups. And shirts off over there, boys. It's getting warm, getting hot, and it's getting a little bit hot and spicy here in the middle as well. This is a quality shot.
Well, 6th the game needed, really, from Martin. It goes bang. He's had a good tournament. And the Sheriff smiling.
He liked it.
A few people think also Lakov looks like Ron Burgundy, or that's a good one actually. I like that one. Let's go again. And well, I think he's going to get more, and he will get 6 more. Maximo! Back to back. And Martin, this is exactly what they needed. Now, he gets 2 in 2.
He timed the assault to perfection, Martin. This was a really good shot. 2 top shots on the trot.
It's like the on-screen. Might have the batters the wrong way around, but I've got Martin now on 30 after that. So keep an eye on that. I'm sure they'll get fixed up pretty quickly, but Lakov, back-to-back sixes. That wasn't in the plan. There's another one. It's a bit obscure, but Henry Hamilton's comment that got blocked because I think the filter blocked it. But it's an emoji. It's an emoji with glasses and a moustache. So look that up on your phone. I think that, because when he wears his glasses as well, it looks a bit like that emoji. That's pretty good. Anyway, to me, he's the conductor. He's in again. Length ball. Shafkat does well. It's nice to see Shafkat a bit fitter than he was last year, where he was struggling with a leg injury. He was pretty much a statue with 2 gloves at that ECS Bulgaria final, where he couldn't really move at all, but he has to be on his toes. You think of some of the bowling options coming at him in this series in the Bulgarian. Pressing for 2 wins out at 2. Still anybody's game, I think. It's one thing when the rate is 13s at the moment, but you've got 8 wickets in hand. You've got a guy there, Martin, he's got 30, 14. Jordan Martell there with 8. That's we do appreciate it. Sir Richard Hatley is another lookalike. As we see the Sheriff, Charles Croucher, out there with Suleiman Saeed. We do apologise. It is really important, of course, we get everything technically right, because we want to make sure that all the scores are correct and make sure everything is working in the background. That's why from time to time we have these delays, just to make sure that when you're watching, we want you to know the score, we want you to know exactly what it is, so that no one's under any misconceptions. I think that's really important. Gives us another chance to talk about some of our highlights. Now, I talked about some of my highlights, and there's plenty of them. And well, how about you?
You know what? My highlight, I mean, I'm not going to, there's nothing specific, but the main thing for me was having played cricket for so long, almost 40 years, and being introduced to this new format, and just seeing things that in 40 years you never saw.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about batters going out to bat and going bang from the very first ball, and you think, hang on a minute, is that allowed? You know, are they allowed to do that? And we've seen it here. We saw it in Group A.
Yeah.
Drew.
Yeah.
Match 13 against
crazy.
Tunbridge Wells.
Yeah.
I mean, it was unlucky for Tunbridge Wells, but it was awesome. 13 minutes of madness.
30 minutes of madness.
Those sort of things when I was playing cricket, you never saw, because it was all about take your guard, make sure you're not out first ball, and.
Tell us about your European cricket journey previous to obviously being part of the European Cricket Network, because it's quite a long journey, isn't it? And maybe briefly, because hopefully this delay isn't too long. But, I mean, obviously European cricket, when you first got involved, looked absolutely nothing like this.
Nothing at all like this at all. And I think I'd be fair to say that most of it, especially here in Spain, was started by expats.
Yeah.
They came out, got together, wanted to play cricket. It was firstly trying to find somewhere to play. And La Manga was great, but in other areas it was finding golf complexes where you could maybe get a wicket set up, and it was using coconut mats and things like that. And then cricket started, word got out. That's how I got into it. I think cricket was. I was in Spain probably 3-4 years before I learned it being played up at Sporting Alfest, where I started playing my first few games. But it's just grown, and that's the nice thing about it. It started off with expats, but now what's happening is, especially with the locals coming into the game, people coming and watching, learning, asking questions. And the big thing about it here, Vinny, is this format, this T10 format, fits in so well, because I think it fits into the lifestyle of European cricketers.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. From a practical perspective, I think it's a format which, because we can fit a match in 2 hours. It's got a lot more in common with football, the duration of this match, than cricket. 45 minutes aside. It means that, for example, when we've got double headers in the ECS, if there's some reason that maybe you can't make the first half because of work commitments or family commitments, you can still get down and play some cricket.
That's right,
It's also good when you look at Gibraltar. I know that they're planning to play social cricket at night there, even outside the ECN matches, which will be probably 10 over matches, I think, a couple of them. Also gives you more opportunities, play more matches, even if they are shorter matches. Anyway, we're ready to go. 42 required off 19. Lakov's got one more ball, and it's going to disappear. Well, that delay was no problem for the batter, as Martin goes bang. Maximo to finish over number 7. And the score now, 72 for 2.
And that makes it 36 off 18 balls. 2 a ball. Blockbuster finish coming up in match number 2000.
Yeah, look, this is an important phase here because what we've seen there in that over is both batters going big, both batters hitting the shakars. And well, like off his first over, Oldie went for 6, but you can see what it's finished on.
Yeah, so big finish coming up as we look forward to the next game. Well, you mentioned 13 minutes of madness. Well, this is match 13 in Group B.
Yeah.
Strange things happen in match 13. Zagreb Snowcall. Well, you wouldn't put somebody else's money on them against Brigade the way they've been playing. But match 13, strange things can happen, and Brigade have won the toss. They're bowling first. Zagreb Snowcall out there batting first. Can they put innings together? They just need to find a way to beg, borrow, or steal 100 plus. And Brigade, I'm sure, will have the M-Wags in. And mothers, wives and girlfriends.
That's what I'm going to say here. Choo-choo.
Uh-oh. I can hear. Here comes the train crossing. Jamie Batten. So, yeah, they've obviously said, especially with that last shot, got to back down to the zone of possibility. Let's unleash the train. 8th over. Gets across and hits it straight to the man.
Well, what do you reckon? I reckon if this hits the stumps, he could have been in a spot of bother here.
Yeah, maybe. But it was a tough pick up and throw. He didn't really get time to get balanced. Had one stump to aim at. I think now you're not turning down too many runs.
And Jamie Bannon just making sure he gets his fielders where they want. And there you go. No, he he gets there. Good running, good technique.
Yeah.
And doing what you say, running on the edge of the strip.
Martel on strike then. This one gets through him, and if you chew a few dot balls up here, it's worth your weight in gold. Yeah. That's why I think probably is a good time to bring him on. I guess we'll judge it by how the over turns out. But if you can sneak 2, 3, 4 dots at this stage, then that 12 and over required gets up to kind of 15, 16 pretty quickly. Running out of opportunities, Griffins. Also, it makes you think, who will they bowl in the last 2 overs? Look at some of those options in a sec. First, all aboard the Express. Wide. It's a bonus. We'll get to bowl that one again. Yeah, so I've got Mishra went for 14. He's one they probably normally fancy at the end of the innings. They've got Webster that has an over as well. I think more likely they're the 2 that they'd use, but yeah, they haven't got Demand, who bowled a good second over. He's been bowled out. This one does get through him. And this is where I think to Batten, you're more concentrating on just getting bat on ball and hoping that the pace does the work rather than loading up and swinging hard. Because I think swinging and missing is no good to anyone. I think you're probably just trying to lay something on it. See the footwork non-existent there from Martel.
Yeah, Martin just takes an opportunity to go up and say a few words. I like that. I think we don't see enough of that.
Driven nicely, low full toss. Just get one here. He's doing his job so far. As that one makes it 33 required off 14 balls. Keep you up to date with the score. Apologies for the lack of on-screen graphics at the moment, but 33 off 14. 2 balls left. His over has gone 1 dot wide dot 1. So 2 legal deliveries left in the 8th. And this one sliced away, and this is going to be 4. Well, this is what I'm talking about. And Martin, who's batted really well, this one takes him to 28. He just slashes at this, and if you get bat on it, it's going to fly. That one almost went for 6, but the result, 4 runs to Griffins.
Yeah, he's the key for me. And he's seen the ball really well. We've seen him play shots all around the ground now. He's hit the ball straight, cleanly, crisply, and just seen that shot there as well. He's got to stay there and bring this home for Griffins.
29 off 13. Huge delivery. Last ball of the 8th over. Misses. And so that's the end of the over. Martin won't have the strike. It'll be Martel facing up as we head into the 9th. It all happens in the 9th, and it's all happening here at the Bet2Ball European Cricket League. The score is 79 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he needed to do, didn't he? He needed to come on and try and restrict the number of runs of the over. Of course, if he could have picked up a wicket as well, it would have been great, yeah, but he's done that. But it's going to be interesting because I think that Prakash Mishra, I reckon he will probably come on to bowl 1. Maybe he's going to save himself for the last, but He's the one. They certainly will target him, but this is all about leaving as few runs as possible going into the last. So this, the 9th, is the big one.
Now buckle up, because we got a big finish on here, and it is the pocket rocket, Chris Webster, to come on in over number 9. And well, this is a huge over, and it sounds obvious, but whatever you get this over, you don't need in the last, and vice versa. Whatever you do get, you don't need. I think you're just trying to get kind of into the mid-teens here. 2 boundaries this over, and every ball that isn't a boundary, the batters are going to feel that pressure increase. So Jordan Martell facing up to Webster. And he works away nicely, nobody home, and this one's got all the way. Maximo! An ideal start as Jordan Martell, he wins the race to 30 with Martin. And it was just a length delivery from Webster that he turned and used the win nicely, 6 runs. That maybe swings the momentum in this match.
It's a really good, nice shot. Executes that beautifully. Seen him play that earlier in his innings as well.
Let's come back from Webster. Oh, length again. I feel like he probably fancied hitting this behind square, but didn't quite get that kind of timing. Went out to mid-wicket for 1. That 6 certainly relieves a lot of the pressure off the first ball of this over.
Yeah. It's going to be important here now to see whether it's the big shot that Martin goes for, whether he's quite happy to give the strike back to Martell, who seems to be the one who seems to be hitting the ball nice at him more crisply.
Well bowled, full and straight. Not quite straight enough to knock over the stumps, but yeah, I think you're acutely aware as a batter in this situation that ones aren't really good enough. So you're trying to take that kind of plan B just to take a single out of your game. You're trying to wangle 2 or more any way you can. That's where Webster needs to be. They've got nobody back at deep square leg or deep fine leg, so you can't throw them to the pads. It gets funky. Oh, and he gets it really good. This is going to be 4. Cuatro carreras.
Such a good shot, this. Such a good shot. And this is, well, this is all about anticipation. It's all about knowing where the fielders are. It's all about predicting what the length is going to be. And he absolutely nails it. What a quality shot that is.
Really good shot. Because you think, well, will that force a field change? I'm not sure it will. It's a risky shot as well, because if you get this wrong, can't go straight up in the air. Again, it's the length that he can ramp it. If you get it Yorker, it's really difficult to play that. Webster's just been probably, I don't know, about 1 metre short of that block hole length a couple of times, and he's gone for a 6 and a 4, 18 off 8. 2000th match. ECN's got a funny way of kind of acknowledging these highlights, don't they? Goes again, and this one, well, it's going to be even better. It's all the way. It's a backwards Maximo. Rico, it's a Maximo. 6 more.
It's showtime at Cardomania. Well, no wonder. It's gripping the world, taking the world by storm. It's time for some sexy cricket. That's nice. That really is. He does 2 in the trot. Maybe not the best bit of bowling.
Well, he ends up almost outside the infield when he after he follows through after this shot. Martin, and he's going to force a field change, or is it? And they've kept him there up in the circle at fine leg. Got a fairly fine 3rd man, but you can't bowl that length. You've got to get fuller. Wants to go again. Now this time it's in the air, and how's it gone to this guy? And how's he dropped it? And I don't think it's 4, I think it's 2.
He's oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no! Ki kar ditta yaar, ki karda? Oh yeah, yaar, chakkar aa gaye.
I think that's 3 or 4.
Oh, what's happened here? What is happened here? Is he been on the Victoria?
Well, we're going to have a look at this. 3 might be a better result because it brings Martin on the strike. What has happened here? I mean, firstly, it's gone reverse ramp accidentally. So it hasn't gone to deep fine leg, it's gone to deep 3rd man. And
well, I never. I mean, it is match number 2000. It's all happening. Well,
now, we do have the replay here. Now, that's fine there, but then what happens next? He drops the ball, and then the ball...
Oh, that's 4 runs. I think that's 4 runs.
I think it is.
I think that's 4 runs, you know. Well, would you believe that? Now, listen, I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question here. If the batters had run, and they've completed a run, now that... would you get the single? Because
Are you saying is that overthrows?
Yeah, I'm
No.
saying because he's thrown it. I mean, it's...
Nah, I don't think he's actually thrown it. That's why I think it's only 4, because it's not a willful act, and to me, it's not the result of a
But
throw.
doesn't he have the ball and then it goes?
Yeah, but he doesn't throw it. It slips. I think it's a bit different for me because he doesn't complete his throwing action. You see, he's here, and then when he doesn't actually throw it,
See, here the ball stationary.
Yeah,
See, this is
yeah.
why I'm saying...
See, he was about to throw, but he doesn't throw.
I
It
don't
slips
know,
out.
Vin.
No, I'm
I
sure.
don't know.
I'm sure that's only 4. What it does do is it
I'll
takes
tell you what it does do. It means that the third umpire and Rob Cameron and his team have got some work to do.
cost them 1 run in the end. I mean, you should say it probably should have just, well, it should have been out. Otherwise, it should have been 1, or it should have been 2, or it should have been 3. Instead, it's 4.
Listen,
all right.
the scorers are having some fun here today. Well, they're just about a stone throw away from us, and
Well,
it's all happening.
would you rather have? Here's the thing though.
Yeah.
Does it work out? Would you rather have Martel on strike needing 8, or Martin on strike when they need 9?
Yeah, but look, you got both batters are set.
Yeah, I
so-
know. Yeah.
Anyway, I think they've made their decision. Back
Well,
to live action.
8
Prakash.
to win, and this could be 4 of them here. There's half of them. Well, Griffins have come with a wet sail late on. You'd have to say there's a couple of moments I'm sure the Indo-Bulgarian would want back. They needed 8 off the last over. Martel says, I'm very happy to take the strike. And he helps himself to 4. And now that takes it under a run of ball. 4 required off the last 5. And Griffins, they're up and about.
Yeah, they're on their feet. Look, this was an interesting run chase for me. I mean, Luke, let's see, you know he'd be up there. He opted to go with David Hooper. There's me then thinking that maybe that means that a man that's been in good form with the bat, Wallen, is going to come in at number 3. He doesn't, in fact, he doesn't play a part in this at all. Martin and Martel, they put a superb partnership on together here. And, well, this is worrying signs for other teams going into Super Thursdays
So
tomorrow.
now, a boundary can win it. They need to dodge the boundary. And, well, they've moved the fielder down here. Just get 1. That's really tough. So you need to find a dot from somewhere. This is where you'd love to have the Express to an encore, because he's a dot ball machine. But with Mishra, he's going to have to work his field out. I think they need to bring someone up in the circle on the leg side. Just 3 to win now. And this one gets through, and it's going to be game over. Griffins are going to do it with 3 balls to spare. And the bench goes absolutely crazy in a highly entertaining match, match 12. It is this partnership between Martin and Jordan Martel that has won this game for Griffins. They lost their skipper early in the piece. They had to really fight hard. And Indo-Bulgarian, well, they will be so disappointed that they don't get the result. They were on top for a lot of this innings, but ultimately, maybe just the cricket smarts of Jason Martin and Jordan Martel just managing to pinch this one out of the fire, and it's Griffins that win with 3 balls to spare.
Sensational match. Match number 2000. And it had everything, didn't it? It had the exceptional catches. It had the dolly drops. It had the funky shots. Sexy cricket as well. 2 teams, well, they've done us proud for match number 2000. But also, what about that partnership? That was 81-run partnership. And that's 2 batters who haven't really made a mark in this Champions League of cricket in Group B up until now. And like I say, that is a good sign for Griffins, but probably a worrying one for their opponents.
Maybe, but they did kind of really mix it with Griffins, and they were on top for so much of that second half. Bulgarian, they'll be so disappointed. Griffins knew this was no foregone conclusion, and it was the Bulgarian Express early, making things happen. That was the first of some of these opportunities, which I think, if the Bulgarians take them, I think they're walking away with the points in this one. A bit of luck, which you are going to expect, but we saw the Bulgarian Express and Webster then come into the lineup. This is a nice catch, Lakov. Well, they'd like about 11 Lakovs in the field, I think, because he doesn't miss too many, no matter what you call him. And then he was up and about as he got the big wicket of Luke Letitia and to go for 24. Apart from that, he just felt that that's a couple of moments that we'll see here. This is one. Kulkarni just spilt that one.
Yeah, look, that is massive, because that was Martel being dropped on 4. So that was key. And then also, don't forget, you also had early on, Luke Letitia, he was dropped early as well.
Yeah.
You take your catches, you win matches. especially against good teams. And I say that all the time. You give them a chance, and they will hurt you. And that's exactly what's happened here. Martel does the job.
Probably wanted Charles Croucher to tie those shoelaces together if you were to see what was to come. And Lakov went back-to-back sixes at this stage in the 7th. In fact, 3 sixes came in that over. Still, this game was in the balance. Who would hold their nerve in the pressure situations? We're going to see a couple of things that you wouldn't believe unless you saw it with your own eyes. It's a classic match here in ECN Match 2000 as that Jason Martin and Jordan Martel partnership grew and grew. They had their moments. They weren't happy with themselves. It was Martin that took the calculated risks here in the 9th just to keep ramping away. Gets away with it a second time. They still had the 5 leg up in the circle. And this is where Griffins really started to believe they were getting on top. And then this somehow gets the 3rd man on the boundary. And then he slips and just a fingernail in it. But you see the hand and the ball touching the line. It cost him another one, which meant there were 8 off the last over. Sid Kulkarni, I think he might go viral for all the wrong reasons. And yeah, they were happy with the extra run. That meant that Martel had to face up with just 8 required. And they were fired up. Why not? As we saw this one cut away, and it was game, set, match. 2,000 matches down. And it is a blockbuster finish. Jumps in the air and punches the atmosphere, which is electric around the Costa del Sol today. And you can see his teammates. They are incredibly happy to walk away with the points in match 12. Looking ahead, match 13. Well, funny things happen in match 13, as we said. Brigade from Ireland taking on Zagreb Sokol from Croatia. The Brigade, well, they'll want to really keep improving, which includes a pretty workmanlike performance, I'm sure, over Zagreb Sokol, who are desperate for a win. And for these teams, this is their last group match as well. So after this, they won't have the opportunity to score any more points on the round robin ladder. And this one will be starting in around about 15 minutes. We'll be back in about 10. The news from the toss. Brigade won the toss. They're bowling first. So obviously they fancy their chances of knocking over Zagreb Sokol based on the form we've seen so far. But I suppose, as we said, anything can happen. And we know that Jared Newton, he looked really good first game. Hasn't really fired since. Lazaridis, we're still waiting for him. And Houghton at the top of the order, I think batted pretty well this morning. But let's go back to the current match. And it was all about that partnership, which just rescued Griffins from a position where you felt the game had gotten away from them.
Yeah, it's a really good partnership. As I mentioned, 81 runs. And both of them, what I liked about them, and I think that was the perfect partnership because they both were prepared to back each other. They were able to take singles. They weren't worried about taking the singles. They both played the shots pretty well. I mean, okay, there was that chance to go back to that Martel when he was dropped on 4. That was huge. And, well, maybe that was the point where this match was decided. But a very interesting and exciting match.
Yeah, so once again, I just want to say a big thank you on behalf of the European Cricket Network team, from myself and Rico, for all of our support that we get behind the scenes and for everyone that works so hard to make these tournaments a reality. And thanks to the viewers again. This was match number 2,000 on ECN. And who knows, Rico, like we said, maybe we'll see 3,000 before the year's out.
Yeah, you know what I'm looking forward to?
Go on.
What year are we in?
2022.
Coming up next week.
Well, maybe we will. Maybe it'll be on the 22nd of the 2nd, 2022. We'll have to check that out. But for now, we need to take a breather because that was a highly action-packed match. We'll have Corey, who will be giving Rico a break in the next one. So hopefully see you for the next 2,000 matches, starting with match 13 in Group B. When we return, it will be Ireland versus Croatia. It'll be Brigade versus Zagreb Sokol. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day. Happy 2000 to you as well. And see you shortly on ECN for more Bet to Ball European Cricket League. European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Sofia here at the Level-Valeski Cricket Ground. And unfortunately, here at the National Sports Academy is not good news, and we're the bearer of bad news, aren't we? Because of the scenes that you've already seen. I mean, we can show you again what we had to really put up with this morning when we got to the ground. I mean, it was like a lake, and those are the 30-yard boundary markers that were floating around this morning, and a lot of work was done. You can see there on the shadow, Medadaub, the operations manager, and I know whose legs those belong to. And Charlie, give you fair play as well. You were up there doing your bit. I mean, it was a combination of manual work. You'll see that Charlie was there, Max by as well, Simon, everybody, Andy House mucking in, trying to get rid of the water. We had the machinery in, top work from, of course, a lot of the guys from the Federation. There's Gagandeep again, and also Ivan there in the background. But as hard as we worked, I mean, you know more about it than me, Charlie. As hard as everybody put the efforts in, we just couldn't get that water to stay away.
No, we couldn't, and it was just, I mean, everyone put the most effort in, it has to be said. I mean, you know, we had leaf blowers on at one point, we were squidgying things up, we were sponging things up, putting sawdust down in every different place that we can think of, and then the biggest one was we got the machinery in, and we got, I think the official stats at the end of it were we had 6,000 litres of water pumped off the ground before the pump eventually gave in on us.
The pump, that's absolutely true. After emptying it, God knows how many times, eventually even the pump said enough is enough. And then we went back to the manual work. The weather's been kind in that respect. It hasn't rained, though the forecast for later is not good, I have to say that. But it hasn't rained. We've done as much as we can. But, I mean, we walked around there. You've been there as well. It's still very slippery. There's still... You're stepping in certain parts of the ground. There's water still coming up. So I think in the interest of safety, that the right decision is made. There's just no way you can play cricket in those conditions. And that means that finals day has been washed out. I don't know if we've got the standings here that we can put up for you. If we have, we can show you how things finished. And it will show that Istanbul, we know Istanbul KSK, they finished top of the standings. So they were going to play semi-final number 2 against the Spartans. First up this morning was going to be semi-final 1, Medical University of Sofia versus Indo Bulgarian. When that was cancelled, it was Sofia that were going to make their way. It was Sofia that would have made their way through to the final. And with the second final, semi-final being cancelled, Istanbul KSK we're going to be in the final. So the final was going to be Sofia versus Istanbul KSK. Indo Bulgarian, because of where they finished in the standings, we would have finished third, and that's what we go back to now. So the way that this finishes is that Istanbul KSK, quite rightly so, is the team that were unbeaten are going to be the winners, not the way that they wanted to do it. And I can tell you this is definitely, I mean, Charlie, you back me up here, is not the way they wanted to win, because they were here, even though they knew they probably weren't going to play too much later. They were here early, and they mucked in, and I mean mucked in. So even though they knew that if there was no play today, they would be crowned the winners of this series, they mucked in, and every one of them worked so hard to get the pitch as good as they could. Well, as good as it is now, but it's not obviously good enough to play. Also, a big shout out to the Spartans guys. They were here a bit later as well. Also in the Bulgarian. So all the teams put a big effort in. But I think Istanbul KSK, just for the effort they put in today, trying to get the pitch right, not for their own benefit. I mean, that's the signs of true champions for me.
No, absolutely. And I think you also take it down to a cricket point of view as well. The fact that they were unbeaten in their entire group stage. The only games that they didn't pick up maximum points was the one where they had to share them due to the weather. So, I mean, in all fairness, I think if you come down to it, you probably argue if you were to just finish up on a ground robin stage and go, okay, the top of the table winners will be the champions, I think you'll be pretty happy with it, because having a record with no losses on it, you come back out of it and you think, yeah, we've done our job there, and there's not much more to it, really.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. Istanbul KSK deserved champions, of course. Medical University of Sofia, they were so confident, weren't they, that they were going to do it this time round. But of course, the weather didn't play ball. They'll finish second, and Indo Bulgarian will finish third. And there you go. That's what you're making reference to. That is how things finish, with, of course, the Spartans on debut losing out. They're unfortunate. Of course, the Barbarians, don't forget, they finished fifth, and what an amazing series they had. And it just goes to show what we said right at the beginning, Charlie, that net run rate could be so key, and the Barbarians, well, that is what kept them out of the proceedings here today. So Istanbul KSK will be crowned the champions, not the way that they wanted to. And I know, talking to their captain, Ali Turkman, he was saying to me all the time, he says, Rico, yeah, of course we want to win, but we want to win by playing on the field. That's the sort of guys that they are. And that, once again, top work from them and the good effort from them as well when they really mucked in. As well as the other teams, the boys from Indo Bulgaria and the Sofia Spartans here trying to make things happen. But in the end, all those efforts just wasn't enough. Wasn't enough for today, Charlie, but I have to say this, and I just remind our viewers, don't forget that cricket continues tomorrow. We will see some of the guys that we've seen here already. Certainly we'll see a lot of the players from the Istanbul KSK. We'll see them playing in the internationals coming up tomorrow. We'll also see players we saw from the Indo-Bulgarian side, maybe some of the players from the Spartans and also Sofia and one or two others playing for Bulgaria. And, of course, they'll be joined by Greece, so we're expecting Greece to be here as well. So, though all of those efforts, and it's been a magnificent effort from everyone today, haven't meant that play could be played today, it should, as long as it doesn't rain, and I'm going to keep saying this, as long as it doesn't rain, it should mean that all of those efforts will be rewarded in some cricket here tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, that's the end goal is that we can finish off what has been an incredible 2 weeks here in Bulgaria with some cricket. I mean, it has just been unfortunate. I mean, 2 years on the trot now that we've lost a fair amount of games here in Bulgaria, and of course, you've got to feel for them. The thing is, they love their cricket. That's the thing. They're so excited about playing and sort of being on camera as well. That adds to the excitement as well. And and I think everyone's a little bit disappointed and a little bit disheartened at the fact that we haven't been able to sort of go through the traditional way of finding that champion. But of course, you do mention we have that cricket coming up for you tomorrow. That's going to be a really exciting one. This is what's going to be coming up. 5 matches tomorrow, and it's going to be Greece taking on Bulgaria in that first game. Bulgaria, they've got a busy game. They've got 4 games tomorrow.
Yeah, 4 matches tomorrow from Bulgaria, and of course Turkey. I know that some 8 players, I believe, from Istanbul KSK will be in the side, and more have flown in today to make up their squad. And Greece, of course, looking forward to seeing them in action as well. And that is what we got coming up tomorrow. So 5 matches. So it's international style tomorrow indeed. And I think they're going to be cracking matches. But of course, we do need the weather to stay kind for us as well. But you're absolutely right. I mean, it's unfortunate. Last year we were hindered by snow and ice. So we've come a little bit later to Bulgaria this year. And I was speaking to Prakash Mishra, and Prakash said, Rico, I don't believe it. He said, never in all the time that he's been in Bulgaria, and I think he's been here over 20 years.
Good few years.
He said, never have I seen that this time of year, May, the end of May, the rain like this. He said, it's just unheard of. But then I think we have to say that the weather around Europe at the moment, I mean, we're both from Spain, and in Spain is absolutely hammered. In fact, I was told yesterday, for the first time in something like donkey's years, that Spain, or our part of Spain, in the Valencian region, they've had 8 days of continuous of non-stop rain. That has never happened before. So the weather's just gone a bit loopy.
Yeah, no, I think it has, and it's driving everyone else a little bit loopy as well. I think everyone's sort of almost come to the end of their tether here to this week. I mean, we've not only the crew, the production, the umpires, but the players as well. I think everyone's just sort of come to the end and just gone, is that really how we're going to end it? Is that really how it's going to finish? But unfortunately, it just gets to a point where it's out of our hands, and you've just got to go, do you know what? Mother Nature wins this one.
Yeah, and so on that note, as a disappointing note, we're going to first of all say congratulations, of course, to Istanbul KSK. They are, I think you have to say, the deserved winners. They were unbeaten in the group stages. Well done, of course, to Medical University Sofia, finishing second again. So they're going to be disappointed, but they had a good run. And I think really looking at the way that they've sort of rejigged their side, and looking forward to seeing them in the future. Certainly looking forward to seeing the Spartans. I like the look of them. And, of course, Indo-Bulgarian, well, they got stronger towards the end, got strengthened by Dunbar coming into the side, Mike Jones as well. Bakti Tahiri was just starting to find his form as well. But they're always going to be a force out here in Bulgaria. But not this time round. And after winning in 2021 and 22, it is Istanbul KSK that have won this time. So Indo-Bulgarian, I'm sure they'll be looking to bounce back strong. Time for us, though, to say goodbye for today. But remember, as Charlie said, we have got 5 matches coming tomorrow. It's ECI time. It's going to be international weekend. Looking forward to it. Bulgaria will be here, of course, the host nation, Greece, and also Turkey as well. So, time for us really to wish you well. We're very sorry. Thank you for all your support. You have to say that everybody on the chat has been absolutely marvellous. Everybody watching from around the world, thank you for your patience. Thank you for your understanding. And thank you for your support for the European Cricket Network. And hope that you can join us tomorrow for the start of the internationals. Adios. Hasta mañana. Be happy. See you tomorrow, my family.
See you later, everyone.